Good morning, everybody. My name's Jonathan Armitage. I'm Head of Farming and Natural Capital at Stratton Parker. Very pleased to welcome you to our parent company's London headquarters for the LEAF Annual Conference. Last year was certainly a very challenging year for farming business. The year was marked by a difficult start due to extreme weather conditions. And of course ended with a budget which was made worrying changes to inheritance tax for many. Now you'll be pleased to hear I'm not going to dwell on that today, other than to say that it is still causing huge anxiety across the spectrum of land-based businesses. But returning to the weather, the impact of climate change is becoming increasingly evident both at home and abroad. That's translating into a whole host of practical problems for our farming clients who are facing, amongst other things, higher summer temperatures, increases in rainfall intensity, more frequent storms, and the threat of new pests and diseases. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more about the nature of those risks that farmers and landowners are going to have to manage in the future from the experts that we've got speaking today. One of the reasons that we are so pleased to be sponsoring the event today is the theme, Profit, Risk and Transformation. It aligns perfectly with our strategies for us and for our clients. I think we recognise that there's an urgent need to adopt farm management practices that are more environmentally, financially, and socially sustainable. Indeed, our rural team of over 200 people is actively encouraging the farmers and landowners we work for to develop their responses to these, and that's not always a quick and easy process. So it's going to be fascinating to hear also a bit more about what can be done to accelerate that transition. Now, as advisors, we want to help our clients on their journey to deliver in terms of climate change mitigation by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increasing biodiversity, and sequestering more carbon. Our objective also has to be ensuring that farming businesses are making a profit and have effective risk management strategies in place. A vital strand of that is focusing on climate change adaptation measures. So farming businesses are more resilient in the face of these adverse weather conditions. And of course, that is the sort of territory where LEAF has been leading the way for many years, sharing valuable knowledge about ways to deliver positive environmental outcomes alongside profitable food production through its impressive demonstration farm network. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank LEAF, thank you all, for the work that you do in the educational space. It's so important in terms of giving people from outside our sector a more balanced view of food production, farming, and the environment that than they might otherwise be exposed to. So thank you for your time. I really hope you enjoy your day and you get lots from it, which I'm perfectly sure you will. And I'll hand over now to Philip.
Well, good morning. As Chair of the Board of Trustees of LEAF, I welcome you to our 2025 conference. It gives me great pleasure to see so many people, friends, new people too, around the room today. It's a wonderful. This conference is actually a really significant moment in our annual calendar. We've been running it for many, many years, and I'm delighted that so many are here to what promises to be, when you look at the programme, a really interesting, stimulating day that I hope we'll have a lot of debate and discussion. First of all, I would like to start by thanking our sponsors, Stratton Parker, Oxbury Bank, and Frontier Agriculture, for their generous support, and also to all our speakers, because without you all, this would not be possible. So thank you very much indeed. Now, LEAF's overriding purpose is to promote the understanding and adoption of more sustainable farming practices. And so this conference is absolutely integral to that purpose. And it does provide us with a new and unique opportunity to bring together leading speakers to explore, as Jonty has said, the complex range of challenges that are impacting our workers, farmers, and as we face not just climate change, but the complexity of global markets and rapidly evolving policy and legislative requirements. So we want today to provide a better depth of insight, to illuminate a range of perspectives on both the challenges that farming face, but also the solutions, and from people within the sector and from people outside the sector. We want to help foster a mature discussion around the nature of those challenges as the impacts of climate change become more acute and threaten global food supplies. The pathway to sustainable and resilient food systems will require us to understand the real nature of these challenges that we're facing and harness the support of technology, academia, and finance to solve them. And these are all the topics that we have on our agenda today: profit, risk, and transformation. Jonty mentioned profit. We make no apology for putting profit first, because profit is the heart of every successful and sustainable business. As farmers and farm managers, we're currently living through a period of great uncertainty. Our country has a legal obligation to achieve net zero by 2050, and farming lacks a credible position in the respect of the shape of that transition and the support that it is going to need. Since LEAF was founded back in 1991, much of our effort has been focused upon inspiring the farming community to engage and manage the environment as an integral element of their approach to their overall business. And I think the battle has been won, but only because the evidence of climate change and extreme weather is abundantly clear to everyone in the farming sector. The challenges we face now are how best to respond to those risks, where to invest, how to mitigate, how we adjust to the new legislative environment that is rapidly evolving in response to politicians who now see the risk ahead. These considerations are being weighed up by farm business owners in the context of an uncertain operating environment. An environment where financial incentives for implementing state-led environmental management schemes are often more attractive than producing food, the risk of producing food. Where there is a potential for markets, be they carbon or biodiversity net gain, to offer additional sources of income, but with little detail how they might be accessed in practice. Where there is certainly among many policymakers of the benefits of regenerative agriculture. Everyone talks about regenerative agriculture to build farm resilience, but limited clarity among farming community as to the consistency and economic impact of that implementation. And I think we must all recognise that every farming business is different. The quantum, though, of the journey ahead of us all is unprecedented. And importantly, there is no handbook to guide us. We have a population growth expected here in the UK of another 15% by 2050. We will require more nutritious food to be available, and we shouldn't think that we can simply offshore this requirement. The journey ahead, ladies and gentlemen, needs to be considered, paced, and supported. So it's precisely the role of today's conference to explore these challenges. Consider carefully the interventions that are most likely to facilitate transformation across the whole food system, farm by farm. Today, we're going to be very privileged in hearing from some of the leading thinkers and commentators within agriculture and the industry. And I'm particularly delighted that Dr. Doug Gurr, who, as well as leading the Natural History Museum, you may well have read, is now acting chairperson of the Competition and Markets Authority. Doug will open our conference in a few minutes' time, and he will give the 2025 Leaf Lecture. But first, I want to hand over to David Webster, our CEO, to give you a little bit more detail about what Leaf has done and what it's going to do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Philip. And can I say just what a privilege it is to be with you all here today, so many sort of friends and contacts of Leaf in one room. It is very heartening to see such engagement. Before we open proceedings in a moment, and I hand over to our friend Tom Heap to open the conference and introduce Doug officially, I just wanted to say a few words to expand around the theme of the conference in terms of some of the nature of the risks that we're facing, and then talk a little bit, if I can, about the work of the Leaf team and the Leaf as an organisation over the past 12 months. If I start with just reflecting around the nature of the environmental risk. As we all know, climate scientists are predicting that over the next decade, the impact of climate change and extreme weather events will become far more frequent and much more significant, as the awful wildfires in Los Angeles recently bore testament. In farming terms, a decade is not long. 10 harvests, one of which is in the ground already. Or, as my farming colleague Andrew Francis, who you'll hear from later, put it to me the other day, that is less than 2 rotations. Climate volatility is already impacting food production. In 2024, the UK wheat harvest, as many of you will know, was 21% down on the 5-year average, largely due to the impact of extreme rainfall. Yet changing our approaches to agriculture globally represents an enormous, if possibly the most enormous, environmental, social, economic, technical, and cultural challenge. 50% of the globe's habitable land is now used for agriculture. Farming accounts for over a quarter of all greenhouse gas emissions and is the cause of 78% of all water pollution. Land use change for food production has resulted in the net loss of 177 million hectares of forest over the past 30 years, taking a huge toll on wildlife biodiversity. Added to which, our sector is also inherently a complex mix of often very small farming units coupled to often quite significantly consolidated supply chain infrastructure. The average supermarket contains 30,000 product lines representing hundreds of thousands of ingredients grown on farms all over the world. There are 107,000 farmers in the UK. In India, there are 119 million farmers, representing approximately 25% of the country's total workforce. Facilitating cultural change at farm level in that context is challenging, to put it mildly. There's also increasing demand for food, coupled with conflicting pressures on land use for housing and energy. According to the Global Harvest Institute, to keep pace with population growth alone, farm productivity needs to grow by 1.75% per annum. Yet many of the interventions we know are required to promote nature recovery and mitigate the risks posed by climate change will themselves require land to come out of food production. Last week, the UK government launched its consultation on the land use framework, which provisionally would see a 9% reduction in farmland, largely to facilitate environmental resilience. It is an important, necessary and well-timed intervention. However, to offset the loss in production from this change, I'm informed we would need to increase productivity by 0.5% per annum, in addition to any increases required to meet demand from population growth. That is a huge challenge. Balancing these conflicting pressures is highly complex and will require changes to established farm management practices and the adoption of new technologies. Philip has just noted the need for a mature debate on the type of farming systems that we will require in the future, and I wholeheartedly agree that is very much the purpose of today's conference. Our starting point cannot be based upon preconceived conclusions. We need to listen carefully to those who are already delivering environmental and productivity gains on farms as a basis to shape our approach, which will balance environmental and food security outcomes. It's also important to remember that global challenges require local solutions, solutions that can be implemented profitably on hundreds of thousands of unique farming businesses right across the world. From a LEAF perspective, our view is that these solutions lie with the consistent application of well-structured, integrated farm management frameworks, such as the LEAF mark, but not exclusively the LEAF mark. LEAF was founded, as Philip has noted, in 1991 as a charity to promote the understanding and adoption of more sustainable farming. Our perspective is that changes to farming systems simply cannot be driven by audits practices alone. We have to work with the supply chain actors to harness the knowledge and expertise of farmers, operating in partnership with others to build farm resilience and environmental benefit. We also recognise the need to work with the public to build their trust and understanding in the work of farmers, both as food producers and environmental custodians. As an organisation, LEAF is growing currently rapidly, thanks very much indeed to the support of many of you in this room. To put that in perspective, in June 22, there were 955 LEAF Mark certified members, 75% of whom were in the UK. In January 2025, there were 2,670 LEAF Mark certified members, 38% in the UK and 62% based internationally across 48 countries. LEAF Mark is currently growing at 80% year on year. Over the past 12 months, we've consulted on the new version of the LEAF Mark standard and implemented, oh dear, six, I hope that's not important, my Theresa May moment, my apologies. Over the last 12 months, we've consulted on the new version of the standard and implemented a six-figure investment sum in a new IT system, the details of which we're going to share in outline with you today. Our growth has been driven primarily by the UK retail sector, whose ongoing support is hugely appreciated. LEAF Mark is specified by most of the UK supermarkets for fresh produce, and Tesco, Asda, M&S, Ocado and Waitrose have all made commitments to deploy it globally. Sainsbury's has also launched Taste the Difference bakery products using LEAF Mark certified cereals. Tesco's, I think, deserves specific mention for the effort that they and their suppliers have put into leading the implementation across their global fresh produce supply chain over the past 3 years, which has been an enormously complex task. The LEAF Knowledge Exchange team is also supporting Waitrose and M&S with their own farming programs focused on the application of nature-friendly and regenerative practices at scale through a diverse range of farming systems. The LEAF Network, which underpins our knowledge exchange programs, now consists of 19 innovation centres and 41 demonstration farms. This year, the Warwick Crop Centre and Hunter Pack joined our network. We also aligned with Harper Adams School of Sustainable Food and Farming on their Sustainable Farming Networks programme to broaden our capacity for peer-to-peer learning and knowledge exchange. Our first international demonstration farm will open in South Africa later this year, and we have plans to expand the network internationally over the coming 3 years to reflect the evolving needs of our membership. This year, we've also formed partnerships with the financial services sector. We are joined today by both HSBC and Oxbury Bank, both of whom recognise LEAF Mark certified farms with preferential product offerings. These interventions have the capacity to be completely transformative and reinforcing the message that sustainable farm management is also good business management. Finally, our education and public engagement teams continue to work with schools and farmers across the UK to bring sustainable farming to life. In 2024, we worked with over 26,000 young people and supported almost 1 million more through our online workshops, activities and education resources. Our flagship Open Farm Sunday event attracted over 180,000 people onto working farms in June this year. Now in its 19th year, an incredible 3.25 million members of the public have visited working farms across the UK on Open Farm Sunday since 2006. This year, I'd ask you all to please put a hold in your diaries for Sunday, the 8th of June for Open Farm Sunday, and I would strongly urge any organisation, be they a farm, a business, an NGO, or even a government, with a commitment to sustainability to showcase their efforts to the public on that day. A public who, I may add, are also shoppers, consumers, donors, taxpayers, and voters. LEAF colleagues are in the room and would be delighted to speak to you about all of our work. As you may have gathered, I'm extraordinarily proud of the team. Their expertise and hard work over the past year is building on Caroline's enormous legacy, which has been left to us, has been extraordinary. I would also like to convey my sincere thanks to them and the Board of Trustees and our many advisors and friends for their ongoing commitment and support. I also wanted to join Philip to extend my thanks to Tom Heap and the incredible speakers who have lined up to join us today, as well as our sponsors. Your support and expertise enable us to frame the important debate we're going to have today, for which we are deeply grateful. Finally, I wanted to just convey my thanks to you, the audience in the room and online. Experienced expert representatives of leading businesses, food companies, farms, governments, academic institutions and NGOs, many of whom we also count as close friends. It's your practical expertise, trust and willingness to engage in a mature conversation on such an inherently complex subject that will ultimately create the conditions through which we can transition agriculture towards a more resilient, secure and sustainable future. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed, David, and it's great to be back here again. For those of you who were here last year, you may notice a transformation. I have full use of both legs, whereas last time I was on crutches. So here we go. Here's a bit of proof for you. I can use my legs. It's great to be back here. Honestly, it is the powerhouse event, I think, of where we need to go with farming and nature in this country. And just a few observations of kind of where we are in the bigger picture. I would contrast my newfound sure-footedness to a somewhat wobbly start from the government in terms of its approach to farming and environment, which hasn't been exactly sturdy, I would say. And I think there's a really weird thing going on in politics and to an extent in the media with regard to environment and climate change. There seems to have been a shift from addressing climate change to be, it wasn't essential, in my view it still isn't essential. A lot of people now seem to think, oh, it's just a nice to have. And I'm not quite sure why or where or what's driven that. But it's increasingly pervasive in parts of politics and in some parts of business. Interestingly, one area where I'm not seeing it is farming. And that is because I think most people involved in farming and land management, they know, they can see it, they are feeling it day to day. So it's not a second-hand thing. It's not a thing that's filtered through social media. It's something that they are experiencing. And I think that is sort of welcome in the sense that they know it's there. They know it's not just a piece of rhetoric on the news. They know it's a reality for their everyday lives. And that, I think, underpins why we still care about this stuff. I would sort of like to mention this land use framework that the government published on Friday, or the consultation, excuse me, was published on Friday. Now, this is very, very close to my heart because some of you may know I've recently published a book called Land Smart. I have a few copies and a card reader here with me and a pen to sign. But what drove me to do that was the importance of thinking smartly about how we use our land. And Caroline was in many ways the inspiration for it. The book is dedicated to her. She was the first person I called when I began to research and write the book. And that has given me a feeling that we can find these solutions. And a lot of people in this room are finding the solutions, but we need to be very smart about it. And I'm intrigued by the government pushing this land use framework. Some of you may know it was a policy that was under the previous administration as well that they were intending to roll out. So it's not a party political matter. And I was pleased to see that despite their current antipathy in some areas, the National Farmers Union did actually give it at least 2 cheers when it was announced on Friday. So I think there is room for cooperation there. I think what's interesting about the land use strategy is whether or not it will have what power and influence it has. It could end up just being an interesting thought experiment, or it could end up being truly transformative. The latter is bold. it is also dangerous in political terms, and some land managers might think dangerous in their own land management terms as well. But I think it marks it out as a very interesting time, and I would urge people in the room to get engaged with the consultation and possibly just say when they're looking at a land use framework, just do what LEAF does. There we go. That's about how many words was that? 5, and I think we've solved it. So this conference is obviously the people in the room are the focus of it. There are also people out there in the virtual world watching this on LEAF's own website and indeed through YouTube as well. So some of the ways that questions and answers will work will be partly reflective of that. But we are, of course, very keen to hear from you in the audience. There's a mixture of speakers, panels, and interventions and questions and points, I hope, made by you guys. One of my main roles is to keep people on time, so I will urge the speakers to try and keep time. And as it happens, I'm sitting just here, so I'll be tugging the edge of your jacket or whatever if you go over. But no, I'm really looking forward to it, and none more so than our first speaker, Douglas Gurr, who, as you heard, is director of the Natural History Museum and has a really interesting background both in business and environment, and is going to set the scene as to where we are on these vital topics. Douglas.
Morning, everybody. All looking bright and enthusiastic this morning? Good, okay. You may wonder why on earth you've got a museum director talking to you. Anybody ever visited the Natural History Museum? Yes, fantastic. So you probably know this is a visitor attraction. What's perhaps a little bit less well known is that behind the scenes, it's also a fairly serious research institute. We have about 300 full-time academic scientists, currently about 172 PhD students, studying these topics, basically planet Earth, life on planet Earth. So one of the world's largest research institutes on biodiversity. So I thought what I would do today, if it's okay, is just talk a little bit about the broader perspective. Where are we, as you heard from Tom, on climate and biodiversity? I think particularly given the sort of, obviously the DEFRA consultation you heard about, I think it would be good. I'm probably going to focus mostly on that question of land use, both globally, where's the regulation taking us, what does it mean for us in the UK? David talked about the importance of technology. I won't spend so much time on that, but Q&A, very happy to take any questions. Sound okay? Great. So let me, you've all seen those charts, haven't you, of rising temperatures and this, that, and the other, and what to be learned from the ice cores and what's happened in the last 10,000 years. So I'm going to take you a little bit further back in time. So this is a chart of the average temperature of the Earth over the last 500 million years. So we're going back to the point when life first emerged from the oceans and came onto land. And you can see it goes up to about plus 30, down to a scale of 10 degrees centigrade. And it moves around quite a lot. So a couple of things for you. And by the way, the blue bit here, that's periods in history when it's been cold enough to have ice at the polar ice caps. So for roughly 70% of the last 500 million years, it's been too warm to have any ice at all at the polar ice caps. Okay? Humanity actually evolved during an acharacteristically very cool period. It's been super nice for about the last 6 million years. Time makes a difference. So let me just talk you through a couple of things, because you may say, what's going on here? And by the way, the one thing we know, because we have 500 million years of data, is that the global temperature regulator is the level of atmospheric carbon dioxide. It's really simple. It's not up for debate. Some things are uncertain in science. This really isn't. We know this temperature perfectly correlates with how much atmospheric CO2 is out there. And you have a number of things that increase CO2 and a number of things that take it down. Fundamentally, CO2 gets increased when you have volcanoes, eruptions, tectonic plate movements, or release of trapped CO2 through things like fossil fuel burning. That increases the level of the atmospheric CO2, and it warms the planet. And then you have two big processes that cool us down. One is weathering. So actually, over a long period of time, wind, rain, etc., weathers mountains, weathers rocks, that actually captures CO2 through chemical processes. And then you have the bits that you know better than everybody, growing stuff. Growing stuff traps CO2. Yeah. So those are the two processes. So you have, for example, periods here. If you go back to the Carboniferous, We had this period, super oxygen rich, going like crazy, massive explosion of growth, giant things. You know, we had sort of, you know, dandelions with footprint, you know, with meter-wide spreads. That's the Carboniferous period. By the way, every single piece of fossil fuel, every piece of coal, all the oil, all the gas, was all laid down in a 20 million period 400 million years ago. Everything. So when people say, let's just make more fossil fuels, good luck with that. Okay? So that's the Carboniferous. And what happened is you had this explosion of growth as the planet cools. Okay? Then you had a period here, 250 to 200 million years ago, where there was a massive period of tectonic plate movements, lots of movement, fracturing, huge eruptions of volcanoes over periods of thousands of years, massive increase in atmospheric stream, big warming. Yeah, okay? So far so good. And then round about here, the scale gets a bit squeezy, but round about here we have really the last 150 years of industrialization, significant release of trapped CO2 through fossil fuel burning in the industrial period. And so you're starting to see this unprecedented rate of increase in global temperatures. And you probably heard this morning that January this year, 2025, which we expected to be a bit cooler, actually broke the records again. We're now 1.75 degrees above the pre-industrial record. So this is happening actually much faster than anything we've ever seen before. So, one more thing. You see these little vertical lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the 5 mass extinction events. When, you know, life is incredibly resilient. It's spread to every single corner of the oceans, every single period of Earth. But you've had these moments, just 5 of them in the last 500 million years, so they're quite rare, when the environment has changed rapidly for life to respond. And when every time that's happened, we've lost somewhere between 70 and 95% of all existing species, and they never came back. So it's been a while, 66 million years since the last one. That was the big asteroid Splat. Very bad news for dinosaurs, very good news for mammals. Get in there, you know. Created the space that we have all evolved into. But it's been quite a long time. I'd like to take you back in time. We up for that? Cast your minds back 200 million years to this period. And this one's interesting. So 200 million years ago, Europe is a shallow archipelago, quite close to the equator. Remember, over a period of time, stuff moves. It's quite nice, it's quite warm, it's all very cozy. But I'm taking you back there because that's the period that's the most similar to what we're seeing today. Different cause. In this case, it was that tectonic plate movement, massive eruption of atmospheric CO2, big increase in that warming temperatures. Okay? So what happens? And by the way, global temperatures increased by somewhere between 3.5 and 6 degrees. So it's not like orders of magnitude different breakthroughs. So what happened? Well, you can find out, because you can actually go back in time. This is some of our paleogeologists off the west coast of Yorkshire, Staithes, just near Whitby. And it's actually the best place in the world to study this event. And the reason is because those plates in the UK actually tilt. So the tectonic plates are higher in the north than they are in the south. So the further north you know, the further back in time you go. So if you actually go right up to the Orkneys and the Hebrides, you'll find rocks that are 2 billion years old, whereas if you come down here. And so what's nice about this coastline, if you've ever been here, it's fabulous. It's beautiful, it's Yorkshire, what's not to like? But it's actually, as you walk along about a 2-mile stretch of beach, you walk along 100 million years of the Earth's history. And because of the tilts, you know, the further south you go, the further north you go, the further back in time. And you go straight through this mass extinction event. And what you can do is, every now and again, you find something big and cool, like a plesiosaur or an ammonite or something like that. But actually, much more frequently, if you dig into this sort of quite soft mudstone, you'll find the nanofossils. And the nanofossils is what's left behind of the planktons and the pollens and all of those sort of marine creatures and things. And these things survive. Amazingly, some of those pollens actually survive as organic material 180, 200 million years ago. It's quite cool. Life is pretty amazing. And what's interesting about this is you go through it and you find, well, what happens when atmospheric CO2 starts increasing? Well, as we've talked about, the planet warms. So as the planet warms, the oceans also warm. And as the oceans warm, they hold less oxygen. So you begin to find hypoxic or anoxic regions of the oceans that are less capable of sustaining life. Something else happens, which is some of that carbon dioxide dissolves in the oceans. Any chemists in the room? Not many, but lots of fertilizers things. Well, it forms an acid, very weak acid, carbolic acid, but just enough to gradually increase the ocean acidification. So what? Well, the reason you care about that is if you go right to the bottom of the food chain, you find these forams, planktons, tiny little things, tiny, 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 like a 30th of a millimeter, 30 microns. But they have calcium carbonate shells, chalk shells. And that's kind of an alkaline thing, doesn't work very well in acids. So as the oceans get a bit more acidic, it becomes harder to form these shells. And the nature of all of these extinction events is they're not like smooth. They tend to hit quite catastrophic tipping points. So what we're pretty sure happened here is that the oceans got a little bit less oxygen filled, harder to sustain, they got more acidic. And as you go through, and as you take slices going back through time, you find everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine, bang, it's all gone. And it's all gone because initially what we think happened is it got too acidic, bottom of the food chain planktons collapsed, the marine ecosystem collapsed, the terrestrial followed, and in this particular event, 95% of all existing species disappeared very, very fast. And it took at least 6 million years. Life continued, some stuff survived, but nothing that went ever came back, and it took about 6 million years. So very optimistic that whatever happens over the next centuries, life will be fine. No guarantee for any particular species, okay? Including humanity, no guarantee. So fast forward to today. What's been happening? So this is the atmospheric CO2. That's the spike you've seen, the sort of purpley line. The dark blue is the dissolved concentration of CO2 in the Earth's oceans, and the light blue is the reduction in pH, so lower pH, more acidic. So that is what's actually happening. There's been a 30-fold increase in ocean acidity in the last 30 years. So what? What about those forams? Now, fortunately, about 150 years ago, 152 years ago, the UK government sent out the Challenger expedition, first ever proper study of the marine oceans, years studying deep down, discovered the Marianas Trench, all that sort of stuff. And they fished up a load of seawater samples that we still have in the basement of the museum. So this is a CT scan of one of those 30th of a millimeter tiny things that we fished up in 1872, round about the time when the whole Industrial Revolution was getting going. That's when we fished up a couple of years ago, 76% reduction in shell thickness, 76%. And if you start to do the lab simulations, and you sort of say, well, absent any change in the trajectory of CO2 and all of that, what do the oceans look like by the end of this century? That's only 70, 80 years, 75 years from now. Very, very large numbers of species become unviable. So I think Tom mentioned we sort of stopped worrying a bit about climate change, because you know what, it doesn't sound that bad. Temperatures go up, a bit down, you lose a few low-lying islands, a bit of flooding. So, it's bad, but it's not like catastrophic. No, we are potentially, and there's massive error bars over those projections, but we are potentially decades, not centuries, away from the next massive extinction event. Bad news. That's the bad news. Good news, fixable problem. Fixable problem. You go right back to Partha Dasgupta's work on the economics of biodiversity, 2019. The exam question was, is there a path? Is there a path where we can still have that decent level of profit and economic growth where Phil started? We have to have that. You can't freeze development. You can't say to the global south they can't have reasonable aspirations of a better life. Is there a path where you can have global economic growth without over-consuming the Earth's natural resources, which is the world you live in? You are the custodians of the Earth's natural resources. And the good news, genuinely good news, is the answer is yes. There is a path. It's narrow, and it's not the path we're currently on, but there is a path. Would you like to know how to fix the world's problems? Yes. Good news, it's actually very simple. We have to do two things. We have to stabilize the level of atmospheric CO2 before it's too late. We have to, because if we don't, this will happen. Pretty sure this will happen. And actually, I'm cautiously quite optimistic about that, because Yep, we'll definitely overshoot 1.5, we may overshoot 2, but it's not too bad. And actually, the reason I'm cautiously optimistic is this is in some ways quite a simple problem to solve. All you have to do is just stabilize the level of atmospheric CO2, the temperature will stabilize. And the thing is, CO2 is a gas, moves all around the world. So the point is, it doesn't really matter where you do it, it doesn't really matter how you do it. You can use technological solutions, you can reduce emissions, you can use nature-based solutions, you can grow more seaweed, you can grow more trees. All of these things bring it down. It doesn't really matter where you do it, doesn't matter how you do it. You just have to do it. And why am I optimistic? I'm optimistic because actually I think market forces are turning in our favor now. If you look at every projection for what the cost of solar or wind or biomass was going to be, we have crashed through the assumed floor, and those prices have come down much faster than everybody projected. Do you know which US state built the largest number of solar farms last year? Texas. And I don't think it's because they've gone green and bunny hugging. It's just cheaper, And so yes, you might let loads of things, but the reality is it's probably already today cheaper to go through a non-carbon-based energy transition than to continue putting 40, 50-year experiments into drilling more oil. So it'll carry on for a while, but actually we're not far off the point where we might be okay. Not a guaranteed, but you can just see how we're moving in the right direction. I was in Kenya recently, and it was incredibly striking. I hadn't been back for a few years, but the diesel generators have all gone. Everything is now solar. It's just cheaper, and they haven't got a load of money. It's not because, that if diesel was cheaper, they'd buy diesel. They buy solar because it's cheaper. So that, I think, will get us there. Good, we're half solved. Yes, that's the good news. Bad news is just stabilizing the Earth's temperature is necessary but not sufficient. As we like to say, there's no point stabilizing the temperature if you've cut down all the rainforests and poisoned all the oceans. We're still screwed, yeah? So we have to worry about both climate and nature biodiversity. But these are very, very, very different. Climate, dead simple, atmospheric CO2, bring it fine, we're good. Nature is all about one word, which is right to the heart of what you said, Tom. It's all about place. Because as you know, biodiversity is incredibly heterogeneous. There are parts of the world that really, really matter, incredibly rich, dense ecosystems. There are parts that really don't matter as much. So you have to start by understanding what matters, what doesn't, what state it's in. And so if you look at the global regulatory approach, the real breakthrough here, the equivalent of the Paris Accord, was the sort of Kunming-Montreal Agreement. If anybody was there, it was a really weird conference in Montreal in COVID, under Chinese COVID rules, but it brought you this critical agreement, 30 by 30, a commitment to protect 30% of the Earth's land and 30% of the Earth's oceans by 2030. Now, why does that matter? It raises all sorts of interesting questions. Which 30%? Is it enough? How's it doing? How do you even measure nature? Hard problem. And one of the things that's made it hard to get the same kind of focus on nature that we perhaps have on climate. Climate scientists did a genius thing. They've reduced the entire complexity of the Earth's atmosphere. They're coming to one number, 1.5, 2 degrees. We kind of get it. Yeah? Nature a bit harder. So actually, and by the way, if you go right back 17 years now, I think, UN Sustainable Development Goals never set a target for nature because nobody could find a way of measuring it. Good news is we're past that point now. We actually can now measure nature. This is, if anybody ever heard the UK has only half its natural biodiversity? Yeah, based on this data set that was published for the first time in 2016, it's actually museum science. It's very cool. It's a team who said, right, how do you properly measure nature in a way that's simple? And what they did is they started with a representative sample of species, about 65,000 species, and crucially, not just plants and animals, birds, insects, plants, animals, fungi, everything. Taxonomic representable, about 2% of globally known biodiversity all over the world. They then looked at lots of different types of use of land, so lots of ecosystems. Ecosystem might be pristine rainforest in Costa Rica. It could be one of your farms out there in Norfolk. It could be a Walmart car park in Arizona. And they looked through a combination of pre-existing peer-reviewed academic studies and then 10 years of sending master students out into the field, basically to say, for every one of these types of ecosystem, which of these 65,000 species exist in which abundance. So a really interesting data set. 5 million data points, every single which is a peer-reviewed academic study. And then the clever bit is you take a part of land and you draw a little map around it and you can tessellate it in squares or hexagons. And you use a combination of land use data and satellite imagery to say which of these, and by the way, I should have said, they've mapped over 50,000 different types of ecosystem around the world. And so you take a little image and you say, what is it today? And then you use some statistical modeling and pristine stuff to say, what would it have been if we hadn't touched it? And you go back to a pre-industrial baseline. And you divide one by the other, and you get a really simple metric, 0 to 100%, what percentage of the pristine natural biodiversity still exists in this piece of land, okay? That's the global map. Black is good, going to bright orange is less good. So good news, there are bits of the world that are untouched. Bad news is they're not the most important ones, tend to be the deserts, either the Arctic or the Sahara or whatever. Some nice, interesting chunks in sort of South America, but some real impact here, you can see it. And obviously Europe is pretty flaming yellow and all these sort of stuff. And that was the data set. So back ahead of COP16, I think it was, the Glasgow one, we published, numbers for every country in the world, the entire world, every year back to 2000, every decade back to 1970. And the UK, by the way, is worst in the G7, bottom 10% of the world. And that always surprises people. We tend to think of this as a green and pleasant land, but, just figure it. I think you said, Graham, globally 50% of the Earth's land surface used for agriculture. UK number is 71%. And, that's not saying you guys, there's nothing wrong with farming, but just be clear, if you cut down pristine tropical rainforest to grow soya, to ship to North America, to feed to cattle, to put into burgers, that's pretty catastrophic for biodiversity. So, what do we do about it? So that was where we were a couple of years ago. Then post 30 by 30, we said, okay, fine. 30%, is that enough? Well, here's some good news. This is a piece of work that was published just last year, which sort of said, what if you just took every country in the world and you figured out the 30% that's most important and you just protected that? How would you do? And this is the 30% globally that's most important. Not globally, but just what you might call optimizing for every country in the world. And what you find is that if you protected the most important 30% of land and oceans, you protect somewhere between 90 and 95% of the Earth's ecosystem services. That is amazing. So really good news, 30% is enough. We don't have to protect everything, we have to protect just 30%. Should we talk about the UK? And I thought it was really interesting that I think it's good that DEFRA has published its consultation. Clearly, one of the biggest issues we have to face into, and I think this is a great opportunity today, is that hard debate about how do you balance the conflicting objectives of producing the food we need for all the reasons that Phil and others have articulated, trying to do our bit to capture carbon and solve that CO2, and trying to figure out which bit you protect. Okay? And so your most important question is, which 30%, what state it's in? So here is, again, fairly recently, we published this just ahead of COP16 in Colombia back in November last year. This is the UK, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And what you've got here is, here's an interesting thing. We talk about 30 by 30. The UK already protects 30% of its land surface, 34% of its land surface. Okay? Unfortunately, it's not quite the right 30%. So dark green, we feel pretty good about. Dark green is parts of the UK that are within that 30% that would protect 95% of our ecosystem services and are already protected. Pale green, stuff we protect that actually is not the most important land. And blue, stuff that really matters we don't protect. And with apologies to anybody from Norfolk, we don't really care. Because 20,000 years ago, you were under the sea. There's nothing really interesting in Asian. If it makes you feel any better, 100,000 years, the whole of the UK was under ice. So there are no really truly ancient ecosystems here. But we do actually have, and it's interesting, think about, we talk about the Gulf Stream, all that sort of stuff, uncharacteristically warm area. Somewhere around there, and you can just see how important parts of Wales and Northern Ireland are. These are the last and most important repository of the world's temperate rainforests. We hear a lot about tropical rainforests. We actually have amazing temperate rainforests. And if you read Guy Shubshaw's book, you'll get a sense of some of the emotion of those. And actually, part of the debate, and it'll be a really hard debate, as you know, is, golly, what do we feel about Wales? Anybody from Wales here? You know, this is really important land, and as we know. So anyway, this is part of our contribution. We have DEFRA officials have all of this maps and data. And so I think as we get into that debate, and I'll pause and open this up shortly, I think there are three questions which I know you'll talk about today. As you think about land use, particularly in the UK, what are we using it for? And in a sense, there's the built environment. That's actually quite small. As you know, 1% of our land is built environment, roads, rails, cities, all of that. So your three big trade-off areas, the single most important and the single greatest use of land, rightly so, is, of course, farming, agriculture, food production. There is a desire, rightly so, to try and contribute some of that land to carbon capture. Those two things don't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive, but what do we do to think about the carbon capture? And remember, the single most effective machines on the planet for capturing carbon are biological systems. You know, trees, seaweed, oceans. This is how we capture carbon, far more effectively than building clever machines that suck it out of the air, I would argue. We've got some pretty good, well-evolved organic biological machines that can work. And then the third use is this question of which parts do we actually say, you know what, these are some of the areas that we in the UK actually have unique global ecosystems. If we lose those, the world loses that species variety. And remember, ultimately, we care about biodiversity because that's the engine of evolution. If you reduce variety, you reduce resilience. You know this, of course, in your own work. You know, you take a crop like wheat, 20% of the Earth's calories. There's only really 99.9% of the Earth's wheat is now in only 15 varieties. And that means you don't need much of a change in the environmental conditions, whether it's acidity or temperature or humidity, and suddenly you see massive drops in production. So you'll talk a lot about technology. So for me, what are we doing between those three? The bit I would love, if you take one thing away from this debate today, and as you make all your submissions and you think hard about that, it's where. You know, the single most important point about protecting nature is thinking about which bits matter, which bits don't. And we now do have the data to inform that debate in a way which, frankly, even 2 or 3 years ago we didn't. We've got it now. We do know what matters and what doesn't. And then we won't talk as much about it because I know you've got an enormous and really interesting set of speakers coming up on this. But as you heard from David and others, actually, the innovation you're generating, the how, the stuff you're doing around technology, crop resistance, the genomic work, actually this, I think, has got a massively important part to play. So I will stop there. Happy to take any questions on anything. Hopefully you didn't end up, anybody, are we feeling scared or optimistic? So it's, yeah, you know, a bit of both is good. You know, be worried, it's a serious problem, but it's a fixable problem. That is key. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely loads to get one's teeth into there. So for questions, you can either scan this and add your question to this slider here, but I'm very equally, in fact, slightly more happy to see hands from the room because I think it's a little bit more energetic. We'll see if we can get the technology to work. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to ask a slightly provocative question to start, not least because it came from someone within your organisation who said to me, actually, globally, the UK has very little nature of internationally important significance. And so we should really keep the UK for food production and concentrate on preserving nature in the rest of the world. What do you think?
Yeah, so I think, look, there's a valid point of view that it comes back to that point of when you think about 30%. You could say, what's the single most important 30% globally? Or you can say every country in the world. And if you took what's the most important 30% globally, you would probably protect less than the UK. And it goes back to that point that 100,000 years ago, we're completely under the ice. So our ecosystems are not like the tens of millions-year-old ecosystems you'd find in South America and the rainforests, let alone the billions-of-year-old ecosystems you find in some of the bottoms of the oceans. So there is that point of view that don't matter. But we have, I would slightly, and some of our scientists would rightly say, if you took a purely global approach, you'd say actually the UK has a relatively modest contribution.
And it's also because we've thoroughly trashed it already.
And yes, we've trashed it already, but I actually, and I've had this debate with, I think I know who you're talking about, a number of these things. I think there are a number of counter arguments to that practically mean that I don't think that's the right approach. First of all, and most importantly, if you think about, COP16 was all about the implementation COP. We've established 30. How is that going to be implemented? It will be implemented at national level. Nation states are much more resilient and long-term sustainable than empires or loose alliances or whatever. And I don't think any nation would turn around and say, we don't care about France. The French are never going to say that. So practically, almost all of the way in which this is implemented will be done at national level. That's why DEFRA is looking at the UK, or at least England. And so I think practically you just have to accept the implementation is done at national level. I think that's point one. Point two is, okay, there are some things we have that are not important, but without wanting to be too exceptionalist, there are actually some parts of our peatlands and our temperate rainforests that are genuinely globally unique. So if you lost everything in the UK, you would definitely damage global biodiversity. So let's not forget that. But then I think the third point is, I think there's a genuine leadership opportunity here. Because if you think about how we're going to inspire nations around to move, you've sort of got, very crudely, there's the developing world, which actually has quite high levels of intactness, but rapidly declining. And you've got the developed world that industrialized 100, 150 years ago, that has actually been quite stable or improving for the last 25 years, but from a much lower base. And so in a sense, if you think about a framework which is saying, how do you protect and restore? If we were having this conversation in Colombia, it would be mostly about protect. The UK actually, partly because we start from a low base, we could lead the world in demonstrating how you restore nature. Yeah. And I think that if you don't do that, you don't drive this. Sorry, long answer. Sure.
No, it's fine. But what underlies that question for me is the UK already has a global food footprint, so which actually, in terms of the land area it demands, is slightly larger than the UK. My point is, how careful in promoting nature here, how careful do we have to be about expanding that food footprint in the rest of the world? It seems to me that it's basically a no-go, or should be a no-go.
Yeah, it's a great question, but and that's why it very much comes back to that productivity question. Mm-hmm. So here's a simple thing for you. So if you look at that 51% of the Earth's land surface that's used for agriculture, and as you say, some of that is UK offshoring production outside the UK, 2/3 of that is arable. So it's either direct livestock or it's feedstock grown for livestock. Actually, crops are only about 1/3 of that. And so it's much less efficient, if you like, in terms of pure lands used to go down that route. But the biggest issue isn't actually the grazing land, it's the feedstock. And right now, as you know better than I do, you're primarily going for a terrestrially grown feedstock. So it's soya, it's this and the other. And it's a huge problem, particularly on the pressure it's putting in really important ecosystems in South America. You cut down rainforests, you go soya, that's a disaster. But this is where it comes back to the innovation point. There are alternative feedstocks out there. What would happen if you fed livestock on insect protein or you fed it on seaweed protein? So imagine massive big offshore seaweed farms that have a huge advantage in carbon capture and sequestration, and you're not necessarily asking for direct human consumption, but actually as a feedstock that's technically viable. So really interesting work going on off the coast of Tanzania and places like that about how do we actually start to engineer commercially viable seaweed farming as livestock feed. And then suddenly you find, and by the way, the same applies in the UK, just get a bit more granular about our land use. We love grass-fed cattle, don't get me wrong, absolutely fabulous. But, there's a lot of that land is actually, and some of it, as you know as well as I do, is quite tough to make a profit from. Yeah.
And you mentioned livestock, and that, of course, brings us to the area of diet and behavioural change, waste.
Yep.
Waste in terms of eating too much.
Absolutely not. That's what powers the recovery.
I don't want to unpick too much. Just final one from me. Looking at your maps, the science seems to point to the fact that it's bad news for farming in the West generally. Let's spell it out. Are we talking about much less food production and farming in those areas? Is that just the harsh fact?
I'm not sure. I think it's
not none, but much less.
No. I'm not even sure that's right. I think for me, it's down to, and I can't remember who. I think Phil used the word. I think it does put a lot more pressure on productivity, and productivity doesn't just mean work harder. And I know you've got a lot of talks today. It's what is the innovation that's going to enable you to generate more of the right calories bluntly per square foot. That's and by the way, this isn't because we've looked very hard at how do you actually move the world from an unsustainable path to a sustainable path. And it isn't, you don't have to say everybody has to go vegan, never fly again, because these are unrealistic choices. But actually, if you do a little bit on food waste, which we know, and it's great to have the retail representatives in here, we know how much food gets wasted. You do a little bit on productivity of land use, you do a little bit of nudging to your point about, we've never said, for example, in our public communications, go vegan, but you can have a conversation with a citizen that says, would you at the margins trade beef for chicken once a week or chicken for vegetarian every now and again? And if you collectively all make a little bit of these moves, that's enough. We're not miles off the path we need to be on, but, and therefore I don't think anybody's suggesting that we radically, massively stop producing food and all of this, but that combination of being really thoughtful about which land really matters. And as you know as well as I do, if you look at the Pareto curve, you're probably, if you were to take 10% of agricultural land and turn it to some other use, it really matters which. Because you've got massive variety in the productivity of land. And if we can find that sweet spot of bits that actually might be really important for nature, but perhaps are quite hard to actually generate a reasonable living off of farming, that's the kind of area where hopefully I could see a path through this that doesn't have to involve the level of conflict people sometimes assume. But then I'm always naturally quite optimistic about these. But it'll only get through that path if you inform it with proper data.
Yeah. Right, let's see if we've got some questions here. And I will come to you, Matt. I'll just say that I think the way this works is that there are some questions appearing on this app.
Fantastic.
You can vote for the ones. If you like some of the ones already there, you can tick it and they'll move up to the top. And I may or may not select them.
Hi, Carol Wagstaff from the University of Reading.
Hi, Carol.
So, having just returned from China last month, what I observed is well touted in the press. I went to some industrial areas and you see very heavy, very dirty industry. Perhaps what's less touted is China has some of the bigger conservation areas as well. Some of the numbers that you were talking about, 30% here, 30% there, does that not contribute to this sort of concept that we can have a slightly polarized debate in some countries of, it's okay to do the dirty industry because we're offsetting?
Yeah.
Whereas what I perceive in the UK is we're actually much better at integrating some of those things and saying we can improve biodiversity at the same time as producing food.
Yeah.
And that's not happening everywhere. So how do we get that debate into the international scene?
Look, it's a completely brilliant question, and you touch on a lot of those things, because, and the danger, of course, with and this is a very good proper live active debate, because the danger of the 30%, which slightly plays to where I think some of our scientists would have come to, is you sort of say, you know what, so long as we look after this 30%, it's totally fine to trash everything else, fill it full of factories producing noxious gases and all that sort of stuff. And, and that's not actually an illegitimate point of view. It is actually not crazy to say, we have to go and mine somewhere if we want to support the energy transition. We want to produce the goods and services and do this. I think so. It's not a crazy point of view, but to the point you rightly make, I think it's a suboptimal approach, because it sort of lets you off the hook to say, let's say I'm building a factory. Actually, because I'm not in the designated 30, I can do whatever the heck I like. Whereas of course, the answer is, by all means, build your factory. And I'll give you a simple example. I used to work in the retail business, and we had loads of distribution centres and things around. actually those distribution centres have quite a big land footprint, because outside the building you've got a whole lot of stuff. And outside the building, we would typically plant monoculture grasses and then spend a fortune getting somebody to come and mow them every week. I mean, like, duh. Actually, it would have been so easy to plant a much more, to plant an environment that could either have been much better at carbon capture, and we know what planting is more effective at capturing, sequestering carboning, or to have gone something that would have been much more biodiverse. And I think actually that for me is an example whereby, treat every square inch of land as a precious resource. And so I think the answer is, as you say, as ever, don't let people off the hook. But if you want a crude simplification at global level, the very first thing you do is define the 30% you're really worried about and make sure you don't allow people to trash that. Yeah.
Just expanding on what you say, certainly one of the things that I've become quite convinced of in recent years is that a lot of land can actually be multifunctional in these different things that we think. And there will be farmers in this room who are producing great food and storing carbon and more carbon in their soil, or producing good food and providing a lot of wildlife, or possibly all three of those things, and maybe a bit of water storage, flood prevention along the way. But it requires, once you start more than one priority,
it gets
you need to be smart.
And I think, and it'd be really good as you go through the day to get a sense from particularly some of the expert advisors here, because you have choices, as you know, and very other choices, which variety, which crop, which of these can actually fulfill those dual purposes, and remember, everything green that grows captures carbon. That's a good thing, But some grow faster than others, and some are better for food than the others. So, but I think you need a bit of,
We've got a question here originally asked by Andy Guy, who may be in the room, but there's been a lot of support. When talking about preserving 30% of the planet's habitats, do you see that as preserving what is there today, or restoring it to a condition that pre-existed? And so
brilliant.
In the UK, we talk a lot about restoration rather than preservation.
No, brilliant question. And the answer is the latter. So I didn't show you the data here, because what I showed you was just the static snapshot of which 30%. But also what you can overlay of that is, so that, for example, would say, here's a part of the UK that actually is part of the most important 30%. We also put numbers on that to say for that particular region, which let's say should be temperate rainforest and is now something else, we'll have what percentage of it exists. And in many, many cases, the challenge for the UK, and the reason why we're so depleted, is that in some of the most important areas, we're at very low levels of intactness. And of course, we have time series, because we can go back, at least definitely you can't go sub-annular because of seasonality, but you can go back in annual snapshots. So we know over the last 20, 30 years, we know in absolute terms how important it is, what state it's in, and whether it's improved or declined. And in the case of the UK, most of our most important areas are very, very depleted. So the answer has to be restore. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's a question, I think someone's got a mic over there. Yes.
Can you hear?
Yep.
Yep, good. So Peter Moss, Danfoss Technologies. I was very interested to hear you listed a very powerful set of biological machines for taking carbon out of the atmosphere. But you didn't mention soil. And we're at a linking the environment and farming conference. Would you like to comment on that, and maybe on whether the government understands the importance of soil?
Yeah, no, thank you. Brilliant question. And of course the answer is, as you know better than I am, it's dirt, it's all about the soil. So for example, if the data set I mentioned, that's 65,000 species, almost all of those are insects, fungi, biological bacteria, etc., because that's the only way you get at soil health. And one of the challenges, as you know, with some of the let's just measure nature by using satellite imagery is it tells you nothing about the health of the soil. So it has to start there. I think that the game changer on this one is obviously environmental DNA. So you can now very, very cheaply take a soil sample, a water sample, or even an air sample, sequence all the DNA. It's pretty cheap. Now, the bad news is that just gives you a string of numbers. So you have to also build the underlying data set. So one of the most important projects the UK has been funding for a while is the Darwin Tree of Life. How do we build up the genomic footprint, genetic barcode of every single living organism in the UK and Ireland, right down to the microbial and the bacterial level. So I think we're now quite close to the level of, and for example, we're now north of 50% of genomic recognition of all beetle species in the UK. So actually now you're at a point where you can do proper, genuine longitudinal, what is the soil health? And why that really matters is because whilst we're not expecting everybody to go out there and sequence the DNA in every sort of corner of your fields, actually what that gives you is the gold standard to say, well, which intervention, which crops for which areas genuinely work. And I think off the back of that, hopefully we can get to the point where you can really give you granularity that this intervention will help the soil health.
There's a related question that's risen to the top of here. How do we agree standards for measuring nature and for agreeing what is nature positive for the long term? And I suppose I'd argue on the back of that, do we actually need a single metric? I mean, you mentioned the 1.5 for climate.
Yeah.
How do we do it?
No,
it's important.
It's a great question. So I checked this recently because I was the task force for nature-related financial disclosures, done a lot of this. There are currently 460-something competing metrics out there. Most of them are a bit rubbish. I think fundamentally you need two metrics. You've got to have a global land use metric, and that's why the one I've talked about, Predict, here is now one level below mandatory for all financial reporting in the UN framework. So I think you're beginning to coalesce on a relatively small number of metrics that give you that global picture. I think you also need the sort of super ground truth that you get from environmental DNA. I think if you can get those two right, you're probably fine. By the way, I should have said one other thing on soil. I think some of the most interesting technologies we're beginning to see evolve are biological rather than chemical interventions, and I'm sure we've got lots of representatives of the fertilizer industry and all of that, but if you think about that process which has been put fertilizers, put pesticides in, as you know as well as I do, the challenge with these chemical interventions is you have to keep repeating them. We all know what's happened to the cost of these things, and over time, if you're not careful, you can do quite a lot of damage to the underlying health of the soil.
More biology, less chemistry?
I think so. So there's some really interesting work right now of how, fungal interventions, that you basically plant, and because these are biological systems, they're self-replicating. So we've got some really interesting work that people like Sylvia Pressel's work are doing, where you put a biological intervention, funguses that go in, that have a symbiotic relationship with the crop plants, so you can get a 20-30% increase in nitrogen fixing and productivity. But it's a one-hit, because once you've actually improved the underlying soil health through a biological intervention, you're not having to go back every year and redo it. And so over time, it should be significantly cheaper, and actually over time does increase your soil biodiversity. So you don't end up with some of these, as we know, very, very degraded soils where you've killed the underlying biology.
We've reached the time, but I'm going to allow one more question because it's Cedric, but if you could be quick, and you could be quick, that'd be great.
I'll be quick.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tom. Cedric Porter, Vice Chairman of LEAF, and also writing for Farmers Guardian. DEFRA figures show that the area of farmland has gone down about 9% over the last 40 years, with a 25% reduction in the crop area and 40% in horticultural area and reductions in grassland area, and an increase in woodland and uncropped area. Should the first part of the land use strategy actually be looking at what we've already done and the land changes in that time, and how we can better farm and better use that land for environment?
Yeah, look, I think the short answer is absolutely. I mean, you know as well as I do, farming's a really tough business. You work your socks off to produce this. I mean, I visit a lot of farms and farmers, and they love the land. They do it as passion. They've always done it. That's why there's been so much emotion around some of the tax changes. But there are a lot of farmers who are probably working sub-minimum wage, barely scratching a living on this. And so I think it's I think somebody said it early on. I do think it's a really good moment to have an honest debate about and I remain convinced, and you heard it somewhere here, there are solutions that can both support food production, hopefully provide a better life for farmers, and at the same time protect nature and also help in carbon. And the trick is to say some of it's land use, a lot of it is back to that very simple, what are we doing, where are we doing it, and crucially how are we doing it. And I think we can get those right. I think we can hopefully genuinely a win-win-win-win. How about that? You don't often get those.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed.
Put your hands together for the panel. Thank you. Well, thank you to Douglas once again, and thank you to the audience, both here and online, for some excellent questions. And that has provided the most fantastic foundation for our next panel, which is entitled Climate Change Adaptation, Global Perspectives on Risk, Mitigation and Investment Prioritisation within Commercial Farming Systems. And this is really about how we farm in the context of very significant climatic changes, which are both with us and further ones are imminent. What are the priorities and trade-offs that farmers are going to have to make? We've got a series of presentations of around 8 minutes, followed by a discussion at the end of those. And our first presentation comes from Professor Carol Wagstaff, who is Associate Pro-Vice Chancellor of Research in Agriculture, Food and Health at the University of Reading. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Doug has given a great introduction to this first topic area. Agri-Food Futures is the strategy that we have at the University of Reading to help us deal with some of these future farming challenges. I think we take it out to 2050, but a lot of what we're trying to do is very appropriate for the title I was given for this talk, which was to consider the farming landscape in 2040. We've already heard about terrestrial and indeed marine biodiversity loss. Other things to bring into the picture that are challenging our current global food system. Diets that are causing diet-related disease, currently one of the biggest killers on the planet. You will all be very familiar with what you might call disasters, whether they're environmental disasters, geopolitical disasters, and so on, that are impacting global agricultural productivity. And something that I find a paradox in my own work, in that I do work with the farming community, and I see farmers that are really struggling to make a decent livelihood and be paid a fair price for the food they produce. And on the other side of our research, we work with disadvantaged communities. And I quite frequently, even in Reading, knock on doors and find people that haven't eaten for 3 days, that cannot access adequate nutrition, even an adequate amount of food, never mind a healthy diet. And for them, sustainability is quite low on the bottom of the list. So we see this as 3 interlinked areas that we need to tackle. I know there's a lot of discussion about regenerative agriculture at this meeting, and I'll be part of that. I like the term nature positive. So farming systems that are positive for nature and positive for our climate. And we'll come back to that during the course of this talk. Clearly, we need food that nourishes people and the planet it's produced on. And overarching that lot, then we need work that increases the resilience of our food system for everyone. And the for everyone, I think, is a really important part of this. That we need to do this together. It isn't something that one organisation or one discipline can tackle. We need to work in an interdisciplinary way. We need to collaborate, have partnerships. We need to transform the way that we think about food and its production and its consumption. Our food system, I think we've seen over recent times, needs to be more adaptable. We will try and mitigate things like climate change, but where we can't mitigate, we need to adapt. And we need to do that in a way that can work over different timescales. We've heard about some long timescale stuff this morning, but we're also dealing with some very short time frame needs to react to flooding and so on. In terms of the post-farm gate part of the food system, then some of you that were at the talk yesterday will have heard me talk about this. The missing middle is often missing still from this debate, that we need to bring the whole food system into the conversation. If we're going to feed at scale, we can't do that through farmers' markets and cooperatives necessarily. We need to bring food manufacturing into the conversation and have them as part of the solution, not demonised as part of the problem. So to come back then to farming systems that support nature and protect our climate. Clearly, we have a wide range of sectors in the room and in the UK that face these challenges, whether you're working in the arable sector, in horticulture, on grazed livestock, on dairy, intensive or otherwise. And I speak as a university, we run 550 head of dairy cattle in a very intensive system. As part of Agri-Food Futures, we're now considering what comes next. We've bought the farm next door. At some point, we will move our farm. And we're actually starting to ask the question, well, what does a farm in the 22nd century need to look like? Will it still be 550 head of dairy cattle indoors? Will we be using more managed grazing? All these sorts of things. So we're grappling with these problems as well ourselves. What's coming over the horizon? So climate change clearly, but climate change is bringing both biotic and abiotic challenges. So the cow that you see here has got blue tongue disease. And that's just one example. I'm not going to spend this talk, 8 minutes, going through a list of possible things that might come across the channel or elsewhere. But the general principle is there. And we know it's there as a threat in the same way as our government was warned that some kind of pandemic was likely to happen. They couldn't have told you it was going to be COVID-19. They had a pretty good idea it was some form of coronavirus. And equally, in terms of biotic threats to farming, we have a broad idea about what these might look like. But we have to be in a position where we can react quickly to whatever it is that does land on our shores. So we need to tackle new, unknown so far pests and diseases against a backdrop of having a reduction in our chemical toolkit that we're allowed to use to tackle them. And that's the sort of double whammy there. In terms of abiotic stress, we see issues with soil erosion. So here we have a very dry soil. Here we've got a flooded soil. And on the extreme left, you've got a bee that got too hot. So that isn't a bee that's diseased. That is a bee that's heat stressed. And that will obviously affect our pollinated crops, the arable crops on the right. This is happening now. And you guys know this more than anyone else, that the extreme weather events are possibly the harder thing to tackle. If you get hail in May, then that's a much tougher thing than having a season that's repeatedly warmer for the next 10 years, because we can start to breed for some of the constant changes. What's really hard from a breeding perspective is to cope with these sudden extreme weather events. So what can we do about it? As I kind of alluded to in my question to Douglas, I think that we need to try and tackle the production of food and the protection of nature together. This isn't something that we do separately. So we need nature-based solutions that also allow us to produce food on land. We need to look after our ecosystem. And something that we're quite keen on at Reading is that you think about it as an ecosystem rather than protecting individual species. So we do a lot of work on pollinators at Reading. But we try and think about the pollinator ecosystem in its broadest sense. So you don't go species by species. You try and create a system that will work for everyone. I've been talking to farmers for a few decades now, and the conversations always used to be about yield. I think the same is still true, that if you talk to a farmer for 10 minutes, you're probably going to be talking about weather, you're probably going to be talking about pest and disease. But now the conversation comes around to resilience much, much more quickly. And starting to see strategies like the one you see here, where you're starting to mix crop, you're mixing some arable with some tree crops, for example. Those trees stop soil erosion, they act as a windbreak, they help stabilize the water table. They do all sorts of things. Those trees are also producing apples as another income stream. And this diversification is now sort of being seen as something that's possible, as opposed to that being a loss of land that I could have planted arable crops on. So the conversation is changing. At Reading, we've just started a project on resilience, funded by UKRI, starting to map predictive scenarios. What will happen if we diversify on particular areas of land? So it's coming back into that land use debate. And if we had this diversification, what would be the reduction in risk, whether it's from economic shocks, environmental shocks, biotic threats, and so on? I'm here in part to talk about the collaboration that we have with LEAF at the University of Reading and Waitrose. I was in the room, or should I say the tent, when 400 Waitrose suppliers were told that they were going to move to regenerative practices within the next 10 years. There's quite a lot of fear in that room. And what we can try and do between us at LEAF and at Reading is to try and support farmers. And this knowledge transfer partnership is really trying to support farmers to do the first thing that's right for their business. They're not charities, you're not charities. We have to look after the profit that's part of this. And for one farmer, moving to no-till might be the right thing to do. For another farmer, that would require a huge investment in machinery and is not the right thing to do. And so this knowledge transfer partnership is trying to work at the moment with 11 satellite farms representing different sectors to try and work out what the steps to regenerative might be. Many farmers are well down that track already, and so it's sort of taking the next steps. Some haven't started. So it's a really interesting project, but I think the key to this is probably where I see we need to go with our whole food system, is we need to understand the lived experiences and value those lived experiences of people who are out there who have the knowledge. So working with farmers, with consumers, with the food industry, to understand what the right solutions are, rather than dictating and doing things to people. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. So next up, we have Andrew Bruem, who is CEO of Soil Sequest, who is talking about global farm management perspectives to address climate challenges. Andrew, very nice to see you.
It's great to be back for my second LEAF conference. Thank you, David and LEAF, for the invitation to participate up front this time. Bit nerve-wracking, but anyway. Soil Sequest is a research institute. I stand here and talk to you about what we consider is an approach for Australia. And when it comes to considering risk for climate impact in agriculture, those considerations, in my view, lie around how we can sustain our productivity, our viability, and deliver what we want to deliver on, and borrowing from Carol, those nature-based solutions. So, what does that mean? This was my farm 5 years ago. That was my farm 2 years prior to that. Just the challenges of doing everyday business. There's no future for agriculture in Australia under current climate conditions, is what I would have said 5 or 10 years ago. Thankfully, my farm harvest we've just finished, not so bad. We can make a change in terms of what it is that we are able to achieve for climate solutions, so long as we are able to deploy climate-smart agriculture or regenerative agriculture. And what does that look like? Apropos of this event, this post popped up on my LinkedIn feed just a week or so ago. It's not Australian numbers, but what it does do is reiterate how important this predicament is for us globally. And the numbers for the US, as this turns out, are really scary. But again, it comes down to this theme, investing in resilience. That mitigation, that climate-smart agriculture, resilient farming, we need to get our community, our farmers, our trusted advisors on board with adopting these practices. The innovation that is in this room and the innovation that's out there globally is incredible. We need that adopted. But the challenge is overcoming the barriers. You know, there is a lot of barrier to adoption. You would all have conversations in everyday life where you face, I can't do, or that's going to be too difficult, that sort of thing. At Soil Sequest, we're working on the philosophy that if we can put the knowledge with engagement, what happens in real life, on real farms, in a commercially viable situation, we can grow adoption. Soil Sequest was founded in 2017 as a research institute to develop a soil fungal endophyte. It got to a point in soil sequest where we were able to achieve proof of concept, span it out into a VC operation called Loam Bio, and Loam Bio has subsequently invested Australian $70 million in research and development, £35 million. They have their first products in the market now, carbon builder products for wheat, canola and barley. There are some others in development as well. That's investment in terms of what we're doing to achieve real solutions, nature-based solutions in agriculture. And we're looking at now taking further endeavours in soil sequest to devise other mechanisms and provide further knowledge and innovation in an adopted situation for that. We work on a three-circle model, taking that research, putting it together with what happens in real life, our exemplar farms, and an education process as well through Carbon Farmscape. So our research, our current projects, we're working on soil amelioration as a major one. There are a lot of constrained soils in Australia, and there's a number of ways that they can be ameliorated, but obviously the key outcome from soil amelioration, better water penetration, better soil biome health, greater nutrient cycling, more efficiency all round. We overlay the compost product that we're working with as a complementary source of soil amelioration. We're working on nitrogen use efficiency. One of the most exciting projects that we're just in that formative phase of getting off the ground is the deployment of AI. We're working with a UK firm to start bringing together a multifaceted approach to sharing our knowledge, identifying data, scraping huge volumes of data to aggregate themes and identify where knowledge is already achieved, where there are gaps, and start getting people to play together so that we can be more productive as solution providers in this situation. We also have a really exciting one. So the CO2e product in Australia is called an ACCU, and what we're working on is a way of rolling that ACCU out in a manner that will result in a reset, not an offset. It's quite challenging. There's layers of farmer-derived issues that come out of that, but there's also the government and regulatory and other compliance issues. What we are doing is layering up co-benefits, biodiversity outcome, good water, on-farm water management, other areas that this farmer or the owner or the producer of this ACCU has deployed and engaged further nature-based solutions and rewarding and acknowledging them for that. And a little root growth, a plant root growth enhancement product trial as well. The bigger the roots, the better the productivity. In terms of engagement, our exemplar farms, and it borrows a little bit or it leans a little bit into Leaf's demonstration farms, we are putting the science, the research into practice on real farms. We only do applied research. There's no plot trials, there's no small plot trials, we don't do strip trials. It is real on-farm application of research. One of our exemplar farmers is Grant Sims. I know a number of you in the room have heard of Grant and his innovative approach to agriculture. We're very proud of that. Everything falls under those three lenses of economic viability, environmental outcomes, and that agronomic productivity. In terms of, next, there we go, Carbon Farmscapes and that future engagement or further engagement, it's education. We all know that it's a very complex and confusing place to work in. Most of us have worked in this space for quite a long period of time and we're still learning stuff. So we've devised courses that are primarily, they start for farmers and in language and in presentation and an access method that is farmer friendly so that they can be demystified of what's going on. We have another for trusted advisors, and we're in the process of developing a masterclass with one of the key or pivotal organisations in Australia that is for soils. Tools, I wanted to mention tools. I bolded that. The more tools we have, the better use we have of them, the more we're able to have confidence in making decisions. And one of the tools that we've used previously is Downforce. I see Jackie, who we heard from last year. We're hoping to work with them again. With that technology, understanding what's going on, we can be more confident about decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. That was some pretty inspiring stuff about what are the possibilities there. I'm very keen to hear more. And now we have Alison Ward, who is right here, CEO of Cotton Connect, who is talking about the implications from a commercial perspective and the climate risk mitigation in global markets. Thank you, Alison.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to take you from Australia to Asia, but I seem to have lost my slides. Is that coming up? Is that mine? Thank you. So I'm going to talk about cotton today, and it's great to be back in UK agriculture and hear some of the challenges you face. And already I can see the crossover between the work that we do at Cotton Connect. I wanted to share with you a little bit about cotton, first of all. So after polyester, it's the second most produced fibre. It's very much a smallholder crop. We see in the major countries being China, followed by India, Brazil. There's also big cotton in Australia as well, where they face some big challenges. But only 30% of the world's cotton is classed as sustainable, so we've got quite a long way to go. If we look at the challenges that we face across cotton, so we see that farmers are already seeing the impact of climate change, and I'm going to talk a bit more about that. We see a huge number of smallholder farmers. They only have less than 2 hectares that they're farming, and this is a family farm quite often. We're also seeing gender inequality. When I joined Cotton Connect 11 years ago, at my first farm visit, there were no women attended. The women sow the cotton, they weed the cotton, they pick the cotton, but they're not classified as farmers. I was furious, as you can imagine, but they weren't called farmers because they didn't own the land, so they weren't accessing information and they weren't being treated with the same respect as men. We're seeing cotton being highly traded, so there's a lack of transparency, and a recent McKinsey report also saw that the fashion industry is a huge contributor to greenhouse gas emissions and, of course, excessive pesticide use. If we look at climate change, I'll just talk about Cotton Connect, We're a social enterprise, we're 15 years old. We've worked with 800,000 farmers over our 15 years. This year we have about 500,000 farmers in our programme, and we have a field staff of 1,600 people that work with us across these geographies. And if we look at the impact of climate change on farmers, very similar, real heat stress. So consistently in Pakistan and India, we're seeing temperatures above 50 degrees Celsius. I mean, people are working in these temperatures, but we were talking earlier about the impact of bees. So pollinators, we've had some work in Pakistan to introduce honey production for women as an alternative livelihood. The bees die in that heat, so that's all had to move further north. It just isn't viable for the bees to survive at those temperatures. We've had either droughts or floods. 2022, we saw devastating floods in Pakistan. The topsoil was just washed away. There really wasn't any topsoil left in some of the key farming areas in Pakistan. And that leads to crop failures and pest infections. So perhaps some of the things that all sound familiar, whether it be Australia or UK. Obviously, there's an economic impact for farmers. And one thing that's really come out is that physical and mental well-being for farmers, especially women. So really looking at the human factor of climate change. We've been looking at regenerative agriculture since 2021 against these 4 key principles. And what I'm going to share today is some of the work we've done to have a really robust regenerative system. We know regenerative is coming as a big trend in agriculture, huge in North America. Walmart, Nestle, Danone all have regenerative commitments and a focus on regenerative agriculture. We have based this on a theory of change. This is the mini theory of change, but I'd be really happy to share the more detailed document with you. So we've really thought about what are our outputs, what are our outcomes, and what are the impacts. And I think you'll be, if we take you to our strategy house, livelihoods is the top for us. And there was a debate at the time in 2021 whether it should be biodiversity or should it be livelihoods. Back to the comment earlier about profit, we have to make this work for farmers, and we have to make this work for smallholder farmers if it's going to be a viable solution. But as you can see, cross-cutting 3 themes of agro-biodiversity and ecological infrastructure, and our pillars of soil health, water protection, disease control, and social fairness. This is really backed up in terms of our evidence base and in terms of third-party inputs. We've also tried to define what the journey might look like for a farmer. So we know not every farmer will do every practice all the time. So at the one hand, we have a platinum range where we might get a farmer who's really doing all the practices, but we would expect most of the farmers we work with to be somewhere in the middle. So really beginning to categorize what that journey looks like and how we can define definitions. So we saw the Advertising Standards Authority here in the UK issue guidance already on what regenerative claims can be made. So this sort of, the importance here of really having a robust framework is critical in our work. In terms of our approach, it's very much market-led. We have to adapt it. So whether we're doing regenerative in China or regenerative in Pakistan, it's going to be slightly different. So we have to have that bottom-up approach. We've got a real focus on women because of the work they do and the inequality in the cotton system. It's also really important that we have the traceability and we have verification that really supports our claims agenda. And this is all through a train the model. So we work through local organisations who speak the local language and can have access to local communities. So very much a bottom-up approach in terms of how we're working. In terms of the results, we're already seeing that farmers are embracing biodiversity practices, shifting to handmade biopesticides. So in India, there's a fantastic concoction called Pane, which includes manure, urine, the neem oil, so crushed neem leaf, which is be really interesting to get it scientifically reviewed. And that's both a growth enhancer and also a natural pesticide. So we're really seeing some of these traditional methods coming really back into the fore. We focus for the first time on animals. So we're about cotton, but we're looking at this broader ecosystem. And already we're seeing quite an impact in terms of animal welfare through our education. And of course, we're seeing that reduction in chemical pesticides as well. I just wanted to take you back to a bigger picture. We've also looked at, we've been looking at the farming level. We've also done some work with the European Space Agency to look at what satellite data can tell us. And we've used that to actually provide information right into farmers in Bangladesh through a WhatsApp about what's happening in terms of meteorological incidents. So we can quickly tell them if rain is coming, if there's going to be a heat incident, and then we've been able to provide some information about how to deal with excessive heat. And here, a really simple solution at a farm level, which is a heat shelter, a really practical solution in a rural community in Bangladesh. We've also been talking to women about the impact of climate change, and we can really see through some focus group discussions in the last 4 months that where we are educating women and where we are providing information, it's really making quite a big difference. And we're really seeing some adoption coming through. We also have created some climate change ambassadors, and this is really about giving women the title, the expertise, is really empowering them to make change in their communities. And perhaps I can share Camilla Ben, who's one of our climate change ambassadors and a regenerative farmer. And I think her quote says it all. Before our programme, she did all the work. She wasn't really recognised for the work. Her husband told her what to do. Through our programme, she now has the knowledge, she now has the expertise to work alongside the men in their community and really have an impact. So we can see that adoption is really critical, but how you do it and how you inspire these farmers is really important. I think I'm at time, but this is my last slide. You'll be pleased to know. So the way forward is we need to look at adaptive techniques. We need to work with government. We can't do this on our own. And I think, as you've seen, we need to ensure that women are part of this solution as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Please, Alison, stay on the stage, and I'd like to Andrew and Carol to come up as well, and also Andrew Francis, Managing Director of Home Farm at Nacton. Where is Andrew? He is over there. Thank you very much. Andrew is chair of LEAF Mark Technical Advisory Committee. I found one of the things I found most inspiring about that was there's actually quite an overlap and an alignment in some of the directions of travel across these very diverse areas of agriculture and farming that we've heard about, which inspired me a lot. Where does LEAF and your work fit into all that?
Yeah, I think likewise it's really interesting to see those areas of overlap. I think from the LEAF Mark, from the standard perspective from the advisory committee, is that all of a sudden this whole picture's got really complicated really quickly for us, having moved and transitioned from a sort of fairly UK-centric standard, and then over the years moving to a very international standard, and the sudden explosion of acceptance and growth within that standard has made it really challenging to produce something that is consolidated, it's functional, but actually it's fit for everybody. And there's a lot of downstream customers that have lots of requirements and want lots of information, but actually we could very easily make this a really complicated exercise that would just lose everybody and all their attention, all their support. So there's a real fine balance to be had there in how this is scaled really quickly. Same format as before, please ask questions either in person or through this app. One question I had, Andrew, you showed your picture of your farm underwater and under drought and all these kind of things, and then you showed another picture where it was very productive. Was that just because you were lucky with the weather that year, or had you actually made your farm more resilient and so it could withstand some of these shocks?
A little bit of both. Good luck is always a bonus, but we've made a lot of changes to the way that we do deploy our cropping program. Prior to that really bad drought and the dust storm image that I showed you, we didn't have any perennial pasture or perennial legume in our crop rotation, so we've now ensured that we put lucerne as a 2-3 year element in our crop rotation. We have done a lot more work in terms of preserving tree lines and other shelter belts. So it is a combination. We've ensured that the way that we have managed our crop stubble and our sowing mechanisms and so forth has also been a lot more attentive to soil protection.
And I'm really intrigued because it seems to me that we talk about weather extremes in this country. When viewed from Australia, you think it's probably a little tickle rather than a full-on assault. But with a lot of hope that climate resilient agriculture will work, will make us more resilient. Are you beginning to see that happening? Are you beginning to see the proof of that in Australia? That these practices are making the farms that are doing them more resilient to the climate shocks.
It's going to work. We just need more people to do it. Those farmers, and I'm sure it's a global situation as well, not just unique to Australia, but those farmers who are employing regen farm or climate smart farming practices are seeing outcomes. You know, if you are working with carbon building, soil organic carbon building tools and management practices, if you are ensuring that you have shelter belts and other biodiversity and habitat protections, if you are making sure that you're using the right equipment to manage your stubble and deal with what you're producing, you are getting good results. And I mean, for us, flooding is a fact of life. That happened to be a particularly devastating flood event. It was chaotic. We were trying to get 30,000 litres of milk off the farm every day, hence the tractor and the tanker behind the tractor. That's a climate event as well as a floodplain management thing. It is a fact of life for us, but ultimately it still also comes down to our ability to respond after that, which matters for us.
Alison, I was just going to ask something. You mentioned how some of the big clothing and fashion operators, I think you mentioned Walmart and others, are putting now regen in their supply chain. I know it's exactly a requirement. It seems to me there's an opportunity and a risk in here. I mean, it's good in a way. As we know, regen can be a bit of an open term. Personally, I think it's quite simple. The biology and the quality of your farm should be better next year than it was last. But is there a danger here that we were going to see some abuse of this, which will be picked up by the media, who love hypocrisy more than anything else as a story, and then this will kind of stain the whole kind of move towards regen?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And we started, as I said, in 2021, but we spent quite a lot of time really looking at how we're defining it, and that we're moving to a standard by April, so we will have a certificate that will be issued. But behind everything I've shown, there's experts, there's expert dialogue. And I think you're absolutely right. I think, it's such a general term. Unless we have these robust standards, we could really get caught out as a sector. Because you're right, I've been in role 11 years, we've spent the last 10 years doing less bad. We now need this positive impact on nature. So.
Yeah, and it will happen. There will be cases, I guarantee, in the next 5 years where people will get caught out and there'll be a sort of stress test on regen as a term. Have we got any in the room? I've got one on my Slido in meanwhile. So there's a question here. Do you think regenerative practice, well, it's funny enough, it comes a little bit to what we've just said, but I'll ask Carol this. Do you think regenerative practices should be certified and checked under farm assurance schemes or other methods?
Interesting. I had this debate in the food systems programme recently, talking with Lynn Dix, and there are two big projects, neither of which are mine, within that food systems programme. One's H3, Healthy People, Healthy Planet, Healthy Environment. The other one is Fix Our Food. And they both have big regen programmes in quite different ways. One is a stacked plot experiment of stacking each of the 5 regen principles, one on top of the other, with a tightly controlled range of crops, obviously in one geographical space, so not looking at a diversity of soils. The other programme is working with about 400 farmers who are all purporting to do something in the way of regen activity. And the comparison between those is fascinating, and will come out in a publication from that group quite soon. And what Lynn has been saying to me is there isn't a single farmer who's able to do all 5 regen practices. And actually, if we start to have an accreditation, a certification certificate, we might stop people trying to do something because it's so unattainable. And it will be better for the farming community, for the country, the planet, for everybody to do something moving in the right direction, rather than to say, here is an unattainable standard. So my feeling is we shouldn't certify, as in you have to do all of it. But we should find a way of rewarding progress towards it.
It's kind of open site. Yeah, sorry, Alison.
Just one thing to add. We've got massive legislation coming out of Europe, and if you want to make a claim, and I bought some bread recently that said it was regenerative bread, if you want to make that claim, you're going to have a certificate in the future because of the EU Green Deal. So, this is the tension. We've got regulation coming in because of overclaiming, but equally, I'm moving a code which was light touch in administration to a standard in order to meet regulatory.
It's a really tangled question, this, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you think you want customer certainty and it's open to abuse, but on the other hand, you don't want to restrict access, and the open-sidedness is quite important. Andrew, I was wondering where Leaf stands on all this, and I mean, has it actually gone through Leaf that we should, put a regen mark rather than leaf mark? Because regen standards are beginning to emerge, aren't they, as people putting stickers on things?
Yeah. So there's probably a leaf view and a Andrew Francis view, which are very, very much aligned. But we've there's
a little disclaimer floating in there.
Excellent. There first. We have. We've debated it to the nth degree, this one, because it is really difficult to get your head around exactly what we should do. Sort of no sort of spoilers for the new standard, but within that there are incorporated mechanisms to recognise regenerative practices. So it's kind of, we need to recognise best practice, regenerative practices, integrated approaches, but we can't restrict growers, producers, farmers in terms of how they adapt at a local level. My personal view is that we always try to strive to define something, and the minute you do that, you handcuff it and you put restrictors around it. And once you do that, you stop the farmer's creativity to solve the real problems at a very local level.
It's a sort of trust question in the end, isn't it? Because it seems to me it's very easy to make the excellent or the perfect the enemy of the good, and I think generally more.
Yeah, it's just about having that balance of being able to demonstrate the right level of trust and the right. There's enough, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it's good enough, and it's all about progression. Leaf is all about that positive progression.
Andrew, I wanted to ask you something. I think your very first slide, I didn't quite get it in time. It said something like profit carbon and profitable farming carbon and sucking up. What was it? What was the first thing? Profit carbon storage and food production as well, or something. My question is, my question is, do you feel that can be delivered? Is it quite an optimistic vision from what you've seen in Australia that this can be done whilst maintaining food production?
Yes, optimistic, but it's also realistic. So I think working on a scale of where we sit right now and where we can be, you are either realistic or optimistic. I'm quite realistic at the moment. We can't change.
Optimism can be realism as well.
True, exactly. So, we can't change everything overnight. There is a lot that we want to be able to do, but we've got to work with the resources that we have at hand, and there needs to be the reward for that. It's like the regen certification. If you are able to incentivise, the carrot approach to encouraging people to adopt and recognise and deploy these techniques, then we are going to have a more exponential outcome from that. So realistically, we haven't got a lot from that we can achieve in a very short period of time, but certainly very optimistic that we will get there.
Carol.
So I think this process of transformation is actually the scary bit for people. Is that imagining what's over there and where we want to get to, that's relatively easy, and we can more or less agree on what the vision should be. And where I think there's the fear factor is that transformation. And I'm sure when UKRI funded the Transforming the UK Food Systems, they kind of had this Harry Potter vision that we go bang and it would all be different. But actually, transformation is quite an incremental process. And it requires a really clear vision about where we're going. And it's a risky process, because to take that first step, you talked about planting different things, about managing your flooding landscape differently. That would have required investment in resources, in change of practice, changing the people that work alongside you, bringing in trust. These are big hurdles to overcome. Once you start that process and people start to see this is winning, okay, I might not be getting the biggest possible yield every year, but I'm getting some yield every year, and I'm always able to mitigate the challenges that come my way. You build the trust, you build the faith, you can keep going on transformation.
My cynicism...
That's so hard, that first step.
My cynicism creeps in where, as a room full of potentially advisors, you don't have real skin in the game. You need to live and breathe the farmer life and understand the circumstance and the situation, the resource, the capital investment, the time, the energy, the blood, all of that sort of stuff to realistically deliver a pathway for us to shift. And that's early knowledge sharing, early intervention of practical, realistic, small bite-sized chunks to progress forward. As an advisor, it's all about recognising that skin in the game.
I just want to get through a couple of questions here. Well, the top one on Slido, who are the leaders in regenerative agriculture in the UK that we can learn from? A name has been suggested, but I'm not going to lead the witnesses. Andrew, do you have some you admire, think we can learn from? With you, Carol, as well. But just
I admire the Leaf Network because it's not about individuals, it's about the collaboration.
Right, yeah. Are there some individuals that you admire in this space, Carol, in the UK?
I don't know about the farming community, because it's not my personal connection. In terms of research, I think the work that Lynn Dix is doing at Cambridge in connection with those food systems projects is really leading the way in terms of rigour. And I was actually going to fall back on the Leaf Demonstration Network. I think it's an incredibly powerful tool. It's a great learning tool. People like to be able to go and see in practice, in a space that looks a bit like theirs, what works and what doesn't. And hang on to it, for goodness sake, because we've lost an awful lot of demonstration farms in different networks over the last few decades. And I think it's an absolute jewel in the crown.
And Andrew, it sounds like you've got some customers in the room. 4 people have backed up the question, is Soil Sequest available in the UK?
Sure, come and see me after.
Very good.
David and I have had a number of conversations about we need to sit and have a conversation about how we can do things together. Look, we are very much mindful that we are a global citizen, hence we're working with Ideonomy, a UK AI enterprise, to be able to deliver on a project there. We've worked previously and hope to work again with Downforce, a global organisation. There are any number of those, including further UK, and we would love to be able to represent, what our knowledge base is and share our experience and deliver, greater outcomes. It's about pooling resources. There aren't enough resources to go around to do everything that we want to do, let alone the things that we have to do. So we should be doing that together, and very happy to look at that, explore that.
Well, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Carol, Andrew, Alison, and Andrew.
Ladies and gentlemen, please can I ask, I know some of you are still queuing for coffee. Please, those who are in the room, could they sit down? And those who are queuing for coffee, do carry on queuing, but quietly please, we're going to play a film.
Really? It's not getting above. Okay, in that case, do you want to run the film? People having too much of a good time.
in the UK but also overseas. We are going to be building a new Leaf Sustainable Farming Review, or LSFR, and that will replace the current LSFR. The new LSFR is going to assume a much greater importance in terms of a closer alignment with the actual leaf mark standard itself. And the reason we're doing that is that it will enable us to deliver a number of benefits in terms of data and verified data, which will allow both farmers to get benefit in terms of being able to do benchmarking in the future, but will also deliver benefits to retailers in terms of their reporting, and also, we're hoping, make the audit process itself more streamlined and more efficient. We want to be able to verify specific data points in a way that we haven't been able to do so before, but we're also looking to future-proof the system so that we're building up a data asset which will allow interesting and useful things to be done in the future, and whether those are benefits for farmers, benefits for the retail market, benefits for auditors, or indeed for research and science potentially. But what we want to make sure is that this new platform is ready for the things that we see coming at us in the future. There are really
a nice chat, which is absolutely the point of these events. What we're going to do, we've got a film that's been running here. Can we re-cue it? Because it's been made with love and attention, and I think it's worth seeing. So let's start that film again, and then let's crack on with the next session. And my apologies for the difficulties in accessing caffeine. Hit it.
We see a significant change in the demand for farm assurance, where previously it's been quite concentrated on UK-based farmers. We're now seeing, with the much wider adoption across a number of the major retailers, a need for a more international and global focus to delivering the assurance and delivering the audit that sits around that. So we're now having to address through a new information technology project that will allow us to deliver leaf mark farm assurance both for farmers and auditors in the UK but also overseas. We are going to be building a new Leaf Sustainable Farming Review, or LSFR, and that will replace the current LSFR. The new LSFR is going to assume a much greater importance in terms of a closer alignment with the actual leaf mark standard itself. And the reason we're doing that is that it will enable us to deliver a number of benefits in terms of data and verified data, which will allow both farmers to get benefit in terms of being able to do benchmarking in the future, but will also deliver benefits to retailers in terms of their reporting, and also, we're hoping, make the audit process itself more streamlined and more efficient. We want to be able to verify specific data points in a way that we haven't been able to do so before, but we're also looking to future-proof the system so that we're building up a data asset which will allow interesting and useful things to be done in the future, and whether those are benefits for farmers, benefits for the retail market, benefits for auditors, or indeed for research and science potentially. But what we want to make sure is that this new platform is ready for the things that we see coming at us in the future. There are really two main types of user for the platform. There are the farms themselves who will be completing the LSFR, and what we hope they will see in terms of the benefits of the platform will be a much easier solution to use, that they'll be able to understand that the answers that they're giving in the LSFR, they'll be able to see how those match to the requirements of the standard, the individual control points of the standard. And then the other key set of users is the auditors and indeed the certification bodies themselves. And again, we want to be able to deliver functionality for them that allows them to complete audits more efficiently, to enable them to do things, for instance, to be able to check some of the detail, check some of the answers, check some of the evidence that the farmers may have uploaded to the system, and do all that in advance of even getting on the farm. Beyond that, we also will be delivering a much better reporting suite, and that's going to be really important for our retailer customers, indeed other customers and clients of Leaf and Leafmark, because we want to be able to meet their requirements, which are all built around sustainability and sustainable food production. And that is going to mean that they need to be able to report on new data, on better data, and do it in ways that we haven't been able to do in the past.
Well, that's great, and Julian will be joining us later on this panel, so we can hear from him there as well. And this next panel is very much about technology transformation. How can farmers select the right deliverables from technology to optimise both environmental and commercial impacts? And we've got 4 speakers giving a brief individual presentation, and then we have a Q&A once again. And our first speaker is Simon Pearson, who's Professor of Agri-Food Technology Research at the University of Lincoln. Simon, welcome.
Right, thank you everybody. What I'm going to do is do a quick overview on robotics and AI and how that's affecting agriculture. I think there's a lot going on in technology at the moment, some very exciting developments. There's an awful lot of change going on. There's the GE app. We're going to see some new varieties coming through quite soon, which will transform agriculture. But I actually think one of the biggest transformations is going to be in AI and robotics. I'll give you an overview. We did a recent study where we looked at all job roles in agriculture, and we looked at whether they'll be disrupted, changed, or replaced by large language models. And to give you an idea, that's all job roles. In that study, what we showed was that 20% of all job roles in agriculture can be replaced by large language models alone. 25% of all job roles in agriculture will be heavily disrupted by large language models. 55% of jobs won't be disrupted by large language models. And the reason is those jobs which won't be disrupted are jobs where you need high levels of dexterous skills. Large language models are basically replacing cognitive skills. Sort of thinking skills. Of the dexterous skills, of the 55% of jobs that won't be replaced by or affected by large language models, those are dexterous skills jobs, and they'll probably be disrupted by robotics. Now, the speed that this is going to come is frightening. It's very, very fast indeed. And to give you an idea of speed in terms of AI development, there were 2 Nobel Prize awarded last year. 2 of those Nobel Prizes went to scientists who work at DeepMind, who are based 1 mile outside King's Cross. One of those, the other Nobel Prize went to a guy called Geoffrey Hinton, who's a British scientist, works at the University of Toronto. And in 2012, so 12 years ago, he published a paper where he used this thing called convolutional neural networks, which outperformed classic computer vision for image recognition. 2012, 12 years ago. That led on in 2015 to his work on deep learning, and that's inspired a whole generation, a whole raft of AI. So we're talking about a technology where the Nobel Prize is the foundational work was only published 12 years ago. Extraordinary. Now, if we look at large language models, ChatGPT, they were published in 2023. So 2 years ago, and it's transforming everybody's life as we speak. As a university professor, we notice these things really when students who we didn't think were particularly high-ranked students were putting in exceptionally well-written dissertations, and we hadn't figured it out. And what was the giveaway was they had full stops, commas, and apostrophes in the right place. So we knew something was going on. And you do find this with being a university professor. You tend to find that the students come at it before you get at it. And so it's a great privilege to see that. 2023, 2 years. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Now, what I'm going to do now is show a short video of some of the work we're doing at Lincoln, which just shows how quickly these technologies developed. If you went back 6 or 7 years ago, everyone was interested in robotics. Well, robotics are still there, but actually agricultural robotics are really the application of AI in physical hardware. So let's just try this. How's this work? So I'm from Rhizome, which is Lincoln Institute of Agri-Food Technology. This is our head office just outside Lincoln. And to give you an idea, we're interested in all sorts of things, but 21 to 37% of all global emissions are related to agriculture, and these are sorts of things that we're doing. This is a phenotyping robot, wanders around fields, extremely high precision measurements of phenotyping traits. We're interested in soft fruit, so we've got robots which wander around farms. We're interested in all sorts of applications. This is autonomy. This was some country file text where we've got a robot, wanders around, it's autonomous, and it applies UVCs to crops, and we don't therefore need pesticides. That's completely autonomous. The AI is in the autonomy. We're doing lots of work on platforms for fruit picking. This is AI, very advanced AI for human safety recognition. So this robot goes out, finds a picker, takes trays out and takes fruit away, but very, very intelligent in terms of human safety. It can recognise objects, but it can also do things like recognise people. So it can recognise that static object, and as a person's going to come around that corner right now, and it's going to recognise that person, stop. That's AI. That's AI which is delivering all this. It's using another suite of AI to do the navigation. So this robot's now trying to navigate into these tunnels. It's lining up to get into the tunnels. It's using AI to locate itself. It's not using GPS. It's triangulating across all those posts. And it's then going to go into that tunnel to help pick it. And you see this work. This is a digital twin of the robot working. Then we've got other applications. So we're using AI now for fruit forecasting. This is Fruitcast, a company we spun out. And you see the AI working here. We can measure 3.5 million fruit a day, and we can do an individual forecast for every single fruit in that crop. Every single fruit. We can tell its age, its weight, when it's going to mature. It's impossible for humans to do that level of precision. And this is how it's working. And we're using AI for robotics. This is another spin-out, Agaricus Robotics. This is at LMF, one of G's farms. And this is one of the first robots in the world to harvest mushrooms. The AI here is in the recognition, but some very, very clever software in terms of how you pick these things without damaging neighbouring mushrooms. And again, that's an AI enablement. Now, the question then is, where does AI stop? So that's given you a few ideas. And I'm not suggesting the next video is going to show you a little bit of a dystopian view of future farming. I'm not certain it's going to go quite this far as it does in the next video, but this one will make you think. So we've got a Boston Dynamic dog robot, and we had it out 2 weeks ago with some of our sheep. There's a sheepdog looking a bit threatened. He doesn't need to be. This robot, which you're going to see in a minute, has got a battery life of 40 minutes. I think the sheepdog's got a battery life a bit longer than that. But look at that thing. It's quite amazing. So this is AI in its truest self. So the sheep are looking at it. They're looking at it like, what is that thing? It doesn't have the acceleration of a sheepdog, but it will get there. Here you go. It looks quite sinister, doesn't it? Here you go. I had this in Parliament last week, trying to herd parliamentarians. Didn't do very well. So here you go. It's having a look at it, and the sheep are having a look at it and thinking, "Oh, that's a bit odd." And then they're on to trot, and then the next thing will show it working. Here's the sheep behaviour, and we're looking at it in terms of sheep behaviour. We've got AI monitoring these sheep. Here's the dog, and you can see that the flock behaviour is very, very much like a normal dog. And what we can do now is reproducible experiments to understand things like flock behaviour with using AI. So there you go. So the point is, that might not be the view of the world, but the world is going to change. And we don't know how it's going to change, and it's a very, very exciting place to be. So that's it.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Simon. And now we have a slight change to the order. Instead of Phil Bicknell, we have Helen Brookes, who is from agri-tech. So please, Helen Brookes, take the stage. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, my name's Helen Brookes. I'm the Engagement Director at the UK Agri-Tech Centre. So yeah, slight change of plan, and Phil Bicknell does send his apologies for not being able to be with you today. But we've been asked to talk on what I believe personally and professionally is a very, very important topic. And that's how we can ensure that research is really directed to and applied for farming and farmers themselves. It matters to me personally because, as well as doing my full-time job, I also have a joint venture on a beef finishing enterprise in Worcestershire, and also obviously from a professional point of view as well at the UK Agri-Tech Centre. And for us, it really is about collaboration. It's about finding out what the industry and what farmers and the farming community really needs. And then it's about that rigorous on-farm testing in a commercial setting, making sure that we both develop, we deploy, and we drive adoption of agri-tech and innovation on-farm for the longer-term journey. So if you haven't come across the UK Agri-Tech Centre before, we're an independent business, and actually we're less than a year old. So we launched in April of last year. But we do have a good legacy, and we were built from 3 organisations, which are CHAP, CL and Agri-Epi, that some of you may have heard of before. So we've been providing a combination of pioneering research and innovation facilities and agri-tech experience to the industry, really to accelerate that development, deployment and adoption of technology right across the sectors. So we cover all of the sectors within that as well. And one of the first big questions that we've really had to ask ourselves is where can we and should we really develop and deliver impact across the sector? And we've got some challenges across the sector. We're facing some of those big issues like we've discussed this morning around climate change, around sustainability, protecting ourselves from pests and diseases, both in the UK and those that are coming over from other parts of the world. And this has certainly been guiding our approach as well against or with a backdrop of those economic pressures that we all feel in the farming community, as well as the policy that has certainly been an upheaval in recent times. But I will leave that one there. And we all know that agricultural businesses differ greatly in terms of their geography, their physicality, their approaches to the utilisation of innovation and technology and involvement in research, but also in the development and the business focus areas that they look to develop on. And all of these really focus our approach to collaboration. And as a new single organisation, we're determined to really increase that impact as we are focusing on the themes that can make the biggest difference. And we've got those fantastic advances in science to underline that as well. So one of the questions that we often get asked and that we ask is, so what is meant by agri-tech? What do we mean by that in its terms? And I think there can be some misconceptions that when we're talking about agri-tech or agri-technology and agri-innovation, we do focus on the drones, the robots, the AI, the artificial intelligence in terms of that. But actually, from the UK agri-tech's perspective, it's much bigger than that. We focus on innovative management practices across a number of sectors, across agriculture, horticulture, forestry, aquaculture as well. And these can include things like data and AI, robotics and automation, as we've heard of quite a bit today, remote sensing, and the precision planting and cropping areas as well. But also from a One Health perspective, thinking about the development of pen-side diagnostics, vaccines, breeding and genetic resources as well, and all of those sort of plant protection areas. So we've heard a little bit about, alternative proteins and thinking about soya this morning as well. So all of that comes into it. The biofuels, the renewables, but also the soil and water management are absolutely crucial within these areas. And all these are great applications, but how do we actually ensure that we translate these for our audiences, for the farmers and throughout the supply chain? Agri-tech isn't just for the farming community, it needs application throughout the whole of the supply chain. So we were a delivery partner with the Agriculture Universities Council Farmers and Growers Research Priorities Report last year, which found out, unsurprisingly, that farmers were concerned about how research is done and how useful it is going to be to them and for the practice. It demonstrated that farmers really want to be involved in the development, the co-design, the co-development, moving through sort of the TRL levels, the technical readiness levels, to the application on farm and commercial utilisation. And farmers really value, as we know, that peer-to-peer engagement in doing so. And this is an area that we know Leaf really excel in, from their farm network area, etc. And we've really identified that farmers need to know that those technologies are going to be useful to them and how they're going to be useful to them as well. And they need to know that there is the training, the support to enable that to happen. And sometimes that support can be too short-term at the moment. So we're going to be focusing on how that long-term support can be enabled for that adoption of technology for the longer term. And we know that getting great kit on farm, getting great systems and everything like that, and the systems to talk to each other, that's a challenge for us in this industry. But the enthusiasm for farmers to collaborate is really moving forward. And that means that we can identify these problems and we can turn them into positive solutions as we grow. So we're using all these points as we develop our new models as a new business, engaging with farmers and the agri-innovation ecosystems at large in order to develop the right tools for the right problems. And that's the key. It's making sure we develop the right tools for the right problems, not thinking about something that could be done and then finding a problem for it, but really focusing on the problem in the first point of view, both in the today and for the next generation as well. And the potential of collaboration is huge. In this room, it's huge. Across the supply chain, it's huge. And we know that there's real valuable work going on in this room, and especially with Leaf at the moment. And at the UK Agri-Tech Centre, we have an enviable range of research facilities, as you can see by the map behind me, and the experts that we have both within the organisation and in our partnering companies. So how can we link up and help each other? We're based all across the UK, as you can see, Scotland right down to the end of England, north, east, and over in Northern Ireland as well. And we've got access to other areas of technology, such as satellite applications, such as the high-value manufacturing areas as well. So we bring in those as part of that journey. And all of these add really fantastic value to ensure that we're finding those viable routes, joining the dots, and building those consortia and partnerships that mean that we are meeting farmers' needs in the future. But I can't overstate the opportunity and the importance of those on-farm trial and test opportunities, really directing those things at farmer needs. Agri-innovation has to work in the field. It has to work in the commercial environment. And it has to work with existing kit and with existing management systems. Not everyone is going to put up a brand new building to put up a brand new system. We have to think about retrofitting and all the things that need to be the practicalities of everyday farming life. So we will be working with LEAF in the future and indeed now to make sure that our network of demonstration farms collaborates with those to accelerate that work. And just one more slide on a project that I just thought I'd mention that we're in collaboration with LEAF on. And that's just an example. It's a significant DEFRA-funded new leg project, which is a collaboration with all of these people that you can see along the bottom. And it's basically looking at innovative varieties of forage and legume species. I'm told that the science premise of it is pretty simple, but it still goes above my head. But really the advantages are looking at reducing the need for nitrogen fertilizer application, reducing runoff and erosion, turning the contributing carbon sequestration and improved biodiversity as well. So all of this, like I said, really focuses on collaboration. And I'd just like to say, if any of you are thinking about new opportunities for agri-tech, agri-innovation, looking for partners, looking for expertise and opportunities, then please come and talk. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Helen. And next up we have Liz Bowles, who is Chief Executive Officer at the Farm Carbon Toolkit, who will be talking about tools for optimisation and the best technology in the field. Liz, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom, and good afternoon, everybody. It's really great to be here today to talk to you, really to share with you a little bit of the journey that we're on as Farm Carbon Toolkit, but also I'd say many of the UK farm carbon calculators are on. And I likened it a little bit. I've worked in agriculture all my life, and in fact, it feels like the sublime to the ridiculous this morning because I'm a before breakfast sheep farmer, and before breakfast this morning was at 5 o'clock because my sheep are lambing. And I dearly love Simon, one of your robot dogs, although I think my sheepdog might be a little bit put out. I don't think she'd like it. But this whole sector for us working in this space, it feels like, not that I've seen one, but it does feel a little bit like I imagine a gerbil would be if he was on speed, going round his little wheel really, really fast. Because the focus and the desire to get our tools to be as accurate as possible, as quickly as possible, is intense. And it is really exciting. But first of all, to just say a little bit about the Farm Carbon Toolkit, for those of you who don't know us. I'll just try moving it on. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Right. We are a community interest company. We were set up back in 2009 by farmers, for farmers, with the very clear purpose of existing to support farmers to really understand their business greenhouse gas emissions and what they could practically do, both to reduce emissions and increase carbon removals within nature and climate positive farming systems. And that's what we do today. We also developed one of the earliest carbon calculators that's available for farmers and growers. And interestingly, I've been a volunteer director of Farm Carbon Toolkit since 2016. And we noticed an uptick in the use of our free carbon calculator in about 2018. Prior to that, nobody used it. It was there. It was one of the first that was freely available on a website, but nobody used it. But then suddenly in 2018, its use started to take off. And today we've got something like 8,000 regular users across the UK and also on 4 continents. But we've also, that usage is increasing quite fast. But still, if you think about the number of farmers in the UK, it's a relatively minority sport, and I'll show why perhaps in a minute. But certainly the need to understand carbon flows or greenhouse gas emissions on farms is accelerating really fast. And what I put up here is the sort of the pull factors and the push factors that are at play. And I'd have to say that at the moment, it's those push factors in terms of supply chain drivers and targets that's driving this rather more than farmers. We don't see too many farmers clamoring to have a calculator unless, and these are two really important things and becoming more important, unless they're being asked by their customer to use a calculator, or if they themselves can see a direct benefit in having a positive story. Say, for instance, if they're direct selling food products. And you can see, if you look at all those push factors, that there is an impact on, potentially on profitability, certainly on resilience, of using a calculator to understand where you're starting from. But predominantly at the moment, it's all those push factors coming from others in the supply chain that are driving this debate. What I do want to say next, though, is that, and it's been touched on this morning, carbon is just one of the things that farmers have to think about. And I think Philip mentioned it in his opening statement, that for farm businesses, it's absolutely critical that they can make a profit. And also, alongside that are all those other lenses that they have to start to think about. Water, air, soil, biodiversity, all of those things as well. It's a really complicated picture to think through where is the sweet spot for my business, and also looking at all the interactions and trade-offs of all those things will have in terms of what they should be focusing on first. And I also think it's really important, before I get into the sort of detail about calculators, to be really clear that calculators and audit tools can be really helpful to provide a baseline for a business and also to monitor change over time. However, they can't really perform a proper function if they don't sit within a whole ecosystem that's providing support, guidance, practical examples of actually what works. Because if you think about it, what I said that back in 2018, nobody was using a calculator, that's only 6 years. That's not a long time. And I cast my mind back to 2015, International Year of Soils. In that particular year, the focus on soil health was negligible in the UK. Now, looking back on it from where we are now, it's clear that there's been an absolute explosion, quite rightly so, of interest and activity in the soil health area. And we need the same within this space of supporting farmers to know what is the right action to take and to help them take it with confidence. I think that's really important. One of the sort of real drivers has been SBTI for processors, retailers, and ancillaries. Commitments have been made by sometimes as early as 2035. And those businesses now need to make good on those commitments, and very often that means affecting change at farm level. So that is now, it's coming home to roost, and hence those businesses are looking to their farm base to support them in reducing overall emissions. So that's really the background to all of this activity. The next thing I want to just touch on is the work that's being done, partly supported by DEFRA, to harmonise carbon calculators within the UK. And it's a real sort of question mark as to whether we're talking about harmonising calculators or standardising calculators. Now, some of you may know that in June last year, 3 calculators, ourselves, Agricult and Cool Farm Tool, announced our collaboration to harmonise our methodologies. And that work is going well, actually. And I'd say the biggest benefit is the fact that we all now talk to each other about how we can actually jointly improve carbon calculation for farmers in the UK, which is a really brilliant advance. And in the areas of things like fertiliser, we're now jointly working to speed up our ability to bring novel fertilisers into all our calculators. I'll explain a little bit more about that in a few slides' time. But what I want to show you next is kind of where we've got to on this journey of harmonisation. And I noticed that Tom stood up, which means...
Yep.
I'll
raise a few slides time that had me...
I know, that worried you, didn't it, Tom?
Alarmed, so...
I've only got 4 slides.
Okay.
So it's really just, the point I want to make here is that we collect data from farms, or rather the users themselves put their data into our calculators, which raises all sorts of questions about accuracy. And our three calculators, in fact, we've already created the ability through APIs and interoperability to move data up the supply chain through the Hestia format into whatever platforms are required to take that data into retail. And Agricult and Cool Farm Tool will be doing the same later this year. So that ability now exists. I think the sort of watchword here is that the converters into Hestia mean that the data has reduced granularity, but nevertheless, it means there can be a way for businesses that want to put emissions per kilogram on pack to do so. So that is really that's responding to market demand. I'll move on swiftly through this lot. I was going to put this up because it feels to me like we need a bit of reality in terms of what are we talking about. But in the interest of speed, I'll just move on to say that in order for farm businesses to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, it means looking at what farming practice can change that will allow the ability to reduce reliance on fertilizers, imported feedstuffs, we heard all about that this morning, as well as fuel. And we're beginning to do that work now that quantifies the impact on emissions of adopting these practices. And again, Philip, that speaks to your opening comment about that lack of clarity about these farming practices. And that's starting now to happen. And I'll leave you with this bar chart that I know is absolutely impenetrable. But we have a typical arable rotation here on the left. And the three columns in the middle are what happens if you bring peas and beans into a rotation once every 5 years. And it's showing a 25% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from doing that because you are reducing reliance on fertilizers. And fertilizer is the red bar, and it generally makes up 75 to 80% of total emissions on arable farms. So we're not going to sort this until we can reduce reliance on current nitrogen fertilizers. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Liz. Just before I introduce my next speakers, I should just check, are the slides that people are showing, are they available to delegates afterwards? Getting a nod, is that right? I mean, are people happy with that? Because I know some of them we've had to nip through, but I think if the organisers can make the slide decks available to people here, that would be extremely useful, especially when we've had to nip on. Okay, the final presentation in this section is Nick Tyler and Lucy Tyler. I'm not sure if there's a coincidence that then the surnames are the same. Mixed farmers in Wiltshire and Leaf Corteva project partners talking about farming perspectives at the grassroots. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. And firstly, I'll start with the first panel. Alison kindly made quite a strong point about the importance and perhaps the undervaluement of women in agriculture. And I now have bruised ribs and a sore toe. And it's very true in our case. We're very much a family farm. We're third generation, been farming for 90 years in the village. And I think our remit today is to talk about how technology can come out on farm level and the challenges that we face with it. So on the slide here, you can see we're dairy, beef and arable with quite an extensive stewardship and SFI application running as well. Milking 450 to 500 cows on a retailer contract. The beef cattle are 400 Wagyu cross that we market ourselves. And the arable is decreasing in acres, to be honest, mainly producing food for the animals and the livestock and keeping the whole sustainable link together. We came across Leaf 3 years ago and we were inspired by their actions, their policies, their ideas, their enthusiasm. And we set ourselves a target in March of 22 to be Leaf Mark assured by Christmas of that year. And we did it on the 22nd of December, I think, after a real hard run. But it's changed the way we think. The work we've done with Resilient and Ready, with Corteva and Leaf has been inspiring and has made us think about the way we farm each enterprise and all of our decisions as we go. I'll hand over.
See if it
It's working.
I don't know if it is. Oh, there we go. Yep, so when we were asked to talk about what technology we're adopting to inform us of our management decisions on farm, we came up with a very, very, very long list and then realised we had 8 minutes and we had to prioritise. So we've picked 3. Start off with carbon footprinting tool. We use AgriCalc, but to be fair, I think that all of those 3 tools mentioned earlier by Liz are equally good. So farms with the lowest carbon footprint tend to be the most efficient and profitable. And I think what we really like about it and about doing our own is that it makes us sit down once a year, have a really good look at the business, look at where we can improve to reduce our carbon footprint, and often those improvements will also help us to be more efficient and profitable. So the second thing we picked, which was actually a unanimous decision between the 2 of us, which doesn't happen very often, is these little ear tags. So they're called Cow Manager. I'm not sure how many people in the room will have come across them, but we've had them quite a few years now. They're basically a Fitbit for cows. So they're monitoring temperature, eating, rumination and activity. And through that monitoring, they can then flag up cows that are in heat for us to serve because their rumination and their activity goes down. And also cows that are sick because, again, the rumination goes down. And we found this has absolutely revolutionised our fertility performance, which is obviously a great driver in a dairy herd on efficiency and profitability.
The other thing I ought to just add to the Cow Manager, Lucy's actually a vet, so by using all of that data, by working out the time of ovulation, we managed to get conception rates using sex semen, which we never dreamt of. So having skill around and having some really great guys at home in the team with the AI, as in artificial insemination, skills, we can achieve those results. So it is a complete team effort with some of this stuff. So this morning we heard a little bit about genetics in soil and the DNA testing that can go on there. And this is really exciting technology with genetic testing or genomic testing, Wagyu heifers or steers as well, the beef animals. We do the dairy heifers, which has been around for a while. So from genetic testing dairy heifers, we can establish potential milk production, potential eco-feed and milk scores as to which ones will produce the most amount of milk with the least amount of feed that will be better for the environment longer term. But with the Wagyus now, we can take an ear notch sample from a day old, send it to Neogen, who do the testing. It then goes to the Australian Wagyu Society, and we get a spreadsheet back showing the points of difference on those animals. And with Wagyu, many of you may know, the selling point is the marbling score, and that's the point of difference. And so any data we can get to show the animals that have got the best possible marble score, the eye muscle size, the fat depth, it gives us an opportunity to promote those animals into a better regime. But more importantly, those animals that don't show those traits, we can put on a different regime and not invest the time, the money, and the emissions on those animals to hit the end use. We can also then look at the sires, so we can see which sires are giving us the potentially best animals, and then make sure we use those sires going forward. And we can do that when the animals are, like I say, a few weeks old, rather than waiting for slaughter data. So that's just another example of on-farm technology that we're using.
So we then thought it might be quite interesting just to have a bit of a brainstorming session between us about why farmers might hit a wall when it comes to adopting new technology. And so we've obviously come up with a very long list of things. As far as cost goes, it's not just the initial purchase cost, it's also the maintenance cost and also any other hidden costs that you might then encounter along the way. And you're looking with technology, you're looking at what the cost benefit or the payback is. And a lot of this technology doesn't have such a great long lifespan. So you're looking at wanting a payback in quite a short time. And a lot of the time as well, you don't know what the actual payback will be. So it is a bit of a gamble. And even if you've got the grant schemes, which, as farmers we are incredibly grateful for, It does involve some complicated application forms. Some farmers may need to go and pay someone to do those forms for them, and they may not have that funding available. And also the fact that we then have to cash flow it, and it's quite exciting to read the stuff that we've been presented with this morning from Oxbury on that. But I think to be able to cash flow those projects, including the VAT, to give you guys a sort of real-time example, we had a grant, we had to put the application in, or the claim in by the end of January. I've had an email as we've sat here this morning, and they've said it could be almost end of June by the time we get paid. So and it's only a small amount, so it's not so bad. But if it was a larger amount, it might not be quite so good. Also, lack of trust in technology and fear of change. Some of this technology moves away from traditional farming practices, which people are very comfortable with. And bearing in mind in farming, we've heard a lot in the press since the inheritance tax announcement, there's a lot of the older generation still very much actively involved in farms, and they may be less inclined, I'm not saying all of them, but certainly some of them may be less inclined to adopt technology.
I think as well, overwhelming choice. If you take an example, look at robotic milking systems, there's a whole array of different manufacturers and machines out there. For us as farmers, when we're so busy doing everything else, to spend all that time and invest that effort to go and research all of those machines and pick one is a challenge. Who do you trust? You can go to agri-tech yesterday and get told by the reps which ones are the best. And then you also hear of cases where one manufacturer was taken to court and farmers had a legal case against them because it didn't provide what it said it was going to provide. And when you're investing sums of money like they can cost, it is frightening. The other thing is infrastructure. I've got a friend who's got a large farm, 500 cows, and he can't even get enough power on the farm to run fans in the summer to cool his building. We tried to get a power supply put into a young stock unit, and SEB quoted us 40,000, and that could be anything up to 100, 150,000 to get power onto farm. And then a lot of this technology obviously uses a lot of download or upload speed. We recently put in Cattle Eye, which monitors the cows every day for mobility and condition score. It needs a massive upload speed, so we're going to have to line Mr. Musk by Starlink and invest in satellite internet.
So that's those unknown costs that you don't necessarily factor in at the beginning.
Exactly.
So I notice you stood up, so we'll be very quick now. So lack of technical knowledge. So even if you get as far as getting this stuff on farm, you need to have team members that are able to use it and make the most of it, because it's no good having it if you're not going to use it properly. And it's how we can recruit people into the industry. We know labour's already in short supply, so how are we going to recruit people into the industry who are then going to be able to do the jobs that we need them to do in the future? Privacy and data security concerns. A lot of this stuff is online. How secure are their online systems? You see a lot of videos being released to farmers. Potentially farmers might be concerned about that.
And then, compatibility issues with all the different software packages you run, and obviously making sure everything's compliant with regulation.
And so the final question that we wanted to sort of throw out before we step down is, how do we knock the wall down? Because ultimately, if we can, and we can get this technology on farm, the sky is the limit. And I think the farmers are really keen to embrace it. They just need a bit of help.
Please do stay on the stage because we've come to the Q&A. The sky's the limit is an interesting choice of words there, because obviously in the end we are talking about impact on the sky, the climate, which is indeed going to be the limit. Can I ask the rest of the speakers, please? Simon, Helen, Liz, and we're also going to be joined by Julian Gardner, who, as I say, was presenting that film earlier. And Julian, I'd just like you to sort of open up really with some thoughts about how LEAF is relating to all this new technology we're hearing about.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I mean, I obviously talked about the project that we've got underway at the moment, but I think the underlying message really is that data is increasingly important to the way we farm and the way that we farm sustainably. And actually, you only have to listen to that last presentation to see the benefits that data can realise. So really what we're trying to do is to start to create the right sort of technology that allows that data to be better gathered, and ultimately then to allow that data to do more useful things going forward. So whilst the immediate goal is making LeafMark easier to do, more streamlined, more effective, the longer term goal is actually how do we help farmers that are engaged in LeafMark do more meaningful things and demonstrate and be able to evidence what they're doing in a more data-driven way.
Thank you very much indeed. Same format as before, hands up please, or on the app here. I'm just going to start off with a question for you, Simon, and forgive me, it's going to be a little bit sceptical, because obviously as journalists we were always very excited by robots, and I've done quite a few stories about robots in my time, and it seems to me that actually the progress of AI is huge in the mental space, but it's actually been rather stuttering and slow in the physical space. And these issues of dexterity and versatility, I would say, and resilience and durability and all those kind of things are really hurdles that are yet to be overcome. And in a sense, the robot dog kind of proved it. When you start to think about its limitations, you start to realise that we're a long way away from this. There seem to be a lot of false dawns in robotic and physical technology. Is that going to change now? Are we fine?
I think it's fair to say if I was a sheepdog, I wouldn't be too scared.
But if you're a picker, I mean, we did stories about robotic fruit pickers 12 years ago, and they're still not here.
Well, about 7 years ago. But I mean, there are companies now selling services with robotic fruit picking, dog tooth. The mushroom robot you saw is working at G's. So these things are incredibly complex technologies. And I think where the stutterings hit was, I think when the technologies came out of the lab and then they hit very, very complex farm environments, the complexity was significantly more than everybody anticipated. But that doesn't mean to say that people aren't stopping, that they're going at full bore. And I think one of the exciting things with AI now accelerating, and you're starting to see, you saw the LLM things, but what's happening now, companies like NVIDIA, which is the global big guns, are now backing off into robotics. So you're going to see this kick, and we're going to see another kick as compute and GPU power comes on, and then we'll solve those problems. So the most important thing is that we keep these things going and then we solve these problems, because the challenges for farming are absolutely acute. There are no workers. We need to drive productivity. We need farms to be more profitable, and the only way we're going to do that is through innovation, and a core thing will be robotics and it will be AI. So we've got to keep going, and we will.
Liz, I was struck by your table about push factors and pull factors, and as yet we hadn't quite aligned profitability with these things, which was probably the most important pull factor if it was to be the case. But yesterday I was at an event, and there was someone very, very senior from Mondelez there, the big food manufacturer, food producer, and they were saying this is already important in their food and their supply chain, and it's going to become more important. So whether you call that a push factor or a pull factor, it's going to be demanded. It's coming from some of these big manufacturers.
It's definitely coming from the manufacturers, which is really the point I was making, that at the moment most of the running is being done away from the farm gate, and for farm businesses themselves, that there needs to be a better incentive for them to get involved. And for where it's clear what the benefit will be, then farmers will get involved. And I think that is starting to happen. And you mentioned that you're using a calculator, and I imagine that's to help you to understand what's going on your farm.
Definitely, and our drive for doing it ourselves was that it helped us to understand, because it's all very well someone coming and doing your carbon footprint, but if you don't understand how it's being calculated and what's contributed to it, you can't actually take the action you need to reduce it.
I thought your wall of death, where innovation goes to die, was really quite instructive. And there's a question related to that here. Recognising all the factors on the wall, what would be your suggested priorities to release the potential of new technology to the majority of farms in the UK, the Tylers?
I would have said it's affordability. I think there's a hunger, and there's a generation of farmers out there that are really keen to look at it. Things like genomic testing is affordable, because you're just paying per the animal at a time. But when you're talking of robotic milking machines that are £250,000 a pop, you've got to have funding allowed to be able to do it, and the profit margins aren't there in the industry, in any of the enterprises at the moment, to be able to do that.
And to be able to cash flow it as well.
Exactly.
I think cash flow is a big issue when it comes to, even with a grant scheme, it's really tough.
There's a sort of similar question to you, really, Helen, but it occurred to me as you were talking. You know, what does agri-tech think? What is going to make the biggest difference in terms of technology?
It's the $24 million question, that one, and it depends. The answer is it depends. It depends on the system, and it depends. So it can be, protein-based sort of diets, it can be, and a lot of this does depend on regulation, if I'm honest. And I think that the bit that you said this morning, we heard this morning about sort of alternative proteins and insect proteins, etc. There are regulations in Europe that mean that can be utilised, and we can't in the UK at the moment. So there are some barriers for us to hit upon. And it does also depend sector by sector. I think, sort of some of the poultry sectors and the dairy sectors, etc., really that use of AI, that use of sensor technology, sort of some of that vision technology as well is really starting to come through, whereas in some of the other sectors we're looking at more robotics, etc. And certainly from a beef and sheep point of view, really the utilisation of data. We've got to get to grips with the utilisation of data in some of these sectors as well to be able to do that. So it very much does depend sector by sector, but just some key examples there. Just to build on what you said as well in a survey that we did recently, reliability also came up in terms of technology. So just wanted to pick that one up as another one that probably was on your list but couldn't fit on a slide.
Yeah. Simon, who's investing in the new technology? Who's pouring money into Lincoln?
Well, at the end of the day, we've been very fortunate. DEFRA and the British government have been very, very good for the last.
That suggests commercial enterprises aren't that interested.
Well, yeah. The point is, government's been very supportive. So we are a little bit worried. There's a bit of a funding vacuum at the moment. So we don't know what's happening with the government. So that is a problem. There's still venture capital going in. The venture capital is going into AI businesses, and more recently, it's going back into robotics. The reason it's going back into robotics is because of what's going on in America with Donald Trump kicking out workers from US farms. So we're starting to see a reboot around those technologies. But AI has been the one which has been driving it, and is likely to. And then there's some other, I think GE is going to be really exciting in the future.
Gene editing?
Yeah, gene editing. I think.
Yeah, you mentioned new variety. You said something about new varieties coming around the corner. I just wondered.
Yeah, there should be. Well, you've got the second reading of the Gene Editing Acts going on, so that's coming forward. There's no application yet in animals, but who knows? What there's opportunity in that space. Yeah. So I think there's a lot. It's a very, very exciting space at the moment.
The lack of hands in the room. Are you all feeling a little lull before your lunch? Maybe you are. I've got some questions on here. A question I'm sort of almost going to take as I'm not sure whether the panel is. Well, people can have a go. Can we talk about whether AI is compatible with tackling climate change? The energy and water required to keep data centres cool is insane. It is a valid point, isn't it, that we need to think about that as well as how it's helping. It comes at a cost, AI, doesn't it, currently?
Yeah, I think somebody, anecdotally, I'm pretty certain this person's right. One of our professors in AI told me that every time you use an image generator using AI, that's equivalent to boiling a kettle. So we have got to really seriously look at that. Obviously, there's a lot of innovation around the energy intensity of trying to reduce that, but it is a serious problem. And you're talking to some of the big tech people trying to build small nuclear reactors to power GPU stations. So yeah. It's a big issue. You can't avoid it.
Yeah. I think it's a good thought. To the Tylers, I was wondering in your technology and innovation, how much you'd looked at trying to reduce the methane of your cattle. So have you been testing them for which ones maybe emit less methane and breed from them, and looking at advanced feeds and things you can do in the technological space to reduce the methane? Because presumably that's the biggest CO2e impact of your farm.
We haven't sort of specifically by the cows themselves, but we've been using Cogent, have an eco feed score.
Cogent?
Cogent are a semen company. So they do genomic testing for an eco-feed score. So when we would be selecting bulls, that would be one of the traits that we would now look at when we're choosing a bull. So the theory would be that as that then progresses up through your herd, you would have more efficient animals coming through.
Have you got any faith in these innovations in feed and feed additives that help to reduce methane?
I think they've got a place.
That sounds slightly damned with faint praise.
No, I think they do have a place. But I think, looking at what's happened recently with Arla's announcement, I think...
Sorry, could you unpack what that is, please? Arla's announcement.
Well, it was the purveyor storm that happened, and a product that does a really good job and is helping the industry that got interpreted in the wrong manner. But there is that additive. There's other things out there which can help reduce farms' methanes. But I think you can also look at this before you get to that. There's a lot more we can do on farm, and productivity is the main one. A cow's going to give so much methane, depending whether it's given 5,000 litres or 12,000 litres, and we need to be looking at your individual cow performance. You look at your system, make sure you're calving at 24 months old and not 28 months, and make sure you've got productive animals and healthy animals. Herd health is so critical. A healthy animal isn't going to be productive and will still emit the methane the same.
I think it's just one tool in the box. You can't rely on one thing. I think when you look at the carbon footprinting tools and the results they give, there's usually many areas you can target. And I think you target the big wins first, and then you top up with the rest.
Simon, a direct question here. How long do you think it will be before we get a harvesting machine for cauliflower and other veg that can work accurately in all weathers and slopes and geographies, etc.?
Minette Batters asked me this about 7 years ago. I said 5 years. I said 5 years, and then I saw her 5 years later. Have you got them robots yet? Oh. Broccoli, I think it's pretty close. Which is a company which work with agri-tech centres, seem to be very close. I don't know too much, but that'd be the one I'll be looking at. Cauliflowers, it's near impossible because you can't see the things. You'd need something like an X-ray imager to do it. So I wouldn't be placing my bets on cauliflower because it's a wrapped leaf. You can't see it. Whereas with broccoli, it's open, you can see it. So it'd be the last place I'd go.
But robotics is cauliflower is the opposite of low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Mixed metaphors when it comes to robots.
In my humble opinion, but I wouldn't. There might be somebody who's done it, so I don't want to dismiss it.
The broccoli example is a really good one, and UP, which is UPP. Commercial trials going on now in terms of automated and robotic broccoli harvest, but they're also looking at waste utilisation. So when you harvest a broccoli plant, about 70% of that plant up to 70% of that plant can be waste. So that company is also looking at, through the use of automation and robotics, at how we sort of waste valorise that as well into the food production system.
There's a slight danger here of sort of becoming obsessed by the physical, the shiny. I think it was a couple of you mentioned, management innovations and technology is important. I don't know who wants to pick that up, but maybe Helen, start with you. What kind of things are you thinking about when it comes to management innovation?
So some of that system, so data would be a really good one to enable actually the utilisation of data. And I always think about data being, sort of numbers and figures and information, and how you turn that into information that is then usable to then create that into a decision-making system. And again, connecting data as well from a management point of view.
Thank you. Liz, then Simon.
Yeah, I think crucially what we do differently is absolutely critical, because if you just record numbers, it doesn't actually do anything. So management decisions are absolutely key. And very much when you were speaking about Bovaer, it's a product that works well for dairy cows that are indoors most of the time, because they have to have a fairly constant drip of the product. But the things perhaps that doesn't get as much airtime is things like herbal lays, where they are known to reduce methane emissions from cattle, but there's been very little research on it because I think predominantly there's no product to sell. And I think that's the bit about its practices which we need to perhaps put a bit more energy into properly researching as much as products, but that won't be done. The where there's a product, there's somebody prepared to invest.
And I think it's harder as well for outdoor grazing cattle to measure methane emissions.
Yeah.
It's easier when they're
Hugely.
indoors to measure it. So
Yeah.
it's
Mind you, they are developing a Fitbit to do it, apparently.
Really?
I think it's Nottingham, yeah.
Quickly. Yeah, just quickly on the data handling. I mean, one of the obvious opportunities for assurance and audit bodies is using AI to automate a lot of those processes. We're getting lots of issues about audit creep and different types of audits. But automation in the audit and assurance process, I think, can really add value. And if we can reduce the cost and the workload to the farmer, and then they spend more time looking at the data because they're not focusing on filling in boxes, I think that would be a terrific thing. And I can see that happening quickly.
Oh, it is happening.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got interoperability now with other data platforms.
Yeah.
So if a farmer wants to push their data into our calculator from the other platform, they can, which does reduce the amount of time.
Julian, did you want to come in?
Well, I think it's just to pick up that one of the things we've been trying to focus on in the work we've been doing is not only making sort of doing things like audits more streamlined and easier, but actually making the process of audit more valuable and useful to the farmer in doing it. Because in some cases, the data doesn't actually exist anywhere else. This is the first time they've actually inputted the data of some sort. It's practice information or whatever. It doesn't sit on another system. But in so doing, how can we actually make that more valuable to the farm so that when they're doing that, saying, actually, I'm getting some insights almost by virtue of doing this process. And I think that shouldn't be overlooked.
Thank you very much. Duncan. Yeah.
Thank you. Duncan Farrington from Farrington Oils and a leaf demonstration farmer. As a farmer, I get really excited by the progress in data and technology and AI, all very shiny things. And as Tyler said, cost is probably a big barrier. But for us to succeed on this, how can we allow for failure to be allowed as well in the industry going forward?
What kind of failures did you have in mind, Duncan?
Well, I might use the wrong carbon calculating tool. I might buy one of those robotic sheep dogs that when actually a dog is much better. Or I personally might go and invest in the wrong zero-till drill, and they are big ticket items. It might not be right for the conditions on our farm. So how can we allow farmers, growers, and researchers try things and be allowed to fail for success going forward?
Thank you. Nick or Lucy?
I think that's a really good question.
I would say one of the things we were talking about was where they've got the grants for purchasing items. Perhaps there could be grants available to rent items so that you can try those items.
Try before you buy.
Yeah, and try different types to then be able to buy what's right for your land, because what works on our land might not work on your land, might not work on your land. It depends what your farm's like.
Julian?
I think the point, and I've sort of felt this for a number of years, a bit of a pet annoyance of mine, but is I do think there's a role for government here in terms of a huge lost opportunity in post-Brexit with our control of the budget, and where we've actually chosen not to incentivise or support farmers with some of this more data-driven technology. And I think what you're really talking about is de-risking the business. And one way that you can de-risk the business is through sort of government grants and support and whatever. And I to this day think we've missed such an opportunity not to incentivise farmers through support payments to collect data in the first place, and secondly, not to create enough budget for farmers to have the ability to invest in what is essentially infrastructure of some sort, but it's giving you the right tools and equipment, but they might just be software and data rather than physical items, to be able to improve the business for the next 25 years for the next generation. And I think it's such a missed opportunity, and I think that de-risking that would be a huge help to farmers to have that sort of support.
And big companies could play a role in this too, couldn't they? Big companies could play a role in this too. I mean, there are some wealthy players. In the end, wealth enables you to make mistakes, doesn't it? Because you've got the room to make them, and there are some bigger players who could be stepping up as well as government. It seems to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not everything falls on government, but if you look at private enterprise, that they'll do the things they need to do from a sort of a marketing and incentivization point of view to get their products into market and sold and whatever. But I think the bigger issue is probably one that isn't necessarily going to be tackled by private sector.
Quickly, please.
Yeah, when it comes to carbon calculators, the harmonisation work we're doing means that actually we are developing an ability to translate data from one calculator into another. So the advice to anybody looking to choose a calculator is find out what do you need from a calculator, because different calculators specialise in different things, and they do say on their websites if they've got transparent methodology, but you can always then translate data from one calculator to another.
Simon.
Yeah, Julian nailed it, but I think we're still missing something in the infrastructure. And I always remember my first ever job was working on an ADAS demonstration farm, picking strawberries. That thing's gone in my head. I now build robots to pick those damn things. But we are missing something in the infrastructure, I think, and it's a government role.
Very good. Thank you very much, everybody, and thanks for bringing the two kinds of AI. There is, of course, a third one in avian influenza, which is the great acronyms. And you've stolen a joke I used to make about how, or rather an observation I used to make, that Elon Musk and Rishi Sunak got together in a small room to discuss the promotion of AI, which always struck me as rather icky if you approached it from a farming point of view. With that thought, I hope I haven't put you off your lunch. It is lunchtime. Please put your hands together for the fantastic panel. And we are back, I think it is at 2 o'clock. Have I got that right? Yes, I have. Thank you.
Did you get to do? Did you get to do?
No, we didn't. No.
everybody. Please take your seats if you can. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Occasionally it feels like I'm shouting into the wind sometimes. Yeah, no, I'll do my best. Right. Thank you, everybody. Take your seats, please. Thank you. And speakers. Thank you, everybody. That's very good. That mythical hush descends on no particular cue, but that's most welcome. For this session, I'd like the speakers to be on stage, please. So, Tatjane, could I get you to come to the stage, please, along with Grace O'Dwyer, Nick Evans, and Philip Wynn, please. You're on stage during this event. I'm not particularly bothered what order you sit in, so but don't go too far away from me. We're missing Tatjane. That's fine. She's right there. We are going to start this session with a little bit of a film, and then I'll pick up after that. But thank you very much, everybody.
30s. So we're milking 500 dairy cows, and we've got beef cattle from the dairy herd, running about 250 Wagyu cross beef. And then the arable side of the business is about 1,000 acres of combinable crops, which is winter wheat, spring barley, a bit of oilseed rape, and then the rest is forage for the cows. So all in all, it's about 2,000 acres.
So I'm actually a vet, qualified many years ago, but now I don't work in general practice. I decided after having the children to come back and work on the farm with Nick, so I now help him manage the farm. But still do some veterinary work on the farm as well, so it's a nice balance. The title Resilient and Ready really excited us. The idea of being resilient, so being able to adapt to the challenges that our business is potentially going to face in the future to enable us to not just survive but also thrive. We'd also participated in the LEAF nature-based solutions to climate change, and we'd had the opportunity to work with so many people from LEAF, and we just found their enthusiasm infectious, and it really inspired us, and we wanted to carry on working with LEAF, so that was our main reason for applying. I think labour is a major challenge that we're facing. The ability to find reliable, good labour is really tough, which is why we're very keen to try and inspire the next generation into agriculture. So we're doing a lot of school visits in the hope that children will see that there are great career opportunities in agriculture, and that it's not just about milking cows or driving a tractor. There's so many more things you can be doing that involve science and technology. So we're really hoping to make a difference that way.
I think over the last 2 years, two things that stand out are the weather and the extremes and the challenges we face. Again, with the Resilient and Ready programme, we're looking at ways of trying to, as an industry, help those issues and try and conquer some of those concerns. We're doing lots of things at the moment. I think having Corteva involved, it's been really exciting. We've met some great people there, and they've given us the opportunity to do some trial work, looking at Bruem, which is a product that is a biological to help reduce our nitrogen usage. And nitrogen usage is at the top of our agenda, and it's one of our big challenges and ambitions over the next few years to try and take 20 to 30% off our nitrogen purchase. So yeah, looking at the better use of farmyard manures and growing our crops in a more sustainable manner would be top of my list.
Definitely, and we've had some great opportunities through Corteva for the opportunity to do some trials with them on products that they're using that should help us to reduce our use of nitrogen fertiliser, which is really exciting. And for me, from a veterinary point of view, it's nice to do some science in there as well. As well, through Resilient and Ready, we get a great opportunity to engage with other farmers, other people in the industry, the public, And I love the idea of hopefully being able to inspire other farmers to begin their sustainability journey and for us to show them that anyone can do it, any farmer can do it, just give it a go.
Very good. There's something familiar about that couple. Thank you very much indeed to Nick and Lucy Tyler for that film. So this afternoon's first session is a bit of a tweak on what we had earlier. We've got slightly shorter presentations, as you can see. Our panelists are already on stage, and discussion will follow that in a similar kind of way. And the thrust of this afternoon is all about the financial services and what they can do to contribute to the changes and the resilience that we've heard about this morning, how to make moving farming in a more environmentally friendly and a regenerative way, something that is profitable and has the winds of the financial services in its sails rather than getting into a headwind. So first of all, we have Grace O'Dwyer, who is Interim Head of Agricultural Banking UK at HSBC UK. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you. I will stand up because I am slightly shorter than some people on the panel, so it might help me. I think this morning was absolutely amazing in terms of the themes, and it really, really reinforced to me something that we already know, that our sector is facing a huge amount of change. Now, change can be quite an intimidating thing, and often when we are faced with something that we take a big gulp of air to lean into, we need to remember our why. And if I talk to any one of our 100 agricultural relationship managers across the UK, they will all tell me that their why is enabling farm businesses and the agriculture sector to thrive. And that's a really important message for agriculture to hear, whichever funding institution they are talking to. Because change is uncertain. Change requires us to adapt. And as we've alluded to, and I'm sure we'll talk about on the panel, to adapt at scale and pace does need courage, and it needs us all to be collaborating together. And I will talk a little bit about a couple of things that we do at HSBC, not just in our agriculture team, but I've got the privilege of working within an agriculture bank that is also part of a very large global and international bank. So I see things from a couple of different perspectives. So I wanted to share a couple of those as well. In terms of financial institutions enabling conditions for change, I wanted to take a step back because the first thing we need to do is understand. We need to understand what's happening in the sector. We need to accept that agriculture, it's different. It is different to the rest of the economy. It's not a warehouse that can be replicated 10 or 15 times. Many, many times I need to reflect to various colleagues that every single farm is different. We had lots of examples there this morning where what would work in one place might need a significant tweak in another or may not apply at all. So that difference means we need to understand our customers, and we do that a huge amount. But today, it isn't enough to just understand agriculture. We have to be very aware of what that sustainability challenge means. What does regen mean? How is it going to come across? What does it do to the cash flows within our businesses? What does it do to the investment requirements? What's that return on investment? As we navigate into this world of regen and sustainability, some of the standard gross margins don't necessarily apply anymore. And that's why knowledge is important. Now, I've sort of highlighted there that knowledge piece. As a bank, we have always, that forward planning document is as old as I am, and it recently celebrated its 50th birthday, and I'll say no more. But it has changed, as I have changed in 50 years. It is very much still holding the same things. It's holding that importance of gross margins of a viable economic business. But we've also adapted it over time to include elements of the impact of government policy. So what does SFI look like if you do it as a gross margin on farm? What do carbon emissions mean? What are other farmers doing what systems are really showing best benefit? And we talked about things like genomics on farm. So that knowledge sharing is really key. The third part, though, is also we have a role as an enabler. And I've got a few examples here. I've just written them down because I think the theme here is about recognition and reward. And that is very much a theme that I think financial institutions can embrace. we could look at it project by project. So we can create products whereby if you have a genuine environmental project, this might be landscape management, it might be solar panels, it might be 1,000 other things. That project could be funded and recognised in terms of the package you get from the funder to maybe an enhanced rate as a sort of very vanilla example. However, in farming and in many businesses, and definitely when you're talking about supply chains, we need to think wider, we need to think more holistically. So an awful lot of that reward and recognition is about the journey those businesses are on. And we'll work with some of the very large multinationals in terms of their supply chains. How can they, because they really want to understand, how can they incentivize their supply chains to really embrace sustainability? They have a duty, they have commitments, but also they want resilience in their supply chains. They want to know their supply chains are still going to be there in 5 or 10 years' time. So we are all in this together. The other one that I thought would maybe take a bit of a global perspective, because it is a global product we have, it's called a sustainability improvement loan. And this is about us all owning our accountability. So the concept behind this is we as HSBC don't understand every nuance with data and with sustainability, but we partner with third parties who do know how this plays out. And the examples that I'm thinking of at the moment are not necessarily in agriculture, because this product plays very well in the wider commercial environment, where a business can make a commitment to say, I will make these sustainability improvements to my business, and we are able to track that, and that business benefits from preferential rates. That's already out there. What's slightly different with the sustainability improvement loan is the commitment you make as a business when you buy into this is if I don't meet my metrics, I am at risk of that interest rate going up. So it's a carrot and a stick, but it is the business that chooses. And I think that's really important as a theme for financial institutions. And then the final one, which is up here, is applicable to agriculture. And this is very much where, within the agriculture business, we wanted to look at ways that we can recognise and reward what farmers are already doing without in any way saying what has to be done. A farming business needs to be able to navigate this change with support, but not with restrictions. Farming businesses need to be free to adapt to where their business is and what's happening within it. So the sustainable farming pathway is something where we have sought out partners, and I'm delighted that LEAF were willing to be the first partner with that, where we can look at the journey with the LSFR and with LEAF accreditation and recognise at different points what our farming customers are trying to do and actually achieving on their farms. So that's everything from me for now.
Thank you very much indeed. Great. And next up we have Tatjane Greil-Castro, who is co-head of public markets at Muzinich. And Tatjane, the floor is yours, either there or here, as you feel free.
Yeah, I'm not much taller when I stand up, so I may as well stay seated. So why I'm here, I've been working in asset management for now close to 30 years. I'm originally from Austria, came here to do a PhD in economic history a long time ago, and then ended up in asset management. So I know a lot of people are not that familiar exactly what the asset management industry does. But essentially, we grab all our assets, our pensions, you know, the money that you pay to insurance companies, and then the insurance companies, what they don't pay you out, they'll invest. So we'll take that money, we'll take, you know, very wealthy people's money, and so there is a big pot that can be invested in. And then we look for investment opportunities. So that's pretty much what asset management does, is get us financial assets and then finds investment opportunities. Now, Muzinich, where I work, we are specialists, and we are specialists in credit. So all we do is we lend money to corporates. We used to do only public, which means, you know, big bonds, like the government is issuing gilts, and then you can buy a gilt. And corporates do the same. They just issue a huge amount of debt that is called a bond, and then you can buy tiny little chunks of that. So this is where I grew up. Actually, talking about chunks, I used to do what used to be called the junk bond market, which is high-yielding, higher-risk assets. Fast forward to the last 10 years, we've started to do also private debt. So there is a lot of overlap now, what banks used to do because of higher regulation or less able or willing to do, and a lot of innovation that's happened in the asset management industry. So what does that mean? It opens up new investment areas. One, for the investors, that they can invest into private assets because they weren't able to do that in the past. So that's really really interesting investment opportunity. If you have any financial assets, think about it. But here, more importantly, it also opens up sort of funding from sources other than banks. And so that's what I do on a day-to-day. And I'm very interested in sustainability, and that is why, because we have been so successful as a human race to achieve what we have achieved so far. And I think it would be a shame if we were to throw that away. So for me, this is about true sustainability, for the long-term good of the human race. We're not saving the planet. We're trying to save ourselves and the prosperity that we have created. And as we can see more and more, we need more resilience. And on the back of that, and I do come from a farming family, for whatever reason, I had this strong urge to buy land a few years ago. So anyway, I call myself a farmer now for the last 4 or 5 years. And what that means, I think, is that I can understand it both from the financial side and what Grace said about the large corporates, their reporting requirements, their commitments that they have, and for all that they need, the suppliers to play along, right? For me as an asset manager, if I make a net zero commitment, I can't do it unless the corporates make a net zero commitment. Of course, I can buy a few companies that have barely any carbon emissions, but it doesn't reflect the real world, right? So everything needs to move along, and there clearly is sort of still education. And so for me, what I find really interesting, and hopefully I can contribute with, and I'll pass it on to the next speaker then, is that I try to do a 360. So I've both the investment expertise, I know what the whole large corporate requirement is, but I'm also learning the transition costs. The failures you see, the uncertainties you see, is the cash flow gaps that you see when you make those transitions, the lack of knowledge, the lack of leadership with regards to what is new out there, and to marry those two and have those have that conversation. But I think I'll pass it on, and then we can go into questions.
Thank you very much, Tatjane. Do you mind telling us where and what your land is, your farm? Tell us a little about that.
Of course. So the farm is in Suffolk, and it's 500 acres of predominantly arable, but we have also reintroduced beef. And we are borrowing sheep from the neighboring farm. And so we want to integrate and are integrating livestock back onto arable. So trying to get away from, I just have a natural aversion against spraying. So we're trying to do everything we can to eat off whatever voluntary crop there's growing, and rather than use the spray.
Thank you very much. You're beginning to speak like a farmer again there. Right, now we have Nick Evans, who is Managing Director of Oxbury Bank, of course, one of the sponsors of today's event. Nick.
Great. Well, thank you very much indeed, everyone. As Tim just mentioned, my name is, actually, it's Evans Nick here, so delighted to be here, Managing Director and co-founder of Oxbury Bank. Really excited because today we're going to launch our Oxbury Transition Facility. Bit of a spoiler alert, because I know it's on the seats of everybody in the room, but so you've had a sneak peek about what we're going to be doing. Just a bit on Oxbury. We don't, Grace said farmers are different, and absolutely right. We don't lend to normal people. We only lend to farmers and the food business. That's our market. We went live in February 2021, so just about 4 years now, and we're about 5% market share. We've lent about £1 billion to UK food and farming. Today, 1 in 9 new loans in the UK to farmers is through Oxbury. So delighted with that progress, and delighted to help the UK farming community. But Oxbury Transition Facility. So first of all, this is our simplistic definition. We're only focused in the context of today and the context of this facility around carbon. And that's deliberate because, again, previous speakers refer to all the other things that we need to do as well, biodiversity. But if we don't start somewhere, we won't get anywhere. So we started with carbon. And this is a couple of really key words on here. Improving soil health and improving soil organic carbon, reducing carbon emissions are the two things we're trying to influence. Clearly, that's not going to happen without changes to farm practices. But farmers have got to continue to produce as much as possibly can while still being profitable. So that's our definition of transition. Continue to farm profitably while changing farming practices to reduce carbon emissions and improve soil health. I really want to emphasize what we as a bank are not trying to do is tell farmers how to farm. That's your job. We're not here to say how the transition facility should be spent. You will decide that. So there's no rules, but there are few rules and few guidelines. Oxbury Transition Facility, why are we actually bothered? Why do we care? And what does Oxbury actually need out of transition? And again, it was slightly mentioned as well, Tatjane mentioned, about the requirement of corporates. So aside of the fact that I personally believe and the business believes that transition is the right thing to do, there's a couple of imperatives in here, which means it's not all about being philanthropic to the audience. It's actually about helping us as well. And important to say this, so number one, Oxbury as a bank absolutely needs to demonstrate to our regulator, the Bank of England, our level of emissions coming from our customers. So that's not optional. We have to tell the Bank of England, not about individual farm A, B, and C, but on aggregate, what are the emissions, how much carbon per £1 million financed are we doing? And that's a regulatory thing. So we need to provide that data. We can't get the data today, we just estimate it, but we need it actual in the future. The second one is that I know in the room here, I think Sarah Bradbury's here from IGD, representing processors and retailers and so on. But those businesses have all made commitments around net zero, which all ultimately need to be fulfilled by farmers. So if farmers are not supplying the product that the processors and the retailers ultimately want, there's a risk that those farmers might not be able to sell their produce. And if we've lent them money for 25 years, they might not be able to pay us back. So quite self-centeredly, we want the farmers to be able to pay us back. So we need to ensure our farmers meet processor specifications. We need also, the last 5 years there have been 4 weather extreme events. Farmers need to improve, in our view, the health of their soil. We think that transition will help make soils healthier, and we're measuring that through soil organic carbon. So to ensure farmers have healthy soils resilient to new weather patterns. And finally, there is legislation, binding legislation. So the UK government signed up to binding legislation around net zero. That's being passed down through retailers and processors. And the financial world is also likewise being incentivized and pushed to cooperate and collaborate. So that's why Oxbury is doing it. And then looking at our customers, and rather than using Oxbury research, I thought I'd use some independent research from Soil Association or Soil Exchange, which I think was sponsored by Lloyds Bank, to give them full credit. But in that research, joined up financial support from, this is what farmers want, joined up financial support. So from everybody, not just banks, but from the supply chain, from government, all joined up, because changes in farming practices that need to happen won't happen for free. And in the research by Soil Exchange, it said 77%, so 3/4 of farmers said they've got little financial flexibility to adapt their farming practices. So didn't have the cash. And 2/3 said that financial and business risks are barriers to actually doing something. So wind forward a bit, part of what we're trying to do is to address exactly that. And then looking at the other stakeholders, so we've got farmers, banks, and now supply chain. The supply chain clearly need a secure supply of produce. Produced by farmers who are financially sustainable for the long term, not here today, gone tomorrow. And that's, we're seeing now contracts, the longest 20 years, but 15 years, 10 years, 7 years, 5 years, contracts with retailers and farm processors now. So long-term contracts that allow planning. But ultimately, from a concept of carbon, they need farmers who can produce produce, or their outputs, with evidence of carbon-friendly practices to meet their own environmental commitments. So the long and the short of it is, to make this transition thing happen, We believe that everyone in the room needs to work together. Government and the court of public opinion, because the government's us really, isn't it? It's the court of public opinion. The food supply chain, traders, processors, retailers, banks and farmers all need to be working together. So what is this transition facility? Well, first of all, I think it's unique. I don't think anyone else is doing this in the world. And the idea behind it is to financially incentivize and reward farmers for actually who want to start transition, to go through the transition, or who are already in transition. So it's a reward and an incentive. It's ultra competitive. I've been in the ag banking sector for centuries, and I've never lent money at the rates we're about to talk about. This is a 6-year facility, and it's a revolving facility. So you can draw down, and you can repay, then you can draw down, repay. It's not like a fixed-term loan. Draw down, repay, over that loan period, 6 years. And the reason we chose 6 years is because, again, coming back to research, including soil exchange, the transition period, you start to get a positive payback within that 6-year period. And the final point, flexible loan purpose may be used broadly for anything. So we're not about, as a bank, dictating to you, saying you have to spend the money or this, that, and the other. In addition, I think Grace mentioned, if you don't hit your sustainability targets, we'll jack the rate up. No, because there's too many variables in farming to make that a practical reality for farming. Maybe different in other sectors, but not for farming. So flexible loan purpose. Recognizing in the room here, there'll be farmers who haven't yet started. I doubt, given it's a leaf mark conference, there'll be many in that sector. But stage 2, this is for farmers who are already on the transition journey. And for leaf mark members, there's a really special, sexy offer in here. Stage 1, this is for farmers who haven't yet started. So I want to have a go. Sat there as a farmer, I know this is the right thing to do. I want to have a go. I don't really know what to do, but there are some things outlined in the criteria that I can do, SFI being one. So if you haven't yet started, but you want to have a go, we'll set up a facility up to £500 a hectare for a 2-year period till you transition to stage 2, a maximum of 500,000. So for a 1,000 hectare farm, that's kind of optimum. Rates of 1.5 over base, which is still, a very sexy rate, 0.75% annual fee, and no capital repayment, just interest. Stage 2, which is the guys, those of you who are already on the journey, up to £500 a hectare again. There's a theme there, isn't there? Up to £500 a hectare again of a facility limit, calculated across, by the way, all hectares farmed. So not just the bits you're doing transition on, all your hectares. 1 over base, 0.5% fee, no capital repayment, just interest, £500,000, 6 years of a facility. So it's not like an overdraft that's renewed annually. This is a 6-year facility. And then for leaf mark members, 1 over base, no fee. So I've been in the industry for 40 years. I only lent money 1 over base once to Lord Fitzwilliam de Foxhound, and he was buying £2 million apartment for his daughter in London, and that was back in the early 90s. And I've never done a 1 over base for anybody. So this is quite revolutionary. No one in the room, unless you did a 30-year-old AMC mortgage, no one in the room is borrowing at 1 over base. Can be used for broadly anything. I put at the bottom there, aside of repaying Oxbury facilities. And the reason being of the broadly anything is because every farmer we've spoken to wants to do something slightly different. With new silage clamps for producing better feed, drills, solar panels on grain dry roofs, and so on and so forth. But it can be broadly anything. We're not dictating what it is you do. But it's not just about the rate. There's 2 other things here. The supply chain need to be involved in this as well. So to apply for this facility, you have to have a carbon audit. So good news for Liz, wherever she's still in the room. Good news for Liz, lots of customers coming your way. This is really the only mandatory part of it. We need your financial accounts as well because we want to measure how you're doing going forward. But the mandatory part, you need a carbon footprint because we need to know where you're starting from. And then we'll measure that every other year through the facility. And we don't really care. If you've already got one, we'll have that. If you haven't done one, we'll work with you to get one done. The second part of it, so that the carbon footprint determines your emissions. The second part of it is Downforce. We're working with Downforce, which is an Earth observation business, a satellite company. 2 years it took us to select down 4, so we went through a lot of work to select them. And what that does is it looks from space and says, what is the soil organic carbon in each of the fields? So the two things we're getting there from an evidence point of view, one is how much your emissions are, and secondly, what are the changes in soil organic carbon over time in your fields? And ultimately, of course, what we all want to see is reducing carbon emissions and increasing soil organic carbon. That would be kind of heavenly. And the three things or three and-ors, to be eligible for the facility, the farmer must be doing one of those three things there. If you're doing SFI, you're in. If you're in leaf, you're in. If you're doing a supplier scheme, a supplier or processor, so I think Diana Overton from Frontiers in the room. So Unilever oilseed rape, for example. Warburton's, I think they call it regen wheat, but probably that's not fashionable in this room here. But anyway, Warburton schemes and so on. So Coors, Diageo, all of whom have special schemes. If you're doing one of those, you're in, because it designates certain farming practices which are good. And then agronomic practices from an agreed list, signed off by your agronomist or your nutritionist. So that's what, to qualify, you must be doing one of those. And of course, we want your financial accounts so we can monitor over time how you're doing. And then it is about all of us working together. So those of you from the supply chain in the room, retailers, processors, and so on, the farmer can share, or we can share with the farmer's permission, the following data with his customers and advisors: carbon footprints to prove actual emissions and reductions in emissions over time, the soil organic carbon measurements to show improvements in soil organic carbon over time, and evidence of on-farm activities that have been verified to be sustainably positive. And that 1 base rate, we've already talked to some processors who said, if we contribute, can you make it base rate? Well, yes, we can. So some of the supply chain, I think, will be working with us to help reduce that rate even further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Nick, for what feels like a very, very significant announcement. And we're finishing off this panel with Philip Wynn, who is, of course, involved heavily in Leaf as the boss and also Director of Dyson Farming Systems.
Thank you very much. I seem to be wearing a number of hats today. Nick, you'll be really pleased to know you've already sold it to one customer here on the stage, so that's really successful already. What I want to concentrate on and talk about really is, what does all this mean at farm level? You know, what difference is this going to make, and what are the challenges that we face? And I think the first thing is that, you know, this is a difficult time for us all, and it's no time to work alone. There's no rule book going to come from DEFRA to tell us how to get through this transition. So we have to work with organisations that are going to be supportive. We're in a position really where BPS is about done. The budget's under pressure. But I think the future of UK food production, I'm optimistic about that, particularly when you look at that in the light of population growth. So as a farmer, in inverted commas for me, we've met with a really complex mix of challenges. You know, weather, policy, markets, all bearing down on us. And the problem we face on the farm is that we have long life cycles. Long life cycles, and most of us only have one point in the year to change direction. All of our business, well, we all should aspire to get to this sweet spot. This is what eludes us all sometimes because it's so complicated. But the sweet spot is where efficiency and strength come together. And if you understand cash flow, you will make a profit. So I think we all aspire to do it, but it's become really complicated now. You know, weather changes, the windows of opportunity are making it a lot more difficult. So we can't continue as we are. I think all the businesses that I'm involved with are having to change their strategy. We've got narrower windows of opportunity to do everything, whether it's drilling crops, harvesting crops, whatever. We all need to build resilience in our soils. We all need to better predict the use and application of all our inputs. And there's a load of emerging technologies we've heard this morning from Simon Pearson that's coming down the road that can make a fundamental difference. Although I have to say to Simon, at Dyson I was told in 2021 the robots would take all the staff out within 3 years. We haven't lost any staff yet. No. The robots are still there.
You've got a bigger glass house.
But actually I am hopeful in that respect, because I think in 2 years' time those robots will actually be able to be picking strawberries at night and deal with the peaks really effectively. So there is some light at the end of the tunnel, but it's a long way. So some of the ways that we can do this, of course, is to invest. We can invest in specialist drills, we can have camera sensors on our sprayers, and we can reduce pesticide usage. We can all buy self-propelled harvesters and do things quicker and less waste and lower soil compaction. We can have robots and camera sensors. We've got those in our pack houses. They make a phenomenal difference, but they all have a really high upfront cost. And for some people, that is out of reach. And the current grant system is so intermittent, and the windows of opportunity of applying and getting it make it really difficult. And interesting, I still run a 1,200-acre farm near Grantham, and I'm transitioning that arable sheep farm at the moment. Yeah, I'm into cover cropping, direct drilling, fertilisation, SFI. I've got species-rich grassland, I've got herbal lays, all the things that people talked about this morning. And if I'm successful, that farm's going to be more profitable. The challenge is I've got to invest in some new equipment, and I am going to be partly compromised in the early stages of that journey. So what we've just heard about the financial services sector helping farmers is fundamentally important. We have to have that support that can allow us to invest when when it's the appropriate time to do so. So I think this is going to kickstart change. It will also support something that the industry isn't so good at doing, is farmers to collaborate. Farmers working together if they can't afford the equipment themselves. That is really important. And I read an article in the Times on Sunday, and there was a quote from Keynes, who said, "Our decisions to do something positive can only be taken as a result of animal spirits, an urge to action rather than inaction." And I thought about that. And indeed, a large proportion of our actions depend on spontaneous optimism rather than mathematical calculation. I think we can all allude to that. So I applaud what Oxbury and HSBC are doing in their efforts to drive change, because they're actually giving people this carrot, this optimism that there can be a way forward. I should also say I'm really delighted that Leaf members and Leaf Mark members are being recognised for what they do and are being appropriately rewarded. So that's really good news. So I'm just going to finish by saying this is tricky stuff for us as farmers. Successful change management now and adaptation will only come from a positive mindset, coupled with the right tools and the appropriate finance behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to the panel. And I mean, this afternoon's panel couldn't dovetail more perfectly with what we heard this morning. We heard that on the wall of death, that cost and risk were the two biggest things probably standing in the way of changing to a more sustainable, a more regenerative form of farming. And this afternoon, you had some solutions, at least partial solutions, offered towards that problem. And the other thing I'd say that I think this is really significant is where we look overall at how the British economy has reduced its carbon emissions. Sadly, the emissions from farming have barely shrunk at all.
And as we look forward, that means as a proportion of UK emissions, they're going to get bigger and bigger. And so the focus is going to be more and more on land use and farming. So if finance is now offering ways that we can really begin to bear down on that, that's great. And what we've heard from both HSBC, from some of their existing policies, and of course this fantastic new product from Oxbury, is that in effect you are rewarding good low carbon behaviour in different ways. So I think that's absolutely amazing. And Nick, I'm going to start with you. I was impressed by your sort of honesty that there was enlightened self-interest for this, wasn't there, for the bank? It wasn't just about doing the right thing by the planet and by the future of our species. It's doing the right thing by the survival of your bank as well.
There's two parts of banking, aren't there? We lend some money, and then we want it back. And and the second part's really key to profitability. So if farmers can't pay us back because they can't sell their produce, well, that's a difficulty for us. And if farmers can't farm because the soil's all waterlogged or too dry, too wet, too dry, too wet, too cold, too hot, too cold, then there's also a problem. So it's about getting some resilience into the farming system, because we only lend to farmers, and if the farmers are struggling, then so are we.
Forgive me, I was just having a little struggle with this. Grace, did I understand you correctly that basically you were saying if you're a greener farmer, you get a cheaper loan?
I think that's the direction of travel, and I think we get asked that. I can remember a number of different platforms where farmers are asking, is that the direction of travel? When we look at the risk, exactly as Nick said, when we look at the risk of a business, traditionally, you would look at the risk of a business in terms of financial performance. The world has moved on so much. All of us need to look at the risks of our businesses from a much wider perspective now. So that sustainability lens, whether there's metrics associated to it or metrics evolving, is going to be increasingly important. So absolutely, I think where farmers are doing things, and I think there's actually very direct correlations. And Philip, you talked about mindset. The type of mindset that needs to grab some of these opportunities as well as the challenges and evolve their businesses are a little bit, I'll embarrass her a little bit like Lucy and Nick were talking about. You know that it's the thing that's going to move your business into a much stronger place. And actually that makes a much more resilient business. And if everybody in farming can nudge themselves forward a little bit, it'll be a much more resilient sector, and it'll be even more attractive to lenders to lend money in. So it becomes that really positive cycle.
Thank you very much. I just encourage you once again to put questions on this, on the machine, on the pad. I'm not seeing any new ones related to this talk, which either means you're all feeling a bit of a post-lunch slump or there's something wrong with the technology. But anyway, even better, we've got a hand up in the room. I love hands up in the room. Yes, sir.
Hi, it's Tim Young here, farm in Norfolk, and a leaf mark farmer for the last, don't know how many years, 6 or 7 years. And I just wonder what the panel's view is on the robustness of carbon calculators. My specific instance is that they go up as well as down, depending on the year, depending on the weather. If it's particularly dry, I burn more diesel in irrigation pumps. If it's particularly wet at harvest, I burn more gas drying onions. And this year particularly, I think the farm carbon toolkit was rebased in a certain way, because suddenly my carbon footprint went from 300 tons of CO2 to 700 because I'm growing sugar beets. And it was and I asked the question, and it was because they'd redone a calculation all to do with sugar beet tops. That's completely out with my control. So I just wondered what the panel think about carbon footprints going up as well as down in those instances where we're striving to reduce.
Well, I suppose if you're basing loan decisions on these things, you need them to be robust. Who wants to pick that up? Well, Philip.
I think it's
Grace and then Philip. Yep.
I think it's a very valid point, and again, it's why agriculture is different. So some of the examples I gave that apply really well in other parts of the economy, both here and globally, don't apply in agriculture, because there are things out of your control, or the way your rotation's going to go, which crops you think actually you're going to give priority to. But I think whether it's leveraging your carbon calculator as a bit of a baseline and potentially a forecast, so what are the things I can do? And we've heard a number of people say that it can give you a focus to your business of what is in your control. Then you get those incremental pieces, but it has to be an applied carbon calculator, in my view. It needs to be applied to not just the context of agriculture, but the context of that farm. What's the rain done to it? What are the storms doing? What are the things? You're living in a living, dynamic environment. You're running a business in that environment, and therefore the algorithms within a carbon calculator won't always give a direct linear curve, but it's about evidencing that you are looking at this in your farm. And I think that's why it's really important, why we've looked at it from, we're not going to tell you what to do, we're going to work alongside what you're aspiring to achieve, which is a different way of looking at it.
Just before you come in, Phil, is it not possible that moving to sugar beet actually did increase the carbon footprint of your farm, and it was an accurate measure?
I was growing exactly the same sugar beet the year before.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't a change.
I was told to go back and recalculate all the previous years.
Oh, right,
My
okay.
carbon footprint would have jumped up.
Okay, sorry, Philip. Yep.
No, I entirely agree. And one of the difficulties is, and we've done it on some of the businesses I'm involved with, we've done a carbon calculation 3 years ago, and we've since checked it with a different calculator, and we have come out with different answers. And this is really difficult for the industry, isn't it? How on earth do we understand what we're really doing when we've got calculators producing fundamentally different answers?
Okay.
And it's all about the detail, and it's all about how that fits in with your farming practice.
I want to make this the last one on farm carbon calculation, but I am, yes, you're going to take a response from Liz.
I'd just like to reply, really, because what happens is every year we update the calculator according to the guidance that's being provided by people like FLAG or Greenhouse Gas Protocol. And that will lead to changes in the numbers coming out of the calculator. And that's true not just of our calculator, it's all calculators. And I appreciate that it's a pain, because it is. But it's quite difficult because we're acting on the best information possible. And the only thing you can do is to go back and recalculate last year's. But of course, that will up that as well. And I absolutely, and I'm not quite sure what the answer is, because if we weren't to update the calculator in line with new information, that wouldn't be right either. But I think it's something that everybody who's lending to farmers on the basis of those footprints needs to understand and bear with, because the science is evolving.
Thank you. Is your point just related to that? Just quickly, please, yes?
Very quickly. So some of you know that I used to work for the UN and used to be very, very frustrated by the fact that you'd get one number.
A bit closer with the mic, please.
So you'd get one number for the whole of the industry, right? And you're all the same, but we know you're not. So what I found really interesting recently is in Australia, farmers have been really looking at the sort of open book carbon calculators and said, my cows are very different. I'm prepared to put the effort in and work out what that local emission factor is. And I can only say that this is a moment in time where a partnership, where farmers are actually participating in the calculation of some of these numbers, could only improve the whole outcome. So I could really encourage a lot of you to get more involved in this, because I understand the frustration. I was on the other side giving you the number, and I can tell you it would be really great to see that participation as well. So just a thought for everybody. Thank you.
We've got a bit of early adopters penalty here. This is all fairly young stuff.
Yeah, improve the likelihood of success here, guys.
Thank you, Nick.
Just one thing, so just to clarify, the loan decisions aren't made on the basis of the carbon calculator. Yeah. That's not correct. The fact that you've done a carbon calculator is a great big tick in the box, because you're ahead of the curve of many other people, number one. And the second one is that for us, what it's more about is, are you on the right trajectory? So a bit of a pain in the bum that it was rebased and everything, but next year when they do it again, hopefully it won't be such a rebasing, and you can see, are you going up or are you going down?
So does that mean you're kind of looking more for proof of a mindset change than an actual number?
100%. Just actually someone doing SFI and planting cover crops, that's if everybody in the room who's a farmer did that, that would make a bit of a difference.
Got a long way.
Yeah,
We come to some more questions, but Tatjane, just from your point of view, as a financier who's moved into farming, or now does both, what do you think would be the thing that would most help farmers from the finance side?
From the finance, well, I love Nick's approach actually, because it is still very frustrating for everybody with regards to. So and also, again, coming from the finance side, we see the vast array of data that companies need to supply. And clearly that quality of data is very poor at the moment. And I think this is the first step of acknowledging that the data is poor, but at the same time, not to get too frustrated by it, that you don't even collect it. And I think that's why I think Oxbury's approach is so good, because it does encourage you to collect the data. And then I think, as somebody else said before, it's not just about the data, but what is the information content of the data. And that information content at the moment is still very poor, but let's start, because it's a learning by doing, and that's really, I think, where we are at, and we just need to acknowledge where we are at. And then once we have the data collected, and we can, and sometimes it just takes time also, because we need to have then a time series of data, right? Because if you have one snapshot of data, what does it mean? Is it good? Is it bad? We don't know, right? So you need a time series. So I think to have this encouragement to start collecting data that may mean little or nothing to you for now, and being able to live with this uncertainty and this frustration of not, I have all this data now, what I'm going to do with it, I don't know, right? And sort of really collect it with this hope and understanding that there will be information content, but it can only arise over time. And I think that's where we are at the moment, where the data collection is only just starting. And we see it also with the very large companies. They're struggling with it. They'll probably reach out to you at some point. So then again, you know, you're already ahead of it, because you will be one of the suppliers. So I think that's really where it is, and what I would like to see, and this is then clearly also in terms of profitability. And, you know, as Nick says, as a lender, all you want is get your interest and get your money back, right? I mean, you don't get any other upside. So as a lender, what you want is this resilience and this predictability in cash flows. And so to the extent that all this is helping with that, then really your funding costs should go down generally, because you are a better partner for the lenders.
Thank you. We've got a couple of questions there, which I'd like to get to quickly. Yes.
Thank you, Andrew Francis. I just wondered, you know, all of this transition is all risk at the farmer's level, and we're sort of hearing, you know, that's great that you can access some lower cost finance, but to use Nick's words, you still want the money back, and we don't always have the opportunity to get our working capital investment back. So is there any appetite within the finance sector and the wider supply chain to actually really join us on that risk journey? And you know, if you go on that, we can't guarantee to give you your money back. So is there a profit share arrangement? Is there a risk share arrangement? Or actually we've all got skin in the game?
Nick, the next step, they're already wanting a better...
It's already Boxing Day.
So I would...
Just let Nick come in and then you, Grace, yeah.
Yeah, so I think there are people, businesses who are better. I'm going to just sounds like passing the buck now. We're all in this together. So the government's already contributed to this with SFI. The supply chain, we're already seeing examples of the supply chain contributing. You know, I think Unilever are doing £110 a hectare or something like that for oilseed rape, and so on and so forth. So, and the bank's coming in with a 1 over base rate. It's all adding to a general consensus. The farmer has to make... The businesses, other businesses, can't make decisions on your farm. You make decisions on your farm and what you do. We don't want to influence that. You know your soils, you know your rotations better than we do. For us to intervene in that would be out of our depth.
So just to add that, if you're part of a really well-recognised accreditation service that would negate your fears over that, Nick, would you still be up for it?
Grace.
I think we can all think of times or programs, for want of a better description, where there has been more of a partnership approach. And I think sometimes when I have these conversations, it isn't necessarily about pure the pure rate or the pure money. That can be part of it. It's great to get a premium for a ton of wheat, but it's also about the longevity of that partnership and that contract. So how long are you going to be with me and to enable that farmer to have the confidence to make those investments? So it is a fair challenge, but there are layers to it. The other thing is this is a constant conversation across the supply chains. How do we best collaborate while still completely recognising that the farm is your business and you need to be free to run it in the way you want to run it.
Yeah, it plays into Andrew's point about, Duncan's point about mistakes earlier as well. You know, you've got to have the room to make mistakes. Yes, last question, please. Just nice and quick with the question and the answer.
In Australia, there's a move towards having CO2Es issued to farmers.
Carbon dioxide equivalent numbers, yeah.
Yeah, so in Australia, CO2E, a carbon credit, an official carbon credit called ACCUs in Australia, there's a move to have them being used as capital in their banking relationship. I'm just curious to know from a banking point of view, a financing point of view, is that not a better way of incentivising and ensuring farmers get full value from their carbon accounting and making sure they're in a carbon project?
Grace.
I think, as we alluded to with carbon calculators, we're at very early stages in terms of carbon creation. One of the questions for a farmer is where could they use those carbon credits as they create them? Are they going to need them in their supply chains? Are they going to need them with their funders? So it's an evolving market, and I think everybody's looking at it to see where does it land. But it's the picture that comes into my head is the goose and the golden egg, and be really careful about if you've got those golden eggs, where you're going to put them. They belong to that farm if that farm has created them, and that it's very much an evolving market. So it's about...
Mick, did you want to come in on this, or are you happy to leave it?
Well, certainly in the UK, I think at the moment the carbon credits market is the Wild West. Yeah. It's full of bandits and snake oil salesmen. We don't like it, we don't trust it at the moment, and we'd be very worried if someone was selling carbon credits, because in the main they aren't carbon positive. They're actually still emitting loads of carbon and aren't accruing enough in the soil. So how can you sell carbon credits if you're in that position? It seems a mystery to me. So I think it will come and bite them on the arse later.
Thank you very much indeed. I mean, it seems to me that this is probably one of the biggest drivers for change that we'll hear about today. And I think we've heard some very significant both announcements and trends that finance is trying to move in the right direction to get behind this, albeit with some of the hurdles and stumbling blocks that we heard articulated from the audience. So for the moment, please thank you very much indeed to the panel. Tatjane, Grace, Nick and Philip, thank you very much. We now have no, we don't have a break. We're straight on to the next one, which is our afternoon's keynote speech, who is Sarah Bradbury, who is CEO of the Institute of Grocery Distribution, the IGD, who is going to speak on the IGD's net zero transition plan for the UK food system and talk about some of the specific challenges facing the agricultural sector. And then there'll be a chat with some other people joining us on stage as well. But for the moment, Sarah, the floor is yours. Excuse me. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is that for this one? No, not there. Doesn't mention it. Oh, it doesn't. No. There may be a film beforehand, I'm being told. I do apologise, it was right at the bottom of my previous page. There is a film. Apologies, Sarah, for getting you up early. You can either stand or sit or watch.
Five pioneering farmers have been hand-selected to take on innovative trials as part of the LEAF Net Zero project, where farming works in harmony with nature instead of against it. This video tells their story so far.
Huntsback is split into three main divisions. So we have the growing operation, 4,000 acres of carrots and parsley up and down the UK. The packing operation, where every product comes back to get washed, graded and packed. And then we also have our transport divisions. What we're trying to do is to identify ways which we can go carbon negative in some areas, which can then compensate for the areas where we will struggle to go carbon negative. We've looked at heat recovery, which takes field heat out to power the cold storage, and also to heat the remaining facilities as well. All the energy that we do use is sourced from renewable energy sources.
We get the land from different landowners. To follow on from previous crop is out of our control. We've experimented with various types of low carbon fertilisers, a byproduct from burning chicken litter in power stations and replaces the P and K in the fields. And the other one is a product sprayed onto the leaf of the plant and it allows the plant to capture nitrogen oxide from the air. Do your research and see if you can find ideas that fit for you. When you find one that works, it's very rewarding. This is a fairly traditional Cumbrian hill farm. Runs to 110 acres, but with grazing rights on the fell. We're predominantly sheep, but we do carry some cattle as well. The opportunity to join the Net Zero project were particularly important to us. They were all bits of jigsaw, but there's still 20% of the pieces are missing, and I need to get them in place as well. Permanent pasture holds a lot of carbon anyway. We had peat underlying probably all of the farm. That raised the question then, what do we do with the peat? How do we sequestrate more carbon, but continuing to farm in a sensible way? This is where leaf come in as well, because linking environment and farming is very much about putting the two things hand in hand. It can be done without prejudicing what you already do as a farmer.
We farm here at Woodrow Barton, which is on the outskirts of Exeter. So we're all spring calving dairy.
Mostly cows out of grass. We're tenant farmers, so everyone only has their patch of land for a finite amount of time. You know, you're conscious that you want to leave the place in a better place than when you took it on.
You know, we've tried to manage the cows on and off grazing, not leaving them out too long and things like that.
It was good to do the agri-calc to set your baseline. We generally both the people who sort of liked something to see evidence that something's going to work. You know, we're really lucky this farm has got amazing biodiversity inherently here, and by putting the whole farm to various grass lays and farming it with grazing cows and young stock, it's actually improved things even more. Every single thing that you can do, I think, is going to make a difference.
So we are situated in northern Limpopo in South Africa. Our main crops are avocados, macadamias, pecans, and timber as well. In South Africa, there isn't quite the assistance that farmers would get like there is in the UK or the EU, so it's self-motivated. We've got bat houses on the farm. Research suggests that it's a huge benefit for pest control. In the pack house, we've named an electricity and water champion to look for any wastages. All our power comes from coal plants. We don't really have the option to choose renewable energies. We certainly learned a lot. Carbon footprints, carbon credits, because it's quite a new area. The data that you need is data that you're already capturing on the farm.
It's just over 1,000 acres with 140 suckler cows, 330 red deer and about 50 hectares of arable. The whole farm's changed to a lot lower input. There's a bit of lime and some minerals. Well, our deer, half the calves get one wormer a year now, and that's the only chemical input. If there's nothing really going into them, there's nothing coming out of them onto the land. We're still trying to find how to get to net zero without the need for trees. Trying to inspire other farmers to do what we're doing because we can see the benefits of it.
Have a good look at your figures, question every decision. Farming can have a lot of negativity sometimes, and we're striving to make it as positive as we can.
There, Sarah, but you're on.
Okay, right. Thank you very much for inviting me here this afternoon. I'm very conscious that I'm the last conversation of the day, so I'll try and keep it as inspiring as possible. It is a little bit data heavy, so that's a warning before we start. So, look, I've always been a really big fan of Leaf. I was fortunate in my previous life at Tesco to be very involved in the building of Leaf across Tesco, and just what an amazing organisation. It's brilliant to see the progression that we're going into now. So just wanted to introduce the IGD because a lot of you won't know who we are. We are an insight organisation, but we've been around for over 120 years as a charity to support the food industry. And I feel very privileged at the moment to be running the organisation when the food system has never needed to come together more than it is at the moment through what we've seen today. Our purpose is to unite and inspire everyone to deliver a thriving food system. We often think of agriculture when we start talking about a food system, and I think it's really easy at the moment to get lost in that word because it becomes far too much for us to see what we can do with it, because it is complex. Agriculture is where it starts. 70% of our land is agricultural, and it is the fabric of the UK and society. So I think it's important to think of the food system and agriculture as actually kind of society at large. But when you think of it in its broadest sense, for the food sector actually is not measured as well as it could be to show the scale of what we actually do. So I wanted to just show you this graph. We've been doing a lot of work to context the food system when we think of it from a new government that's very focused on growth. When you actually think about the food system, you don't often think of the scale that it is. So this line is the food system. Clearly there was a little hiccup around 2020, but actually our economic contribution is exceptionally high. So everyone's looking for growth, and actually the city often describes us as a defensive sector, but we power the everyday economy. And I think it's worth thinking about that and the scale of kind of the power of us together as I walk through. But one thing that kind of springs to mind through the conversations we've had today is actually around, because the ONS data actually separates different parts of the system, we don't often think of the innovation. And through the work we've done on net zero, it really brought to me around the innovation is going to be the key. And clearly you've seen a lot of those conversations today. The automotive industry gets £2 billion worth of innovation funding. There's a really big opportunity for us, given our scale within the UK. So we've done quite a lot of work over the last 12 months around the resilience of the system, and really a system under pressure. You know, from a global perspective, the risks to the current model are massive, as people have been talking about today. But I'm quite excited that we're now moving to kind of adaptation conversations and mitigation versus kind of just climate change is going to be a problem, although clearly it's closer than it was before. So why did we decide to do this piece of work? I came into the IGD over 18 months ago, and I was struck by the amount of conversations and duplications of work that are going on all over the place. And if only we could connect some of the dots, how would we go an awful lot faster? We were looking for ideas and areas within which to drive more collaborative action. And we teamed up with WRAP to think about they'd worked really closely with retailers, creating the footprint and suggested actions. And we joined up and we said, that's not enough. Retailers can't do it. They need the rest of the supply chain. David Kennedy from DEFRA had joined EY, and working alongside the Scottish Royal Agricultural College, we created what I think is the best evidence base we have to date. And I say the best. The data's not perfect. We did absolutely everything we could. We think it's the best we have, but just linking to the previous conversation, we do need the data to start building. And I know there has been a real fear about sharing data for some very good understandable reasons, but we've got to know where we are from a UK perspective so that we can move forward. And we also weren't talking the same language as government. So when you're thinking about carbon budgets, we're not creating a food system conversation well enough, and we're not talking about it in the same way as government is. And that was really kind of our priority, all these build, sorry, when we set the context of kind of, if we want to go faster, let's do it together. How and when do we do it? And what actually do we do? So when we look at our key findings, I'll come to this at the end, but with all the commitments across the board, actually the net zero targets that lots of people have made within their organisations are possible, but they're really, really hard. And we are going to have to join together and work faster than we are now. And it's not just about the bit that we can solve. There's energy and transport, and there's the demand side, which nobody really wants to talk about, but actually it's a global system. So one of the things I'm really passionate about, the report that we've done, is really around it. It talks about what's imported into the country in the food that we eat, as well as what's actually we produce here, because clearly we've got to look at it all in the round. So why is it different now? It's different now because it's more in focus, and the conversation that was just had with Philip was around we are going to be more of a problem as a food industry because the energy industry is better than it was before. We become a bigger part of the issue. So what we wanted to look at was across the board. There's lots more focus, and we believe in this government as well as in the last government, there is lots more that needs to be done. There is a transition planning that people are having to do. There's also financial institutions, as we've just heard. So it really does feel that is the moment. 10 years ago, people weren't talking about it. Even 5 years ago, not as much. But today, there really are targets that are not too far away. So why did we need the system approach? Well, actually, we could leave this to companies to get on with it quite a lot on their own. They've all made the targets. It's what happens in lots of other sectors. But individually, companies can't do it alone. And actually, why would you? Because the cost that you've got to put in, that low-hanging fruit is gone. So people looking at their own operations has really reduced. They've done a pretty good job, especially in the retail sector and manufacturing sector. What are they're going to do now? They need to look at Scope 3, and no one's Scope 3 is individual. So, how do we look at the methodology? All of this, there's a QR code and it's all free to access. We looked at a 2050 timeline and then to sectoral pathways. That's where we've got to the net zero target that we tried to look at, because that is what a lot of companies have already committed to, and it's also how the carbon budgets are made up as well. So getting that linking up of language much better than it is before. Equally, the food system can't work at a different pace to the economy. It certainly shouldn't be moving slower, and actually it's hard to move much faster. So moving in line together, as you can see on the left-hand side, really does help that joining up across the board. And it helps when you're asking for policy interventions as well, that it is linking up with what people are focusing on. So what does all that actually mean? What we find is that there is areas that we've got to critically work together on. The dependencies of agriculture, energy, transport, and packaging, all working at the same time. If you look at this on the left, the bit at the bottom is our own agricultural emissions. And if I've forgotten to say it, just to be clear, this is about net zero. Obviously, the journey to positive nature is critically important as well. But then when you look at the orange box, that's actually what we import into the country. So I know a lot of the conversations are about we've got to have that level playing field. And then the green one above is around land use change as well. Now, we know some of these will need to be linked to Europe and other parts of the world as well, and definitely in the standards that we're importing to. But it is important that we lay it all out and make sure that we're being open across the board, especially when we're thinking about the pathways and what to go to first.
So sorry, Sarah. Could I just ask for a clarification on this? Is this the emissions just within the food system?
Yes.
It's not the whole economy,
No,
right?
this is the Scope 3.
Within the food system
Yes.
itself. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. So I'm going to jump through some of these slides quickly. Probably I've got a few too many. But if you look at the number on the left-hand side, the 129, that is the starting place. The bit I hadn't really thought of is actually population is going to grow as well. So that 5 that's added in is around population growth. So when we look at what can be done by 2030, with it, there's a kind of lower and upper quartiles, really. So we can get to 19% or we can get to 25%. It really is how fast that we're going to move. So what are the opportunities within it? Well, we know that energy is an opportunity. We know that electricity decarbonisation is already on the way. Clearly, the conversations we've had around farming practice, land use change, and then there's the stretch targets about where we get to as well. And some companies are already ahead on some of their stretch targets, buying PPAs, etc., but some have got quite a long way to go. There is a lot that can be done in logistics. So then when you actually look at it to 2050, you can see that 30 to 50 is really, really quite fast. And there's a much bigger demand on food, up to 15, that we will need with more people as well. So it really is kind of, you start here and then you've grown massively in order to then start moving down. So, within this room, I thought it was more appropriate just to focus on the flag targets. So that's the food, land and agricultural targets that are part of the SBTI. So the science-based initiatives to 2030, which a lot of companies have committed to. And these actually link in with the legislative carbon budgets as well. There is a massive job to be done in a very short space of time. And we all know these things do take time to actually work through. And do we think we can do it? Yes, we can, if we work fast and we work collectively together. When we talk about demand, it's a politically difficult word to talk about. We talk about diet change, and we talk about food waste. We think that food waste can reduce by about 50%. That's a no-brainer, but it's very difficult to do. But we know that that is possible. But when you talk about diet change, one, we've got to worry about consumers, and are they really willing to do that? What are we helping them on the journey? And the specificity of diet change is still a very difficult one. But if you think of it in the round of where should we be producing, and that's why I'm really excited about a kind of 25-year agricultural vision that Steve Reed has been talking about, that makes us think about what do we want to produce here? And what do we want to consume? And they can be quite different when we think about the world of agriculture. So I think that clarity is really important because otherwise, and from personal experience, working with a lot of companies, that's where the real difficult conversations happen. So we know that, but I think that longer term vision, it can't be done without diet change. It's not possible, but we can mitigate some of that. And we obviously have to make sure that whatever diet change we do really thinks about nutrition as well. So the importance of collaboration across the board is critical, partnering with farmers to ensure that we've got that transition, the just transition that we've just been talking about, and finding that sweet spot of the diet that we need for the future. So when you look at it all together, I do want to say there are 3 versions that you can look at of this report. There's a 7-page, there's a 25-page, and there's a 125-page for those of you that really want to get into the numbers. The numbers won't be perfect. The data is as good as we've got today. And the other thing that's really important to say is the data is only calculated on things that are scientifically validated today, which means actually a lot of the progressive work that you're all working with today actually isn't in there. So that's really good news. Low carbon feed, biostimulants to reduce fertilizer use, feed additives for grazing animals. None of that is actually built in at this moment in time because we were really strict that we had to look at the evidence base that's absolutely there today. And I think earlier on when we were talking about more research in some of this area to really help us on that journey is absolutely critical, and combining the research as well. I think there are so many different trials that are going on. The more that we can build it, the better. I'm just seeing you looking at the time. So the LEAF work, by and large, is not in here as good as it could be. So that really gives us more hope that it is achievable. There's stuff we can already do, but actually we need to make sure that we work together. So I can't stop without talking about the cost piece, because this was a really, really important part of the work. And actually what's been really helpful in some of our conversations, especially with the DEFRA team and with industry, about how much that is going to cost. Now, also some of the debate was, it's not all up, as we just heard. It can cost more to get started, but then actually some of it can get better over time. And we do actually look at the fact, we think that it's going to cost £500 million more across the 4 nations to actually drive farming practices in the way that it needs to. That is not the same number as the NFU or as the RSPB, and the reason for that it's so much less, is this is just low carbon farming practices. This is not adding in all the nature positive stuff as well. So when we look at it, this is the journey we think that is best today. But the important thing is, where technology is really expensive today, we have backloaded that as part of that plan at the moment. Doesn't mean we shouldn't get onto it and start going with it and experimenting with it, but scaling some of those really expensive technologies today until they've been developed further wouldn't be sensible for many businesses. So we've really tried to think about that. This won't be right, but it's a starting place for people to align behind, and it starts a common conversation, especially when you look at kind of really laying out what are the areas of focus and action that we should think about, from an imported agriculture, from a transport decarbonisation, just across the board. We need to think about, where are all the trials happening? What can we move faster with? What is government policy going to help us with? Where do we need to ask for government policy? But it does need to be a two-way conversation. But this is on top of what is already an awful lot that the industry has to work with, and the costs that the industry have got. There's £2.5 billion worth of packaging costs that have kind of coming towards the food industry in the next 12 months. When we looked at it in total, excluding the packaging and just looking at net zero, it's 1 to 2% on top of the price of food today. That doesn't sound a lot to many people, but when you think about the margins across the system, that's an awful lot of money, and the sharing of that is going to absolutely be critical. So I've jumped through what was many, many headaches to kind of work through, but I think this piece is really critical. We had 17 different policy asks that we looked at, and this isn't just one way. There's a lot that industry can do, there's a lot that government can do, and we really need to be doing it together. And these are some of the areas that we just said, actually, that we're working across our working team around kind of how can we actually support farmers with some of the joint schemes? How can we facilitate some of that? I'm not meaning IGD, I'm meaning the industry, actually working more collaboratively together and not just creating new things. There's an awful lot of new things, but actually how do we work more with what we've got and develop it further? How can we convene more on soil carbon and really accelerate that further? And then aligning around the designing of a kind of deforestation-free, especially on soy. We know that there's possibly legislation, etc., coming, and in Europe, how might that be worked together? And this is something that we come back to quite a lot around, no, everyone wants a level playing field. How do we make sure that we can look at what we import into the country so that farmers are not penalised for having higher standards in the UK versus what's being imported? And then, so, conscious of time, sorry if I've run over. In summary, we need stronger policies. ELMS is a fantastic start, but we need to enhance that and work harder and have more people signing up. There is an opportunity for industry to do more together. We need better data to make better decisions. There's some great work out there, as was highlighted earlier, the FTTP, starting with carbon, thinking about soil, etc. There's so much work that's going on. UK export support, how can we think about kind of the long-term vision of what do we want our products to be from a diet perspective, and then also from an export opportunity, trade policies, environmental standards, and then I haven't talked about it due to time, but there's a lot on decarbonisation of heat, switching to electric, hydrogen, and that all really does affect our food industry. I'm going to leave it there.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. Please take a seat. Take a seat on the panel, and I'm going to invite a few other people to join Sarah on stage, starting with Jonathan Armitage, who's head of farming and natural capital at Stratton Parker, who are of course a sponsor of this event. Diana Overton, managing director of Frontier Agriculture, another sponsor of the event, and Tom Green, chair of Leaf Mark. Similar system as before, hands up or start scanning that code. Just something that occurs to me, Sarah, listening to you, you listed a number of things that were adding to the cost of food, some of them connected to carbon, some of them connected to packaging, and you also mentioned the importance to reduce waste. And I put it to you that we don't generally waste gold, we don't waste things that are expensive. Can we achieve all these goals whilst insisting that food remains remarkably cheap?
I think it's a really good point. I think on waste, actually, I'm quite excited by some of the collaboration across the industry.
You're talking about wasted household here, aren't you, more than waste within the chain?
Actually, in the chain. So
okay, I thought it said household, your last
There is
slide.
household waste 2/3 of the problem. I think in supermarket waste has gone down an awful lot. But actually there's still 1/3 of it in the supply chain. Now, some of that's at farm gate, but a lot of it's also in the manufacturing supply chain. So there's some brilliant collaborations going on to try and think, how do we actually use that, especially given the challenges we've got where people haven't got food. But I think that the challenge is right. When we look at our price of food versus other countries of the world, our food is very cheap. But we do know equally not everybody.
You said it was a good question. I was wondering what your good answer to it was. Can we do this while we insist that food remains cheap?
I think we're going to have to. I think it will depend, but I think the price of food will go up over time.
Yeah. Okay. That's quite an interesting last point there. Right, let's just see what we have. Any questions from the room? Well, lots of questions from the room. Oh, yes. Question here, first of all.
Andrew Meredith from Farmers Weekly. Will the impact of appetite-suppressing drugs have a more than negligible impact?
Sorry, Andrew, I couldn't. Just a little bit closer to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
I can't quite hear
you. Andrew Meredith from Farmers Weekly. Do you think the impact of appetite-suppressing drugs will have a more than negligible impact by that 2030 deadline? And would you like to comment on whether they'll help that overall picture and the longer term, or what the impact will be?
It's a really interesting question on the demand side. Appetite-suppressing drugs. Are we going to be selling less food because we're going to be eating less? Maybe that would be a good thing, Sarah.
Brilliant.
Sorry, you're closer to the customer than most people on the panel.
Yeah, I don't think we know. I think that's the honest answer. What's the uptake going to be? I think, are we going to be able to afford it from an NHS perspective? How many people are going to uptake it? The latest data I heard was that if you take one of those drugs, then you have to be on it for life. Otherwise, it will return. Your obesity challenges will return after a year. So I think generally we've got to think more broadly about how do we change people's diets than just suppressing drugs.
But it is a really interesting demand side question, because basically there are three things in demand side.
Yeah.
There's waste, there's the fact that we eat too many calories, which is referenced over there, and then of course the meat question as well, and the conversion of that. And does anybody else want to pick up on this thing? Otherwise I shall go back to the room. No, thank you very much. That's a very valid point, Andrew. Yes, gentleman right in the back there.
Yeah. Hi, Steve Kingdom from Pane Produce. We're a lettuce grower and packer. Spending a lot of time dealing with a lot of reporting, and I know there's advantage of having the reporting in the data, but have you got any thoughts about how we can change the dial from reporting to actual action on the ground and actually developing change.
Anyone in particular on the panel for that?
Just a thought, really, maybe from the IGD, Sarah, about maybe collaboration, getting consistent reporting, maybe, so it's all the same. Or
I'm going to start with Sarah, but
burden.
I'm also going to come to Tom Green on this. But yeah, Sarah.
I think it's a really, really good question. The amount of reporting we're doing, you're doing now. I believe I read in the Grocer recently that it takes up to about 80% of people's time versus action. I think aligning action and working more collaboratively together, aligning some of the carbon calculators in the discussion that they were having earlier has got to be kind of the right way forward. And the more people can agree rather than argue with the metrics and then kind of drive forward, that's got to be beneficial.
Tom?
Thank you. Excellent question. And in LeafMark, we're enormously concerned to ensure that the process that we encourage folk to go through is one that is user-friendly and particularly increasingly helpful in terms of insights and actions that can be informed as a result of participating in LeafMark. We're very conscious of the burden of audit and very conscious of the danger of duplication and keen to work with others in the industry to make sure that that is minimised wherever possible. Earlier this morning you heard Julian referring to work that we've got ongoing within LeafMark in our IT project to make the new standard more user-friendly and particularly focusing on a greater degree of technology in terms of how you feed the LSFR and the standard with information and then improved insights that come back from it. So I think the starting point for us is in LeafMark is that we exist to do two things. Firstly, to help farmers farm more sustainably, to improve your businesses, to improve the resilience of your business as a farmer. But secondly, to help brands and consumers be assured that their supply chains are resilient and effective in terms of the quality of their procurement and the way those supply chains are operated. And there's no avoiding a certain amount of audit to achieve those two objectives. The question is, how can it be done in the most efficient manner and in a way that actually genuinely helps farmers on their journey of continuous improvement, on their journey of becoming more sustainable, more resilient businesses, progressing to more regenerative practices year on year. And our focus in LeafMark is very much to ask you to show your management practices in order that we can identify the evidence that's being provided site by site, farm by farm, to illustrate that improvement in performance.
And Tom, do you think we should be driving towards one metric, sort of one God, which we all sign up to, or is that a sort of a dangerous delusion?
I think that's a dangerous delusion. I think that, as Douglas Gurr mentioned in that brilliant speech that opened today's conference, he came towards the end of his speech and talked about three questions: where, how, and what. But it was the where that he particularly emphasized. Where do we need to focus on protecting biodiversity and protecting our environment and our land and our oceans? And in LeafMark, a core principle that we follow is to be site-specific, to invite the farmer, the landholder, the custodian of the landscape that we're talking to identify their particular concerns, and as a result be able to adopt suitable management practices to manage that land, that farm, and then the measures that suit them in order to demonstrate that. And it is even within the United Kingdom, where we benefit from an immensely wide range of different landscapes and soils, etc. It would be folly to adopt one soil organic carbon number as a measure and expect everybody to be judged by that, because somebody who's farming on sand will have a very different organic soil carbon content to the gentleman who's farming, in some instances, only 15 miles up the road on deep black peat. You can't do that. You have to have a measure that is suitable site by site and respectful of the different circumstances that the farmers occupy.
Thank you. Diana.
Thank you. If I may, just building on that, farmers are custodians of the land, but farmers are also custodians of the data that the supply chain needs as the evidence for whether it's the CO2 equivalent emissions or the biodiversity practices. So I think the supply chain players, so by that I mean the companies, organisations such as Leaf, have a role to play in developing the integrated data supply chain to really facilitate the sharing with permission of that data as the evidence of the practices. And so I think we've all got a part to play in investing in that integrated data supply chain.
Diana, can I just get you to expand on what you think Frontier's role to play is in this transition?
Well, for those of you not aware, we sit between the farmers and grain consumers, so whether it's drink processors, food processors, manufacturers, the likes of Warburton's, the likes of Molson Coors. And so we believe our role is very much in connecting the farmers with the end food, drink, feed manufacturers, whether that's the physical output from the farm and supplying it to those grain consumers, but more increasingly, the data that goes alongside that physical product. We are actively investing in different aspects of the innovation that we know is needed, and that we all need to play a part. So we're a founder investor in Oxbury. We've recently invested in a net zero fertilizer alternative, CCM Technologies. We've also invested in a data analytics business, Yagro. Those are just some of the things that we're doing to play our part in this transition.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Simon.
Yeah, Simon Pearson. So, Sarah, I thought that was fantastic. One of the best articulations I've seen of pathways to net zero. But my question really, and it's for all the panel, is what is your ask of government at the moment? Because it's a bit of a muddle, in my own opinion. So on your first slide, you talk about £2 billion going into the automotive industry. Agriculture and food are not mentioned in the industrial strategy. And then we've got the solar panel rollout from Millibrand and all this sort of stuff. So it seems a bit of a muddle, and I'd be really interested at this moment, what is your ask of government? And it applies to
I'll get John to come as well, but yeah, Sarah first, what's your ask of government?
So I think there's a few exciting things. So we think that baselining and making sure that we've got a consistency is the biggest ask to start with. A long-term vision for food and farming. And then I think the food strategy piece. I think those three together feel like kind of the right route forward. When we look through the industrial strategy, there is actually 5 places where I do feel that we can fit in. It's not obvious at first look, but I think there are areas that we can find in order to support a food strategy from the industrial strategy. And I do think some of that is around innovation. So you do hear, talking to UKRI, etc., about opportunities for funding. I think there is a way that we need to think about how do we come together more in order to kind of scale things a lot more quickly than we have.
Jonathan?
I think when you're asking people to change behaviour, some people do it immediately. The early adopters will see something coming over the horizon and go straight at it and don't need any more encouragement to do that. And some of the laggards at the end will stick their heels in and say, I've been doing this for 40 years and I don't really see why I should do it any different. And then most people sit in the middle and they respond to multiple nudges over a period of time, and government are responsible for some of those nudges, I think. So putting government policy in place and declaring an intention about what this is what we want our industry to look like is important and has impact even without any of the other support systems around it. All of the ELMS schemes, obviously really important stuff as well. And obviously we're helping people sign up to all of those, and carbon audits and so on and so forth. Cheaper finance is another nudge in that direction. I liken it to, I've been thinking about what other transitions we've seen over my life, and if I'd come to this conference at the beginning of my career, I could probably have fitted in 2 cigarettes in my car on the way to work. On the way to the station, I could have had another one on the platform. I'd have sat in a coach on the train where everyone else would have been smoking. I'd have come to the conference, and at lunchtime, half of you lot would be outside having a fag on the street. And that's not happening now. And we didn't really notice that transition happening. We just know that it was like that then, and it's not like that now. And that's people responding to multiple nudges of government policy, advertising campaigns about putting tax on cigarettes, and it is now socially unacceptable. to go to quite right, so, to go to somebody's house and light up in between courses at the dinner table. And I sort of liken it to that. And I think we are already in this transition. We're already on that path. We're already responding to those beginning nudges, and we will get there, and it will look very different in 30 years' time. We're not quite sure how, but it will get there. And government has a big part to play, obviously, in those nudges.
I would argue that the government's nudges in terms of smoking were so much bolder and bigger than they are in anything to do in this area as well, whether it be actual law or massive tax or all those kind of things, or, you know, scary health adverts. You know, we're not seeing that for the kind of low carbon transition or a dietary change or anything like that.
Doug did a pretty good job of being scary earlier on at the beginning of the conference, and so there are some scary stories.
Oh, there are definitely scary stories coming from scientists, but I'm saying, you know, the government isn't necessarily pushing this nudge button particularly hard.
Yes.
But one thing I just wanted, you talked about a sort of, we need a clear direction from government. And the government has a lot of policies over this. I mean, there was, I think it was some sort of new deal for farmers announced at the Oxford Farming Conference. They got the food strategy. They'd more or less taken on board the Dimbleby thing of 2 or 3 years ago. We had the land use framework just announced last Friday. I mean, does any of this give you sort of clarity, folk on the panel? Do we kind of know the government direction?
I personally think that what we're experiencing at the moment is increasing complexity because of the amount of different policies, consultations that are coming out. And for me, I liken it to the beginning of the renewables policy framework, going back to the days of the renewable obligation order. And I think we're at a stage where we need to just get on with this transition as an industry and not always be dependent on something coming out of government. Mm-hmm. And I do think that the supply chain has a greater part to play if we're going to be bold, if we're not just going to rely on nudges. And ultimately, a lot of the speakers today have touched on the risk, and in particular the risk to farmers that farmers are being asked to deal with. And I think to improve the risk management tools that are available to farmers. So the Oxbury financing product is one of those. At Frontier, we are investing in de-risking contracts, so helping farmers, for example, with oilseed rape, to make a decision to drill oilseed rape despite all the uncertainties that are now inherent in that crop since reduction in neonicotinoids. We underwrite those crop inputs, the seed, until the crop is established successfully. And I'm really calling on all parts of the supply chain, the companies, to play a greater, bolder part in that risk management.
Thank you, Tom.
I agree with everything that's been said, but to add to it, I think there is a real requirement, going back to the phrase that was used by David earlier on about the requirement for a mature conversation. We need to resist the overwhelming desire for short-term results and understand that this is a complex challenge that has to be measured over time. And so we welcome short-term nudges, the more the better. The more government can do to help, the more the supply chain can do to help. But it's extremely important that we understand the complexity of this subject that will have to be measured over decades. Over decades. We talked about carbon footprint earlier this afternoon, and the fact that your carbon footprint might go up one year and down the next. Weather events will happen, management changes. The success in terms of delivering, sequestering carbon and reducing our emissions will be measured over decades. And so we need, from the supply chain and from government, long-term, serious commitment. And we need to try and get away from the sort of popular instinct, which is to desire a result tomorrow and reward people tomorrow and dismiss failure too quickly, because it takes time, and we're going to have to go through some really tough seasons, politically, environmentally, weather conditions, in order to achieve what is necessary. But we've got to stick at it. And so, there's my point.
Thank you very much. Last question to David, I think, but just before you get there, I just wanted to put something that might seem a little less left field to you, Sarah, but I'm just really intrigued to know what you think about this. I was at a conference yesterday about precision fermentation. And kind of, if you like, the caricature idea there is we'll be doing all our farming in steel tanks rather than on fields. Now, I know that's a bit extreme, but I was just interested to know whether in the sort of forward scoping of the IGD, whether you do think we'll be seeing more food, more protein, more calories, possibly more oils as well, coming from that food production system. How big a deal do you think it could be? Is it in your plans?
So look, I don't make any food, but I think a lot of the conversations we've been having about diet, and clearly, understandably, there was a lot through the transition conversations when we talk about industry plans. I think there's a broad mix of where things will go in the future. So I think there's lots of technology, there's lots of investment, there's lots of innovation happening, but equally there are consumers that are in a backlash situation. So if I think more as what we hear from shoppers is shoppers today are talking, we do a shopper index every few weeks, and we talk to 4,000 people every week. What they are wanting, and you can see this by the ALA conversation that happened earlier, is they are wanting people to do the job for them. So more and more, they are talking about not messing with food and just giving the food that we want. And then they are talking about, they don't want to know really where it's some of them, where it's come from. They want to trust people in positions of authority to be doing it for them. So come back to your consumption question in a minute, but actually 75% think government should be helping them on the environmental side, and 65% believe that industry should be helping them, and only 30% of people think there's any choices to be made themselves. Wow. However, when we think about consumption and what are we going to be eating in the future, I think there is a broad mix, and there's early adopters of new technology. As for the precision farming specifically, I think that is less understood about, one, what it is, and two, are they going to be wanting to have
desirable?
That?
Yeah. Thank you very much, David.
Thanks ever so much indeed. I mean, it's really fascinating, and I'm deeply grateful for you coming here today to give your presentation, Sarah. I'm really interested in this point around convening and conversations, and I think it touches on the point Tom was just making. Do you think that there is sufficient understanding between the leadership in the farming sector and the leadership in the retail and food production sector about the mutual challenges each of those respective organisations are facing and what needs to be unlocked? Is there more that we could be doing? How could organisations like LEAF play a part in facilitating those conversations? I would just be very interested in your perspectives.
I'll take that to Diana first, and then Sarah, please.
Yes, I think there is definitely more that we could do. Collaboration has been a theme that's come through very clearly all throughout the day. I think what came through to me in terms of your presentation was that the retailer's focus is quite different from the focus of the food and feed and drink manufacturers, is quite different from the focus of the farmers. We're all part of the same supply chain, but I do think we need to spend a bit more time understanding each party's perspective. And I think the farmers have the ability to impact not just the CO2 equivalent emissions, the whole biodiversity remit, and those regulations are coming at us fast, not just from the UK, but from Europe. So globally, the majority of our brands on the retailer shelves are from global companies, the likes of Molson Coors, the likes of Diageo. So actually, I think trying to go too narrow in terms of an area of focus is potentially missing a wider opportunity. So many of these decisions that the farmers can make are actually going to impact multiple areas of the wider SBTI targets that we've all got to play a part in. So I do think there's a need for much more sort of sharing of understanding, sharing of focused priorities along the whole supply chain.
Thank you. Briefly, Sarah.
So my view is I think at the top of organisations, most people are really aware of the other people's challenges. So I think nobody thinks that Scope 3 is easy at all. I think the big problem is who pays and how is it managed. So I don't know the answer as LEAF got a role. I think we've all got a role to not duplicate conversations, align where we can, and make it as simple as possible, especially further down the supply chain, so that farmers' lives are easier.
Well, thank you very much indeed to our excellent panel this afternoon. That's Sarah Bradbury, Jonathan Armitage, Diana Overton, and Tom Green. Please put your hands together. And I believe I have got another film to introduce, this time I remembered, so we'll do a bit of that, and then we'll hear from our closing speaker. Thank you.
Environment offers Year 9 to 11 students a valuable opportunity to take a deep dive into the world of agriculture. It's been so exciting to welcome students from 6 schools across England to Myerscough College for the finalist weekend. They've taken part in hands-on farming activities, participated in practical workshops and expert-led discussions, all centred around the importance of building climate resilience into food production.
We learned everything and anything about farming. We did a soil workshop, water workshop, tour of the whole farm, waste walk, wheat trade.
Genetics talk about AI.
My favourite activity was the hedge laying because it was something new I've never tried before.
Students take away from this competition just how broad-ranging agriculture is. I think often they come to us with some preconceptions, maybe things they've seen on the television, but here we show them what actually it means to be within the sector.
You can teach a lot in the classroom and they can gain a lot of understanding. However, when you come here, you see it firsthand. A lot of the experiences they've had here, they would have never had in a classroom. And that's improved their understanding, their overall confidence.
If you live in the city like I do, it's like a great learning opportunity because you're not really around animals or like crops and stuff like that, and you go out and you see all this stuff.
We believe it's so important to educate our young people about the agricultural sector, partly for them to understand the career opportunities that are there for them in the future. We also want them to understand where their food comes from. They are the consumers of the future, and therefore we want to give them the tools and the knowledge for them to be able to make those conscious choices.
It's one of the most important jobs because it's producing all our food.
If we don't respond to, building climate resilience into our everyday lives, it's going to be a very weak and unstructured future.
Something that the children have taken away is really how we can build resilience within farming.
It's such an amazing experience, and you don't think about how, how fun, actually how cool and exciting this sort of sector can be. And, it's actually made me think, oh, well, it's a good job sector, and, what I would want to do. Anyone that gets the opportunity should definitely go for it. It's really fun.
Well, that's great, and you can't overstress the importance of education. I must say one of the conclusions of my book, of Land Smart, is that we need to be smart, and that requires respect, investment, money going into land-based education in a way that I think we haven't seen in recent years, and we really need to up the skills here to deliver some of these incredible solutions. Well, that is it from me. Thank you very much for putting up with me this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed for all your questions. And we're now going to hear some closing remarks from Cedric Porter, who promised me he was going to do an impression of a gerbil on speed. That's very good.
Cool and fun. Who's in an industry that's cool and fun? Put your hands up. Come on, it's cool and it's fun. That film was great, but thank you, Tom, for your great stewarding and questioning and sharing us, keeping us all on our toes. But I think with that film, it just sort of shows another importance of Leaf's work. We've heard about the technical, we've heard about the Leaf Mark a lot today, but that sort of third leg, if you like, of Leaf, the education bit, and engaging with those farmers and food executives and professionals and importantly the consumers of tomorrow. I think that's really important to inspire them, and they learn more from where their food comes from, and it's cool and it's fun. So there's the team here from the Leaf Education. They're here as well if you would like to speak to them. We do face an awful lot of challenges. You go to a lot of farming conferences and you will hear a lot about the climate challenges, environmental challenges, probably more about the political challenges than we've heard here. And I think this conference has been better for that. They're very well rehearsed, some of those challenges. And I think Doug Gurr that was pretty sobering, wasn't it, in what he was saying, what the challenge, the most important challenge is. But also, I think it was pretty hopeful as well. I was fairly uplifted by what he had to say. So I think that was great to hear that. But to put that in context, but what I really love about Leaf is it looks at the challenges, but it's really about solutions, and it's really about solutions on the ground. And it's looking down on the ground, getting its rolling its sleeves up and getting those. And I think we found that with the next session there. Carol, your way of bringing academics and other parts of the food industry together in that sort of agri-food systems, I think that's fantastic. With Andrew's, that's existentialist, isn't it? You were saying if you didn't change in Australia, then you wouldn't be farming. I mean, that you know, I think that's really, really powerful for us. We're probably not in that situation here. But it really does sort of put that in context. Then Alison describing some of the other sort of sectors we don't always hear about. We hear a lot about the sort of food and produce that we grow. But I know last year we heard a lot about rice, and this year it's been cotton, and I think it's fantastic. And we are all consumers of cotton, well, most of the time at least. Then to go on the tech side, to have some of those challenges, how they're going to be met through the tech side is really important. And Simon, we'll ask you back in a few years at the time to see where we are in terms of, but a lot of talk about it, but it's great to see the work is then going on to delivering some of those solutions as well. And thanks to Liz and to Helen for their contribution to that session as well. But Lucy and Nick, many thanks to them. Actually, back on the ground and the wall's going to stay with me. The brick in the wall is going to stay with me for quite a long time. The financing, nothing in life is free, not even the love of leaf. And to be able to finance it, great to see Grace and with what HSBC has been doing for a while now, and then Oxbury as well to bringing that in. And I think now, if you are a leaf farmer, you're going to have the best access to the best finance of any farmers in the country. So another reason to be involved with leaf there. And then that with Tatjane as well, just putting that in that extra context. And it's great to hear of you being a real practical farmer. So bringing the city and the country together, that's great to hear that. And Philip for his wisdom as ever, and that's great to have. And your ongoing leadership of and sharing of Leaf is much appreciated. The challenge of net zero, one of the biggest challenges of all. Thank you, Sarah, for laying that out, and those different perspectives. Then again from the chain, from Diana and Tom. And also from Jonty Stratton Parker, and we thank you, Jonty, really, for your hosting here and allowing us to come here. Again, a mix of the country and city here, this wonderful facility, so thank you very much for that. And this conference wouldn't have been possible without the support of our other sponsors as well, Oxbury and Frontier, so many thanks to you there. They take an awful lot of organising these conferences, so thank you to David, to Teresa, and to Justine, and all the other LEAF team members who've made it all possible. And LEAF has been delivering its practical solutions, on-the-ground solutions, to the challenges that have come and opportunities that also have come for nearly 35 years now. And embedded in that DNA of LEAF is the vision and determination of its founding chief executive, Caroline Drummond, and we remember and miss her all the time. And she continues to inspire staff, members, partners, and the wider farming industry. And we continue to remember her and celebrate her through two special awards. Later this year, LEAF, the British Guild of Agricultural Journalists, the Institute of Agricultural Management, and Caroline's husband, Philip Ward, who's here as well. We'll be looking for the third winner of the Caroline Drummond Award, which celebrates the communication of farming excellence. So if you or you know of anyone who might be suitable for that award, look out for that later in the year. That was presented to Buxom last year, a 16-acre farm in Buckinghamshire, doing an awful lot with the local community. So it sort of shows you the breadth of farming. So you've got 50,000 acre farms in one respect, and then you've got 16-acre ones as well. And this last year has seen the first presentation of the Leaf Caroline Drummond Scholarship for Innovation and in Sustainability. And it's a financial award of up to £25,000 a year, and it's designed to continue Caroline's inspirational work. And its first recipient is Nikki Gammons, who is researching farming for bumblebees. So she's out there chasing around the bumblebees in my part of the world, in the southeast in Kent. And so we're going to be hearing an awful lot from Nikki and her team about bumblebees and how she has used that award to greater our understanding of that crucial little worker bee there. And please, look out for the details of the next scholarship coming in the next few months. And also, if you'd like to be involved in that and supporting that, we're always open for good conversations on that. There's plenty of opportunities. We're only in February, so there's plenty of opportunities for the rest of the year to engage with LEAF. There's copies. This is newly published. This is on your, if you go on your QR codes, you can see this in your delegate packs. That's the LEAF annual review, absolutely packed full of information and all the people who are involved with LEAF. And it's a who's who in farming. So please have a look at that. Then June sees the newly relaunched Open Farm Sunday. And it's going to be 20 years old next year. So something to celebrate there, but something to celebrate this year. And I think that's the most sort of visible demonstration of LEAF's year-round commitment to education and getting that message out across. But there's plenty of other on-farm and in-school activities taking place all throughout the year. Again, speak to Carl and his team. Give us a wave, Carl. He's over there. But it's always been about partnerships. And that's what I think is great with this sort of conference. We've heard from speakers, a lot of these speakers you haven't heard from before, and it's all about working with others and maximising the power of working with others, LEAF. And really it's nothing without everyone else. It's nothing without you. It's nothing without the universities, the commercial partners, innovation centres, the demonstration farms, the schools, the colleges, and the grants and the awards that it gets. And you're all part of that LEAF family, if you like. If you want to get more involved, then please speak to any of the LEAF team. We've got David here, and where's Claire? Give us a wave, Claire. She's at the back. Claire Mike, Business Development Director. But any of the team will be happy to speak to you. Finally, a big thank you to you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your support and your curiosity and your questions. Please keep in touch, keep talking, and keep farming. We really do need you more than ever before. So a safe journey to you all, and thank you. And hopefully we'll see you next year. Thank you.